Thousands of hours of grind's about to pay off right here, right now, in the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series by Crafton The Grind. I'm going to be your host and caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is Johnny. How you doing, man? Day one of this tournament. Are you excited?
Oh boy, I'm super excited and super stoked to be here. I mean, it's an official event after all. Plus, I mean, a lot of information being unloaded onto the viewers, onto the audience just a few moments ago. I think that is what has built up the hype for this tournament even more. And I can't just wait for the matches to begin. As I mentioned, a lot on the line, and especially with the number of teams we have.
Exactly. The number of teams is something that's going to be massive. That means a lot of numbers, but that also means we're going to be able to find a lot of dark horses, Johnny. Some teams that have not gotten the exposure in the past, this is their chance to make something happen out of this tournament. That's what I said. This is why I said thousands of hours of grind is finally about to pay off in this tournament. So you guys got to make sure you guys are making it worth it, because it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. This is going to be a long tournament.
I mean, it is a marathon of sorts, but it is going to be run in short sprints. I mean, because the qualification process to actually get to the BGIS, it is going to be pretty tough, and it is going to be extremely cutthroat. So we're going to be on the lookout, as you mentioned, for those few special names that will eventually join us in the later stages of the tournament. And especially as we talk about the qualification process, let's not forget there is another thing that makes the journey even more exciting, and that is money.
Exactly. So let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, because this is something that's going to definitely catch the viewers' eyes, not just the viewers, even the players. And to be honest, as a caster, I'm just sitting over here and admiring the amount of money that's on the line over here, Johnny. 2 crores on the line, and the first place is getting 75 lakhs. That's just crazy.
I think that is one of the highest numbers I've ever seen in front of my eyes in terms of my personal casting career, and that is quite a lot. I mean, as you mentioned, the winner walking away with 75 lakh rupees, but let's talk about the individual prize pools as well. The MVP of the BGIS will get 4 lakh rupees. That's just for one person. The best IGL, 2 lakhs. The rising star, the young talent that we find during our journey through this BGIS, the grind and the BGIS, 2 lakh rupees for them. The MVP of the finals will get 2 lakh rupees separately. So there's like 2 different MVPs. So it's a lot of money being divided amongst the teams and amongst the players. And I guess it's all on the line for these lads to actually earn these lucrative prizes for themselves.
Exactly, Johnny. But you know what? What's going to be even more important? It's going to be the points distribution. So how it's going to work out, just to let you guys know, the first placing team will be getting 15 placement points. The second one will be getting 10. The third one will be getting 10. So I would say that's what the top 3 is looking like. Other than that, of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards until you're going to place yourself in 13th and 16th, where you're going to get none, Johnny.
Yeah. But I love this this point structure, man. This sort of paces the game out quite nicely. But point structure done and dusted. Let's have a look at today's schedule. And as we mentioned, and as you guys might have seen this on the starting counter as well, we will have 2 groups participating in the matches today. And the map rotation is in front of us. The first 3 maps, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, being played by Group 1. The next 3 maps in the same order, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, will be played by the teams of Group 2.
Exactly. So basically, just to let you guys know in a short form, the first 3 maps are going to be played by the Group 1, and then the second group is going to be played by the rest of the 3 maps. I know that's what you said, but still, I felt like something I needed to get off my chest as well. That was in my mind when I looked at it. Listen, Johnny, okay, I'm just that kind of a person, but you know what? Looking at the groups and all that stuff, you guys were able to see the groups on the waiting screen, though, so if you guys weren't able to see that, you guys will be able to see them in-game whatsoever. But Johnny, considering you said there's a lot of teams, and one more factor that's going to add on a little bit more pressure on the known teams, I would say, is that you're going to be going against dark horses. You're going to be going against teams that you've never seen before, so you don't even know how they play inside the arena.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of young talent in these lobbies, and especially with the qualification format as well, there is a very, very nice possibility or probability that we might just bid adieu to a few big names very early on in the grind itself, and that will be extremely interesting, because as we were talking about the teams and the group, imagine there's 256 teams are called on for this tournament, and that means not everyone will make it through, because we know the final lobby will only have 16 teams in them, and even if it's more than that, in the end, I mean, only a few will be able to get to that 75 lakh, that 25 lakh prize pools that are there for the top teams. If you finish at the bottom, you will get 1 lakh rupees, but competitive players aren't happy with that kind of money, and also they are not really fighting for the money. They're fighting for the trophy. They're fighting for the bragging rights of calling themselves the best, and especially considering this is the first official in a long while. Winning officials is a big deal.
Exactly. After such massive gaps, even I feel like the players that were known in the competitive scene, these gaps really do affect your skill at some level. So now, considering you're going to be back inside the battlefield once again, you're going to be facing teams that you're going to be having so many question marks just thrown at you, and maybe some teams are going to be absolutely aggressive. There's just so many questions as a caster I'm having in my mind, so I can already wonder all the brainstorming, all the storming process that's going on in a player's mindset, Johnny.
I mean, in terms of a lot of questions, I think one of the most common questions that might be running through the heads of all our viewers right now is exactly how the teams will qualify. And since we have had the look of at the schedule for the day, and we did see just Group 1 playing 3 matches, at the end of the third game, we will know the top 8 teams from that particular group that will move on to play in the third week of the tournament. So that is how things are going to function, at least for the first 2 weeks. Every week, you will witness 128 teams going up against each other, and out of those 128 teams for that particular week, only 64 will get to move forward to week number 3. So again, it's all being cut down to half instantly, day by day, week by week, and again, I guess with the first game, as soon as it begins, we'll see the tempo of the entire tournament being set, the stage being set, and the teams sort of building themselves up. But I guess before we jump into the action, we do have one last look at the names of the teams that are participating. And Necro, just quickly, a few names that you think will definitely make it through, or a few names that you think might actually struggle.
Look, to be honest, few names that I will probably say are going to make it through are going to be, of course, teams that I've known in the past, the organizations that I've known. For example, Godfrey, Esports, Chemin Esports. These are some known organizations. But you know what? If I just want to close my eyes and point a finger at some team that I don't even know or I haven't even seen in the past, I would say, you know what? YouTube Elite. That name sounds pretty elite to me, but what do you think, man?
I like that name as well, but as you mentioned, I mean, these might be players that we might not have seen in the past, but we are here now. And everyone's watching. All the eyes are going to be on these teams, on these players, and everyone's going to be waiting to see what they bring to the table. And since we were looking at the teams, I think, again, a lot of big names. You mentioned God's Reign, Numen Gaming being there as well, a recently acquired lineup, but with a lot of experience under the belt. So it's going to be very intense to see how these first few games go for them, because even with the bigger teams, even with the well-known players, it has been the case in the past that in tournaments that are such short format, where the qualification is so short that in 3 matches, it's going to be decided whether you move forward or you get stayed behind, you get completely eliminated from the tournament. Big names can also sometimes struggle, because you just need like 1 or 2 games to go your way and you're done. And these young players, they are always hungry for blood. They're out for blood every single game. They don't know how to back off. And I think that is one thing that will make every single game a little bit more intense, a little bit more interesting, and also extremely fun to watch.
Oh yeah, extremely fun. That's something you need to add on all the time. But Johnny, considering we've got so many teams in the format as well, our overall participating teams are so many, so you always got to be brutal with the eliminations too, and you explained it quite well as well. So we're going to be cutting it in half all the time. Top 8 teams from these groups will be selected on forward to play in the future as well, while the rest of the top 8 teams will be eliminated. I know that sounds pretty cruel and brutal, but it is what it is. A lot of teams, a lot of new teams in general have gotten so many opportunities, and I feel like as a player, these opportunities are really something that can give you a massive hope. But Johnny, I just can't wait for the game to start, man. Considering these teams are probably going to be buckled up in the back, their heart's going to be racing, the adrenaline's going to be through the roof, Johnny, because as a commentator, I can feel my adrenaline just rushing through my veins right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everything about this BGIS, the grind makes every time I think about it, my heart starts to beat a little bit faster with every single point that comes across my mind. I mean, you talk about the format, you talk about 2 crore rupees in terms of prize pool, you talk about the sheer number of participants in this tournament. Everything has been taken up, not even just a notch, it's taken to a whole new level. And I think because of that, this is the first time we get to experience something like this, something this cutthroat, wherein the veterans of the community and the young upcoming talents have been put on an equal footing for the first time after a long time. And I think, again, as you mentioned, like, the opportunity is there. It's now all going to come down to whether you will grab this opportunity, seize it, make it yours, and be called the next big thing in BGMI, or are you going to be left behind? Is that one game going to cost you everything, your future included?
That's true, but you know what, Johnny? I feel like, considering there's going to be so many new teams, there's also going to be a lot of RNG factors. There's probably going to be so many factors. As a player, you're not going to expect that will happen, because especially the known teams, as I said, when they are going to be playing inside a game, they're going to be expecting a play pattern at a certain type, because that's how they've been practicing in the scrimmages as well. But when you're going to meet these random teams in the way, you don't know how they're going to be playing. Maybe they're going to cut your rotation off right off the bat. Maybe you're also going to have some drop clashes, and drop clashes are personally one of my favorites. You know, recently I was also scrolling through a lot of social media, Johnny, and I was also looking at a lot of roster changes. So I feel like these roster changes can definitely affect a team's performance, or maybe it can also up a team's performance a bit notch. But what do you think?
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I mean, the improvement in performance is not going to be instantaneous. So every time a team changes a roster, even if it's just one player, even if it might be a player that wasn't performing that much in your recent matches, in the recent last few days, last few tournaments you played, there will still be a slight dip, at least for a few days, while the team readjusts. And hopefully these are not those days, because technically in the grind you just get 1 day, 3 matches. While you're in the round of 256, you just get 1 day, 3 matches to secure a spot in the top 8, and then actually move on to week 3 and week 4 of the tournament. So you can't really risk anything at this point. So as you mentioned, all of these things, roster changes, lineup changes, drop changes, be it drop clashes or drop changes, all of these things will definitely put major impacts on the end results of the teams, especially in these initial few days. Because as we progress, I think week 2 onwards, everything's going to be set in stone, not like literally set in stone teams, but will have had time to figure out exactly what they want, and exactly how these other teams that will be making it along with them into the 3rd and the 4th week of the tournament, how these other teams function. And I think for now, for the early days, that is what everyone will be focused on. At least the experienced teams and the experienced players, that will be their main point of concern. For the younger teams, for the newer teams, though, it will be all about showcasing their ability. So I mean, in the first group itself, I think out of the 16 teams, there were like 6 or 7 well-known names. But the other 8 or 9 names, the other 8 or 9 or 10 names that we haven't heard about that much, I think those are the teams that I'll be looking forward to the most. And those are the teams that I actually do want to watch and see what they are able to deliver in this level. Because, again, you get one opportunity, we talk about it, everyone has been waiting for opportunities like this for years and years. And finally, it's been given to them. Make it count. That's all I'm going to say. Make it count.
They will need to make it count indeed, Johnny. Considering I would still say that Group 2 has a little bit of advantage, because they can just sit back and watch the games, and they can be like, okay, Group 1, this is what happened, and so that we can expect in our group as well the similar type of thing, and then maybe we can, you know, hold our horses, or maybe be a little aggressive depending on the circumstances. But I would still say Group 2 will definitely have a little bit of advantage, because they can just sit back and look at the Group 1. Yeah, even though the teams are completely different, but still you can at least get the lay of the land and understand how things are going to be looking like. But Johnny, considering those are all the groups and all the talks about that, I still feel like maps is something that we need to talk about. Now, we know Erangel, Miramar, as usual, big casual maps, nothing out there. But Sanhok is something I feel like where hell's going to break loose, and that's going to be the 3rd map. Now, considering teams are going to be completely new, we don't know how they're going to be playing. We know there might also be some teams that are going to be aggressive as well. On the map of Sanhok, aggressive teams are always going to get the edge.
I mean, Sometimes, yes, and especially in a situation like this when you don't know what everyone's going to be up to, I think, yeah, the aggressors might actually be able to walk away with a lot of points on Sanhok. But I guess when the game actually happens, we will find out what exactly the teams will be up to. Especially one important thing, as you mentioned, Sanhok being the last game means it will be a last-ditch effort for the teams that won't be doing so well on the leaderboard of their particular group. So it will be extremely important for them to actually secure that off-map pick, and off-maps aren't easy. Sanhok, we know with the way the meta has been functioning inside of the game, be it dealing with the DBS or be it dealing with the heal battles, there are multitudes of options for players and teams to secure a lot of points for themselves. Yeah, the aggressors do end up getting those elimination numbers, but the point structure still gives 15 points for the chicken dinner and 12 points for making it to the second position. You might not be able to get the chicken dinner with the heal battle strategy, but at least you can get top 2. Focus on that.
But you know what? Considering now the format's going to be short for a lot of teams. Now, we only know that top 8 teams are going to be moving forward and the format's going to be so short. I feel like there's going to be a lot of those teams that's going to sit back and relax because they know they haven't really got a lot of chances. 3 maps to go, man, and it's your time, or it's your pretty much lifeline on the line inside the tournament, and it's an official Crafton tournament, so you do not want to waste your lifeline right there. You would always want to hold your horses back and take your chances, calculate the moves properly, make sure that you're going to be, the step that you're going to be taking, it's going to be completely danger free, because if you're going to find yourself in a crossfire, or usually in a third-party situation, that's where you're screwed. Third-party situations is something that every single player hates, even the viewers hate, but hey, that's what it is. Third-party situations are the best to gather points.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? I mean, I love third parties, man. There's so much chaos in one fight. You don't know who's going to win.
Dude, listen, Johnny, but if you're the one stuck in a third party, you're going to hate it, though. Let's be honest. So that's why I said the players sometimes do tend to hate it. But if you're the one third partying, then you're always going to have that evil smirk on your face, and you're going to be like, all right, yeah, those are some free nice points, man. It's time to sandwich a team and get them down, because we know exactly where every single player is positioned. So you can just go backstab them, claim those points, claim those loot as well. But Johnny, you know what? I am really just waiting for this game to start, and it seems like we've also got the call out. That game is going to be on the way. That means the plane's going to be hitting the sky soon enough, and the plane flight path should be in front of us. Johnny, tell me your excitement level.
I mean, I'm super excited for this. The first game of the BGI is the grind, and I can't wait for this to begin. I mean, especially with the kind of discussion we were having, that makes me overthink certain situations. I mean, especially for the well-known teams, because as you mentioned, the point of drop clashes, everyone knows where God's Reign like to drop. Everyone knows where Numen Gaming is going to go. So it is an opportunity for the youngsters to actually just drop clash early stage and make sure that the veterans, the experienced team, the experienced players are taken out early. But it is going to be a huge gamble, since you know these guys are used to situations like these and they are used to dealing with stuff like this on a daily basis. So it might be a little tricky, but if you can pull it off, if you are confident enough, then it's going to be easy points in the first game. But nothing in life is that easy, Necro, is it?
It's of course not easy. It's never going to be easy, especially when you're going to be facing opponents on an uncharted territory. That's where things get even more tougher. Now, you know what, Johnny? Another thing that players hate is definitely going to be the snakes that do like to prone down in the grass, that like to take things really cautiously and safe, and that just keep on lurking around the enemy territories. And you've got no clue as an enemy that there's a snake lying down, especially I'm talking about the end zones. That's where the snakes really do come into play, and that's where they're in their prime. But if you're the one snaking around and if you're never spotted, you can always have a chance to make a massive and monstrous play. And those trigger discipline plays as well can play such a massive role. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the map of Erangel is going to be on the horizon, and the plane should be hitting the sky soon enough, as well as we do have the plane flight path in front of us, starting all the way from Primorsk, ending towards the Milta Power.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. A flight path in the first game leaning towards the southern side of the map will make things a lot more interesting for the teams that are going to drop towards the northern half of this map of Erangel. But even that is where things get tricky, because a lot of these teams will be playing for the first time in a lobby like this. This is the first time we'll get to see where they actually go. And with the groups being displayed in front of our screens right about now, ladies and gentlemen, it is all a matter of few minutes before we see and find out who will actually walk away with this very first chicken dinner of the BGI as the grind.
Exactly. I mean, we've got the players ejecting out on their designated drop spots. Actually, so far, we aren't really seeing any sort of drop collisions, Johnny, and I feel like that's a +1 in the team's books, because if there's no drop collisions, that means you're going to have some peaceful landing, Johnny, and you're going to have some good amount of loot for yourself secured in the mid-game phases, and that's where you're going to be burning through a lot of utilities, a lot of meds, and a lot of bullets.
Yeah, I mean, if the drop clash is not there, then you are quite lucky. But I think there is going to be quite a bit of interesting situations being built up in the next few minutes, especially towards that western edge of the map, as we do have two teams landing right on the edge of the map. But look at this. I think Chemin, they might be in a world of hurt, as they have already lost one of their players. Spy has been picked off.
Exactly. So we've already got the bodies hitting the floor, and definitely not a good news for whichever team that man was playing. But it's completely fine. You know, you do not want to let these type of single eliminations really affect your mindset. If it is going to affect your mindset, then maybe your future alliance is not going to look that good. But for Chemin Esports, this is not a good news indeed, Johnny, because they've already lost out on their first player.
Yeah, this is definitely not good for the team, but they will have to deal with this as soon as possible. I think one thing that can work out for the players of Chemin is the fact that they've actually managed to get an even trade away. And the first fight of the game happening in the Milta City, ladies and gentlemen. It started off with a 4v4, now has turned into a 3v3. We do see Duck21 on our screens right now, and he is trying to gather a lot of information about the players of Chemin Esports as to where exactly are they going to push from. But apart from that, not a lot of opportunities for these players to actually engage into the fight any further, especially in the early stages. I mean, I wouldn't advise it for this, because you won't even have, as you mentioned, healing utility to sustain yourself in those fights. Ammo as well is going to be limited on you. But it looks like Chemin Esports, they might have had the similar idea in their heads, because they have decided to back off from this.
That's going to be the most clever thing you can do, and a wise option too, considering you've only got 2 more games in your hands if you were going to be considering this game off, because you've already lost out on one of the players, so surviving in mid-game is going to be a little tough for you. But another elimination happens on the board, and it's going to be Lucky who gets eliminated. Not a good news for that team either, but for now it seems like the YouTube elites are definitely going to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be happy with the first finish point that they've secured in this game. But will this make things easier moving forward? I think that is what we are going to be looking forward to. And look at this Spy. Oh, that was quite unfortunate. I mean, imagine being caught completely off guard. But I think Erangel, after that, just overextended. Yeah, he ran up to take on Afu, and Afu was just sitting there with the bison in his hands, just ready to nail down the opposition. Lucky as well.
Things are looking a little complicated, but listen, Johnny, we also know one more thing. Considering the planned flight path was completely down south, teams probably still haven't went through their designated top location, so there's a high chance a lot of these teams are just trying to get their hands on the vehicles and probably still move to their designated drop spots, because that southern flight path has really screwed up a lot of teams.
Right, I mean, things weren't really looking good for a lot of teams. I do agree with that, just because of where the flight path was. But that's the thing. I mean, that is a situation that is unavoidable in this game, especially during certain times. If you are lucky, that is when you will have a flight path just going right over your drop location. Otherwise, you will have to deal with it. And look at this. This is one of those teams that knows how to deal with situations like this, because they have been put in these shoes again and again, quite forcibly as well. God's Reign on our screens right now. We do have Blaze is a man we are spectating, and they've managed to make their way all the way to their drop spot, the position where they like to start the game from. That is Yasnaya Poliana. It was a little bit further away from the flight path trajectory, but it's just the fact that if you can do this again and again, if you can repeat this again and again, just managing to reach your looting spot safely. I think that is one aspect of the game that you have figured out. Then you can start working on the later stages. But U4G on our screens now, it seems like George Pole is their home.
It indeed is, Johnny, and considering you just brought up the Godsreen name, they've got some known players in there underneath their belt, man. So definitely a team that packs a lot of punch and a lot of experience too. So I would say they definitely do have an upper edge over all the other teams that have never faced such a high level of competition. But that does not mean that can give you an overall edge of winning the game as well, because as I said, the unpredictable nature of these teams can definitely catch Godsreen off guard. But so far as you do take a look at the map, there's still quite a lot of teams that are still in the southern side of the map inside the military island. We've got SGY and we've also got TWM right down there on the south. But bridge camping, I don't think so we're going to be seeing any of that affair, because right now in the early games, every single team, their main motive is going to be go in the center, try to secure yourself a better spot.
I mean, but the problem with a zone like this is the center is quite exposed. So you might need to, there are only two ways. Either you get in there early, try to find a decent enough compound or a group of houses that your team can play from, or you just play edge to edge. For now, I think my eyes are going to be set on the teams on the military island, see what they will actually be up to, because Novorepnoy Bridge can be gate kept by the two teams that dropped towards Milta, and Chemin also moving towards farm actually can cause a lot of trouble for Third World Mafia, who are all the way towards Novorepnoy a little bit later on in the game. Signify as well. Where are they going to go? Are they going to take the military bridge, or will they cross from the Novorepnoy bridge as well and cause a clash over there? I mean, ideally, military bridge is the perfect spot to rotate from, but you never know. In a lobby like this, you never know. There might be a team that has dropped towards the ferry pier position, where we did see a few teams go earlier on, and they might have rotated, set up a bridge camp, and they might be waiting for you. So I want to see if that is one of the factors that that is taken into account by Signify when they actually move out from the military base.
I mean, for now, I'm just feeling bad for the teams that are currently, you can see on the bottom right of your screen, Chemin Esports, TTRxINDIA, and even Python Esports. Things are not looking too great for them as they've lost out on one of their players. So imagine, Johnny, the strategies that you've cooked up, now you'll need to execute them with only a 3-man squad. That's going to add on +1 to the difficulty level, but as I said, it's not going to be impossible. And especially as a competitive player, you've always got to keep your nerves calm and cool. And this is where the real test for those teams will actually occur too. But for now, we see two teams just crossing each other's sight lines. It's going to be YouTube Elite and Godsreen. Godsreen just peppering down shots in the front, but not able to find a lot of sweet connections.
This is going to be intense. Robin, he's going for it, and if Joki is caught off guard, there's no way his team can save him. But he does manage to get quite close to his players, right in the nick of time. But we do see in the mini map towards the top right, Godsreen, they might not be done with this. All right, so YouTube Elites, they do have the high ground advantage in this fight, but they might have just given up the cover of the houses.
Yeah, but
interesting.
I mean, as long
there's
as
one more team
they're
from the
safe,
back.
Johnny.
Look at the map. Godsreen, they might get sandwiched.
There's a chance, and this is what I was talking about, the third-party situations, but even the team behind them, they've got no choice because they still need to push inside the circle. Maybe they can try to take a different route, but unfortunately, a team that's lurking around near Severny and the shooting range, they haven't really got any vehicles in their hands, so they need to grab some vehicles, make it inside the circle as quick as possible, ASAP. You've got Ninja, though, moving it forward. YouTube Elites, once again, is the team that's going to be in the front lines of Godsreen, but I don't think so Godsreen do want to engage in any sort of a battle just yet. But as soon as they spot out the players of YouTube Elites, that's where maybe a little full stop might just be taken. Still able to connect those shots.
Oh, they are hungry for blood, Godsreen, right now. Aquanox leading the charge for the team. But YouTube Elites, I mean, this chase, I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with this, because if Aquanox goes for a slam on the players of YouTube Elite, the best case scenario for Godsreen right now is going to be like an instantaneous 2v4 that they will have to deal with and figure out a way to secure at least 2 knocks, so that even if they go down, their teammates can quickly follow up and clean up. But hey, I think the fight has been disengaged for now by the players of YouTube Elites, who have found quite a decent spot for themselves right in the middle of Gatka, and this should allow them a decent position for the next few minutes in the game.
A decent position, though, not a perfect one. That's something that you need to take into account. And for now, you've got U4G on top of the Big Boy Mountain, but they've got some players approaching them, and that's going to be the players of Godsreen, not a team you want to mess around with. This is a team that's been hurt quite a lot in the past, Johnny, and now they're looking for a redemption path in BGIS. And I'm pretty sure Godsreen, as you mentioned as well, they are hungry for blood. Bloodthirsty team. In the front is U4G. It seems like for now, U4G will definitely take a little bit of back step, and they need to. If you're going to go for early engagements, there's a chance, there is a 50-50 possibility of you coming out on top, but there's a 100% possibility of you catching some hurt.
Well, but let's see who's going to be the one taking the most hurt in these early stages of the game, since up until now, the three casualties that we have witnessed from Chemin, TTR, and Python Esports, apart from that, not a lot of fights have been engaged in this game so far. Teams are looking to go for this 4v4s, but mid-rotation fights aren't that easy to engage. But look at this, Godsreen quite close to the players of Numen, who are, well, trying to see if they can scout out a little bit of information about the opposition, but I think they will prioritize concrete covers for themselves as well, and they do end up taking the few compounds just on the northern slope of Everest.
Still though, we've got Numen in front of our screens, and it seems like the players are definitely loaded up. And considering you were talking about this meta as well, right, the shotgun meta, you're going to be seeing that run by a lot of players. That means in the close quarters, Johnny, these teams are not going to struggle at all to take each other down. All you need is that one single clean shot onto your enemy, and that's going to be it done. Numen for now just scouting out the compounds around them. Godkill was the step they wanted to take, but it's quite risky, as one of the players was able to gather the information and now instantly back off as well. So Numen still trying to find themselves a good shelter.
Will they be able to do that, though? That is a question now, since their position has been spotted and compromised from almost all different directions. Look at that, U4G right up above them, and the blue zone itself, I mean, see, it's the early stages of the game. It's just stage 2. I think even with just the boosters running and having a few first aids on yourself, bandages on yourself, you will be able to deal with this. So playing the late game with the lane game mindset right now, it's not going to be too detrimental towards your end game result. But look at this, more fights happening in the middle of nowhere, and I was talking about Numen, and they might have just baited the players of U4G. Oh my goodness, Gravity, he almost had it, but Avi, brilliant cover fire.
Oh no, Savitar! He accidentally got tossed on the other side of the building because of his teammate. He was trying to repark his vehicle. Oh, that could have been a tough one. If he would have gotten knocked out right there, Numen would have regretted that play. But at least for now, Numen, they are able to find one elimination point on their hands. So that's United for Glory, one of the players they've lost out on. YouTube Elite, so far, they're having a great start for themselves as things are looking. They've already gotten one elimination point secured. They've also got a nice compound for themselves. Obey, on the other hand, as well. They're trying to scout out the players of YouTube Elites because they know they're right in the front lines. And you can see at this point in time, Johnny, every single team just seems so disciplined. They do not want to cross on each other's boundaries at all. They want to take their sweet time, as I mentioned, because they know you haven't really got a lot of games to qualify in your hands. And unluckily enough, if you're going to be the one to be on the rest 8, then yeah, it's not going to pan out well.
Exactly. Being in the top 8 is all that matters now. And again, it's a little bit, as you mentioned, the teams holding back and being extremely cautious about every single move that they make, I think is because of the fact that as much as it is about respecting the opposition, it is about prioritizing your own safety and your own position inside of the game as well. As you mentioned, it's either top 8 or nothing, and you only have 3 matches to pull it off. So let's see. I mean, especially with this Gutka zone, we know majority of the fights, majority of the bloodbath is going to happen in the late game stages because everyone's going to be extremely exposed. There's not enough cover to work with in the late game stages, and because of that, the early game, it's all going to be about positioning. Whoever gets the center early, whoever gets those compounds in the center early, that will definitely be an advantage for the team. But Signify, Tenacity, we have, he's trying to run away, has taken a lot of damage, and I believe the vehicle as well. Did take a few hits.
I mean, this is what happens, right? Usually in the mid-game phases, this is what happens, Johnny. When teams are trying to reposition themselves, of course, it's quite a risky way to reposition because you haven't really got a lot of information around what's going on. So you just gotta step inside an uncharted territory and you gotta hope for the best, cross your fingers, and that's what most of the teams do. And that's why you also saw so many bullets being fired, so many meds being utilized, utilities being popped out as well. And as soon as that happens, we're seeing another player dropping down from the side of Psy. It's going to be Python Esports. Hopefully they're not going to lose out on that player because they've already lost out on one of that. It's in the name of Aryans. Now if you're going to lose out on the second one, that means the rest of the torch should be carried on forward by the only remaining 2 players.
I mean, that's the thing. Just one player being lost, it is a disadvantage, but not that big. You can still deal with it. 2 players down, now that's a different game that you're trying to play at that point. But look at this. Hard shift of the zone towards the southern half of Gatka. This will make for a lot of fun moments in the next few minutes itself, because look at the eastern edge of the circle and the northern edge of the circle right now. Teams have set up gatekeeping position and those barricades already, and it is going to be extremely interesting to see actually who makes it through. We do see 2 teams trying to rotate from the southern edge of the zone right now, and that was one of those positions that was completely empty, so it will be easy for them to actually find safety, at least towards that southern edge of the circle, and go into stage 5 without taking any fights. But from there on out, they will have to prepare themselves as well. But look at this, another point blank range fight breaking out, and it's unified for glory in a world of trouble right now.
Oh, they've already lost out on one of the players, knocked out. Now the rest of the players will need to try and make something happen. We talked about this. They've only got 2 players left, and now Myth, all by himself, carrying the torch forward, will be eliminated. First team to get eliminated from this game, ladies and gentlemen. United for Glory is out.
I mean, United for Glory and United in the exits as well. All of them came one by one and with a send back to the lobby, one after the other as well. Third World Mafia not playing like a Mafia right now. Ninja has been taken down, and I think the entire team has been wiped out by God's reign. Still reigning supreme, but not for long, as we have another squad. It's the team of FR from the distance, finding those shots and those knocks. Blaze is going to be down on his knees as well. Ninja Jord finished off. His point has been picked up, but will it be enough to actually stay in the top 8?
Tough to say, Johnny. 2 teams have already been eliminated, and one of those was TWM Gaming 2. That's not a good news. Godsreen, though, so far, even they're catching a bit of hurt onto themselves as one of the players was knocked out. But considering he's still going to be in the safe line, so it's not really going to cause him a lot of issues. Vishu, though, himself, has caught a little bullet onto himself on the helmet. But I'm going to tell you one thing, Johnny. These signature M416 are reigning supreme.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's been one of the favorite weapon of choices for the players for a long time. It's been ages since everyone's been using them. And as we were talking about that collision a few minutes ago, it was between the players of Python Esports actually and the players of God's Reign. Hobby Esports, they've been dropped down to the last 2 players as well, but the players in the shack were the lads from Python. Look at this now. We have the players of GENxFM, the Fearless Marathas, as their logo says. I have seen them quite recently, and this team is actually pretty good.
If you're saying so, then I would say okay.
I mean, I'll be hopeful for them, but
good for themselves. Yeah.
Let's see, though. I mean, it's just the first game.
The circle, though, Johnny, something that has really caught my eye, and you've got Numen and even Gen themselves just positioning right there in the middle of the pack. Now, once again, the center is open, but the center is massive death trap. If you're going to try to position yourself in the center, you're pretty much going to be the center of attraction too. So make sure to position yourself around the circle in the edges.
But that is the thing with a zone shift like this. Now, since we did see in the previous zone, everyone did try to make their way towards at least the edges. But now, since there is a western shift and a hard shift as well, that too in an open region, it's going to be quite difficult for the teams to actually reposition and rotate as well. But look at this, YouTube Elite Reading was just laying down, thrown out in the open, and he's going to be driven over. Obey Esports finding that knock, and there's no way the elites, the YouTube elites, will be able to trade this one out. Oh, God's Rain, they come out of nowhere, and the vehicle slam right on Shanaz. He's going to be taken care of as well. A fight in the open. It's not a 4v4, it's a 4v3 now. God's Rain, they have lost one of their players earlier on. They lose one more in the middle of this fight. Patch getting knocked out. The trade does come in, but will it be enough? Who walks away from this?
Oh, Skydrawt, the last player alive, and look at God's Rain now, Blaze! He's on fire, looking to make sure that he's going to make sure someone's going to be devoured in this playing field, and that's what he does. It seems like Obey Esports might just be the one to take an exit from the game too, and yeah, that's what it is. Obey Esports takes an early exit, a known name in the Indian gaming community, takes an exit early on, and God's Rain is going to be the reason for that. But one thing is for sure, this team of God's Rain is on fire.
Yeah.
They're bloodthirsty.
For sure, what a brilliant readjustment from them mid-fight, slamming in on Obey, but I don't think they're going to go any further. 8 points secured, 8 elimination points secured by God's Rain. And from, well, as the saying goes, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, they've dealt with a hard place, but the rock in front of them, it's not moving at all. And for now, we do see one more player from the side of God's Rain vanish. One last lad remaining. I believe that's Blaze, who's hiding in the middle of nowhere. But we will refocus on one of the last few players remaining from the side of Python, who's actually dealing with the players of Signify. The utility has helped him in securing a knock on Rishi, but if he can land one more nade right on Storm, then this Storm will have gone far, far away from him.
That is true, man. Signify not in a spot, not in a comfort zone, that's for sure. And considering Python, that's only that one single player alive, and he's causing a lot of problems so far for them. And Numen as well is in the back line. Before now, they're not going to be a threat at all. I mean, we saw God's Rain taking part in so many of these fights, and while doing so, they actually did catch a lot of eyes on themselves. So God's Rain was in a massive world of trouble. But look at this reposition from Python as well. He drops down his level 3 backpack because now he knows it's time for him to be a snake, and he does not want to be spotted by anyone on top of the ground.
Miracle, what will he be up to? Will he be able to pull off a miraculous play in this moment? He does see Richie. He knows where Storm is. The Nasi has been spoiled out as well. So he has all the information, but he's choosing. And this is a wise decision. Signify, they do get distracted, and this might backfire on them. They're taking a fight against the players of LW, and here are one knock secured. Deadshot has been spoiled out as well. Richie trying to go for a spray. It is going to be whiffed. Lobs a Molotov to pull out the opposition from behind the cover, and it's perfect! Oh, he's gonna burn Deadshot alive! Wow!
Such a precise placement of that utility, and Molotov's gonna find the confirmation. Nicely done. Signify so far getting 9 elimination on the board for themselves, doing perfectly fine for themselves. Each and every single player's got 3 eliminations on the name, and now a lot of squads are also getting eliminated, and you can clearly see in the elimination feed too, there's so many eliminations happening at the same time. It's tough to keep track of those, and Gen so far are going to be on the receiving end of the Signify, but again, Signify themselves need to find a good cushion and a good cover inside the circle.
Well, let's see. Right now, you said they do need to find some cover, but the problem with that, Necro, is there is no cover available for anyone. So it is going to be down to those smokes, those soft covers for these players. And, well, it's going to be their ability to figure out a way to work with this. Signify, it's quite impressive that they managed to survive all this time, and look at the number of eliminations that they have. They have 10 finishes secured already. The Fearless Marathas are the next to fall. Numen as well. Savitar out in the open, shots being fired from Richie, but Signify, all of a sudden, from being a team that was going to dominate this game, it seems like they're on the verge of being eliminated.
That is true. Numen, though, so far they've got all the players up and alive now. They're also going to make the push happen, trying to run over the man in the front. It seems like Numen aren't going to be the Gigachats of the lobby, just running down players in the front. Do not care who's going to stand against him. Nicely done. Now they've also got some better vehicles for themselves, and these vehicles can definitely be used as a cover in the middle of the grounds, and that's what Numen will try to do. Considering they've got the manpower, they can definitely afford to sacrifice someone for a better positioning, right?
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, getting to a better position is going to be important, but with 3 teams remaining, 8 players surviving, I think we're going to have the winners of this first game in front of our screens in a very few moments. Savitar, he was knocked out, but look at Rex. He is moving like a T-Rex right now in that bug. He drives over one of the players from the side of GENxFM, but Thor from the side of TTR, the backstab does not work out for him. He does manage to make sure that the last surviving player from the side of Numen, well, one of the last surviving players was going to be extremely low. Rex is the healthy man from the team, does take a lot of damage. He's still alive, he's still on his feet. He will still be able to fire a few more shots on Madrek's position. Madrek, the buggy to work with, the DBS does come out, but it's not gonna work wonders for him. And Numen Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, they succeed in securing the very first winner chicken dinner of this BGI as the grind.
Numen Gaming, the team to secure the first ever chicken dinner, as you mentioned, Johnny. Definitely every single player will be having smiles on their faces, and I am personally really happy for Numen Gaming. But I would like to focus over here on God's Ring too for a couple of moments. Now, this team was going absolutely bonkers, that's for sure. With a little touch of aggression, they were able to get a lot of elimination points, but while doing so, they also gathered a lot of attention onto themselves, and that's why they got eliminated. Another thing that I would like to mention over here, Johnny, if I really want to be too analytical over here and want to criticize some plays, is that we're not seeing the utility usage to the prime as we do see in the proper known teams games, like the professional games. But considering these are just new teams, some of the teams are still new, I'm not really going to try to make those tiny mistakes or point out those tiny mistakes. But still, that was quite an entertaining first game of the BGIS.
Yeah, I do agree with you on the utility point that you just made, but I think there was a reason for it as well, because of the kind of zone that we had towards the mid-game situation, especially with the southern shift happening. I believe it was the stage 4 zone that took a very hard southern shift, and then we had an extremely western shift in stage 6. So with shifts like those, especially towards Gatka, you know you're going to have those open end game scenarios to play for, and I think because of that, the teams and the players did prioritize just stacking up those smokes rather than going for those mollies and those nades, because in those endgame situations, nades will be helpful, but smokes are even better. You will need that movement space to actually juke those shots, juke the utility coming towards you, and also reposition yourself between fights to try and readjust, try and throw the opposition off. So that is why I think the smokes were prioritized, and mid-game utility usage wasn't as such, because people were saving that utility for endgame scenarios. But the problem with that was the mid-game fights delayed those rotations that teams thought they were going to pull off so much that in the end game, almost everyone was just stuck towards the edge with nowhere left to go.
And a lot of teams actually did seem lost as well, if you noticed, right? We saw a lot of teams trying to make the rotation, and that's where a lot of these bodies were dropping down as well. But once again, that's what's going to happen when you've never faced a team in the past ever before, and you don't exactly know how a team's going to play. So you are pretty much going to be lost when you're going to try to figure out how this team's going to play. But in general, when I said the utility usage, right? Yeah, the smoke usage was there in the late game phases, but I still feel like frag grenade usage could have been done even better. If you remember, we've seen some of the games in the past, and definitely we've seen so many good examples of using those frag grenades in better situations. But once again, as long as Numen Gaming won, they were definitely doing quite good. And I feel like Numen Gaming, the reason why they won was that they were also using their brain, that's for sure. And combine that with a good firepower, that's just going to add on wonders.
That's just brutal to all the other 15 teams in the lobby, man. But I think, all right, so I'm going to ask you a question now. What was, like, apart from Numen, of course, because they won the game, GENxFM, because they made it to the top 3, and TTR as well, for the same reason. They ended up making it to the top 3. Is there any new team, new name, new face, new player that stood out for you in this opening match? Because for me, it has to be Signify.
I was literally about to mention that as well. Signify, for sure. With the way they were playing, it felt like they were playing like a well-knit pack, a tight-knit unit. But once again, playing that way as well sort of caused their death. If they would have had one player somewhere separated out trying to gather some visual information, that would have been even better, because they would have been one step ahead of the enemies. And that's where they got eliminated by Numen Gaming, because Numen Gaming straight up pushed on them. But if they had one player gathering that information that, okay, a push is arriving, they could have been better prepared.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but I think again it was situational for them in that last few moments of theirs. Especially, I think overall we can't really say much about this performance of Signify. Yeah, they were outside the top four, but they had, I believe, 10 elimination points already secured. So that's 10 points that they've already made up for. And I think those 10 points will be quite helpful. But again, as we mentioned, and this is for the viewers, we talked about Signify and the team that stood out. Now, game 2, the map of Miramar will actually decide how consistent this team can be. And just 3 games on the line for you to secure a spot in the top 8. So again, a lot of pressure on these new names. Along with Signify, I think TTR again is one of those teams that did extremely well in the game, and I'm going to keep my eyes on these 2 teams in particular, because Signify and TTR pulled off 2 good games. These 2 teams had a good game, but with 2 completely different play styles. Signify relying on that aggression, relying on the firepower that they have, and TTR just working around with superior positioning and superior rotations throughout the game. I think up until that last point, there were hardly any moments where TTR stopped to actually take a complete 4v4. If they took a fight, they made sure they won it or at least secure a few points and then just instantly moved out. They died mid-rotations. That is, I think, something that can be worked upon in the next game.
Definitely, that's something the players can work upon. But once again, I would still say that game 1 is something you can never judge a team off of. I would 100% agree with this, because game 1 is never something you should make solid statements on. The only reason why I said Numen Gaming, it just felt like they were using their brain, is because if you would have noticed on the map as well, Numen Gaming, they were not really partaking in any of the fights that was happening in the late game scenario. They were letting the teams eliminate themselves, and then later on, when they knew that it's a clear opportunity to pounce on top of the players of Signify, they did so. They pounced on Signify. They got the eliminations on the players of Signify, and then later on they straight up just bum rushed on the remaining final team as well. So that's something, Johnny, that Numen Gaming really thought out well, and they knew who's going to be the man to scout out first, and they straight up just took their vehicles and they were scouting out the grounds as if like they were way too confident, because that's what's going to happen. 1, when you're going to have all the players alive, and 2, when you're going to have players with a lot of experience in your backpack, and that's what Numen Gaming just straight up showcased.
I think that was one of the major reasons and one of the deciding factors in that final top 4 team moment, I would say. Because TTR, they actually had the back of Numen to themselves, and Signify was pushing in as a distraction. Had those 2 teams collided or collapsed on Numen in tandem, then there was no way for Numen to survive. So kudos to Numen, as you mentioned, that experience that they have did help them in isolating those fights and separating those fights from each other. But we do have the stats. The MVP of the game was Numen Gill. 6 finishes secured by the individual, 6 on Savitar, 4 on Rex. Necro, that's 16 eliminations on 3 players. Wait, what?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This team in the mid pack and also somewhat in the late pack, they weren't directly partaking in the fights. They were just in the back, shooting down players, or whichever team that stands against them, they were taking them down. Then in the late phases, they were letting the teams take out each other, and when they knew that it's a clear pathway to pounce on the top of a team, they did so. They got 19 finishes in total, Johnny. Numen Gaming, they have exceeded limits, that's for sure. 19 eliminations, that's going to give them 34 points in total. That's a rocket start.
Yeah, that is definitely a big advantage for the team. 19 eliminations in just a single game, but let's look at Signify. 11 eliminations for them as well, with just 8 placement points secured, a total of 19 points on the board. TTR, as we were talking about them, Necro, look at this. This is what I said. It was just about the positioning and the rotations for them, because they got those 10 placement points, but no points for eliminations or finishes, because of which they are going to be in that top 4 for a little while. But alright, a few big names in this latter half of the leaderboard. I did not expect Chemin to be there, and of course TWM, Third World Mafia, had the pleasure of casting a few of their matches recently, and I don't remember this team ever playing like this. I know for a fact that they are a good team. They have a good set of players. I mean, but one game already wasted. 2 games remain. Miramar and Sanhok. Not easy maps as well, so I'm a little bit worried about them.
I mean, you've seen that team in the past, but once again, as I said, they've faced against team that they know how they exactly play, the play style they know. So the unpredictable factor is something that's really catching even a team like Godsreen off guard. And we know their player. We know how good of a team Godsreen is, but even they crumbled down in the late game phases. And that's why I said Numen Gaming, it just seemed like they were miles better when it comes to overall the thought process, when it comes to how they thought things out, and they knew when to pounce on, when to take the opportunity. They secured 19 eliminations. I mean, yeah, we're not able to keep track of every single eliminations. We were only able to keep track of their late game eliminations, but with the way they took those eliminations, it's something that's really remarkable. Now, as I said, game one is something that you should not be judging a team solely upon, but once again, you've only got 3 games in total, so I guess we have the liberty to do so. We can't definitely judge these teams on the game one performance, because now you've only got 2 more games left over, Johnny.
Exactly, and as you keep mentioning about judging these teams and building up expectations from their matches, I think for teams like Numen, for teams like God's Reign, for teams like Chemin Esports, if they play well, good. That is what we expect from them. These teams have been there for ages. These players have been playing for years and years, and they are supposed to be the best of the best. They are supposed to be the top 0.1% of the 0.01% of the player base. They're supposed to be the top echelon of BGMI in this region. And that is why I think a performance like this from Numen, especially going up against these new, fresher teams, is expected. If one of these teams actually does manage to beat Numen or beat God's Reign, or like what happened to Chemin, that is what we're looking for. We're looking for the outliers, the upcoming young blood, the players that are hungry for that glory. Because Numen, for them, this was like a pretty standard game. They were like, we came, we saw the zone, we knew exactly what we had to do, we did our job, and it's done and dusted. Now, I think for Numen, they've set themselves up for success, but let's not forget the top 8 will get to move forward. So Chemin still has a possibility. In fact, all the bottom teams in the bottom 8 of the leaderboard, they still have an opportunity to actually secure the top 8 position and actually move forward towards the 3rd week of this tournament. But I mean, in terms of who do you expect to pop off in the next game?
It's tough, honestly, to say anything at this point, considering how the first game went, Johnny. I feel like making a predictions got even more tougher. Chemin Esports, I really had a lot of expectations and hopes from them, but unfortunately, they lost out on one of the players early off. That's something that's really caught Chemin Esports off guard, and hopefully in the upcoming game, that's not going to be the case. But if you're going to be asking me for my genuine prediction, you know what? I'm actually going to go with the team that's not known before, and I'm actually going to go with YouTube Elites. So, YouTube Elites is something that I'm really just going to be looking forward to. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've got someone else joining me now on the desk, and it's going to be Salty. So, Salty, welcome on the desk, my friend. How are you feeling? The first game was just done a while ago, but welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. Before going to the game, I feel like you look so dope. You kind of motivated me to dress up a little bit more as well. But talking about the game itself, very honestly, right? You look really, really good. But talking about the game itself, I feel like the game was perfect. The perfect start for BGIS, their grind. And speaking of Numen itself, I feel like there was a very contrasting play style between Numen and God's Reign. I myself was just taking down notes as well. The fact that Numen chose to disengage many of those early fights, meanwhile God's Reign were just going ambushing, right? Now, we know for a fact that the top 8 teams are going to qualify, and it's the right strategy, to be honest, because to be honest, I feel like there's going to be a vast difference between points at the top of the table and at the bottom of that top 8. I feel like the difference between the teams is going to be very less. So the fact that God's Reign is going for finishes right from the get-go itself, getting up those finish points and trying to maybe finish in some like 5th to 10th position, I feel like they're trying to build up that play style for themselves where they just qualify, you know, not go for chicken dinners already, but just try and reserve the best of the best, maybe for the last. But now, next up, we have Miramar. What are going to be your expectations?
Miramar, of course, a massive map. We all know the terrains are quite interesting on that map. So one thing's for sure, the DBS and the shock and action that we're seeing so far, there's a chance it will be amped down a little bit. So we might just see the DMRs and the snipers back into play. I'm really excited for that. And considering how these teams have been playing so far, I made this point with Johnny as well. It seems like a lot of these teams do seem pretty lost. Hopefully, in the upcoming game, that's not going to be the case at all. I want to see these teams on a good page. Yeah, I know you're still facing each other on uncharted territory. You've got no clue how each other are going to be playing. But now that first game's done, you should still have a little bit of knowing. You also brought up that point of Godsreen and Numen Gaming. You were pretty much trying to compare these two to each other. And once again, that's why I said Numen Gaming seemed like they used a little bit off their brain. On the other hand, Godsreen, it just seemed like they were confident enough to pounce on top of every single team. But once again, there's a difference between confident and overconfident. And I feel like that's where Godsreen sort of got overconfident and started getting those elimination points in their hands, and they lost themselves.
Exactly, and this is what happens when you face unknown teams, right? Because Godsreen, they are suited to a particular playstyle. They always play in the tier 1 lobbies, and they know how the game works at every single facet of the phase itself, be it like third circle or the fifth circle or even the final circle. They know where exactly to expect which team. And when it comes to playing underdog teams, it's like a dark horse. It's like a blank canvas, and you don't expect. And most of the times you saw that Godsrain's the players, right, Aquanox, be it Ninja Jaw, they were being caught off guard in trying to go aggressive in certain situations, and that is something which I felt was costing them, right? Losing those players in different stages of the game itself. They lost one player very early on, they lost another player mid-game, then even in the final stages, right, not having those 4 players up and running sort of costed them. Again, I have been comparing Numen and Godsrain because I feel like these are the two tier 1 teams, like the proper tier 1 teams that we have in the lobby, and they sort of set the benchmark for what the game should be like. And Numen did something which is very right? Travel with 4 vehicles, they had those covers. The final circuit was completely out in the open. Rex was just going in with the vehicle, just trying to scout out the players. At least if he doesn't even go on top of the players, he can spot those players out so that the rest of them can finish them. So that was the right strategy, and when you say that they use their brain, they absolutely did. But it's about the underdog, right? And since you said that the stage has been set, I feel like this is when the underdogs also need to step up. I'm looking for a lot of these underdog teams to come in the top 8, man. It is going to make BGIS and even the next rounds of the grind even more interesting.
You know what? I feel bad though. You've only got 2 more games left over, man. Especially the bottom 8 team. So you really got to just buckle up and try to get those elimination points too. That's going to be one of the main crucial points. But at the same time, you also got to focus on the placement. So you gotta do good in all the aspects. Now that sounds a little bit too much, but you've got no other choice because these known teams are of course gonna try to tear you down to pieces, but you still gotta stand up against that Wrath and try to hold your ground down. And we have seen a lot of those teams do as well in the previous game. Now, one thing that I also mentioned was the third party situation that was happening, and we did see quite a lot of those situations happen as well. Third parties, as soon as a bullet sound was heard, especially that happened with Godsreen too. I think it was actually Numen who third partied them. I don't remember. I think so. It was Numen who third party. So that's what happens when you're going to be taking too many fights, when you're going to be engaging into too many fights, you're going to get third partied.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And Numen and Godsreen, they were very in close proximity. They were rotating very close to each other. But again, I mean, enough about Numen, enough about Godsreen. I feel like there were other teams, for example, Signify, who played really, really well. And when you say that there isn't really a lot of difference, I feel like in terms of mechanical skill, there wasn't really a lot of difference. Certain silly mistakes which a lot of these underdog teams made was probably not even landing in the right positions. You saw right at the start of the game, there were a lot of drop clash, not drop clash as in general. There were one standalone player who just landed amidst 4 other players of some other team, and that just costed his team to lose one player early on. That again is going to, set you up for a disadvantage situation. For example, TTR, like they played really, really well with the 3 players that they had, but losing that one player early on also costed them. Could have been more points for them.
Could have been more points, but yeah, I still remember that fight that happened. It was actually an equal trade on both the sides, but still, when you're going to be starting off with already a disadvantage inside the game, you're going to be starting off things with a 100%. Handicap. I would say in the late game phases, you're automatically going to drop down a lot when it comes to the confidence. So at least now, it is, of course, going to be on a complete different map. You still don't exactly know each other's drop locations, but at least try to be a little bit more cautious and stick together. That's the best game advice I can give you guys, because if you're going to stick together, even if there is a fight occurring, there's a chance at least you'll get some trades, so you are not going to be returning empty-handed. And considering Numen Gaming already, they have set the bar right here. They are way too high up. 19 elimination points and 15 placement points. They've got so many points secured for themselves. So Numen Gaming, you can pretty much say that they have secured their spot in the top 8. Now the rest of the teams, they need to start doing something.
Absolutely right. And speaking of it, I feel like even the circle and the flight paths have been pretty brutal. Like we did not expect so many hard shifts. Like the third circle is always a hard shift. We know that. But then the third circle was a hard shift. Even the fourth circle was a hard shift. And even the fact that everything is occurring in the Gatka area, in the open ground, it sort of set the stage for what we are to expect, right? We have the map of Sanhok right at the end where we're going to see a lot of snakes. But we did not expect a lot of snakes in Erangel, but we did get to see it. I feel like Miramar is also going to be of similar sorts. There's going to be the topography in play. Is we are going to head into the game pretty soon. My expectations are going to be the teams who have performed really well in Erangel. I feel like they are going to continue the momentum because first game, it's really important.
It is really important. I mean, it was really important since the first game is done. Now, second game of this Miramar, as I said, we might see that shotgun number notched down a little bit, but still, we're probably going to be seeing the shotguns in play in the close quarters. And most of the times that does happen, right? When you especially want to take in charge of a building, that's what's going to happen. But usually, you know, the late game circles are out in the open on the map of Miramar, so you really do need those long range and mid range weapons, which are probably going to be the M416 that's going to help you out, and that so far has been, of course, the main playing choice of these players. But you know, on the map of Miramar, we all had every single aspects discussed over here. But one thing that I forgot to ask you, and I was actually asking Johnny, what are your predictions? What do you think? Which team's going to win? You can close your eyes and give your prediction at this point. It's completely fine.
All right, I'm going to close my eyes and give my prediction. I feel like Signify do have a chance because I kind of prefer the way they played, right?
Yeah,
you mentioned a very nice point. I don't want to close my eyes while I'm speaking to the camera, you know. I think it was cool for like the first 2 seconds, but then at this point, it's fair to say that it's better when I open my eyes and speak. But the fact that they had the composure to try and soak up the damage from the blue zone, to try and disengage from any single fight. They were holding themselves in the military base area. They rotated really late, playing those edge of the circle game. I feel like those are the right bases. Those are the right check marks you want. And ladies and gentlemen, as we speak of things, Miramar is getting dolled up right now as a flight path is up and running. Necro, take it all in.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar in front of us, and the plane fly path starting all the way from Impala towards Ladriela. So, quite an interesting plane fly path once again, sort of tilted down south a little bit, but I would still say it is quite a balanced one. Team should not have difficulties in making their designated drop spots, and there should also be a lot of isolated vehicles, even if you want to go somewhere far away. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be a lot of supporters for a lot of teams, but for a lot of these teams, things have gone even more critical. So that means the pressure is going to increase even more. We might see a little bit of more passive play style this time from God's Reign, because they know the elimination's on the line here and you need to progress on forward.
It really makes sense to, to rack up those placement points before you go for those finish points, because it kind of sets up a good base for yourself. But Johnny brought up a very nice point. The fact that most of these teams are choosing to disengage, that they know, right? Even if they are facing each other for the first time, even if they cut off each other's rotation, they kind of have the discipline to sort of disengage and make the right call that, no, wait, this is not the right thing to do. Let's just focus on getting ourselves in the right positions. And speaking of zone itself, we still don't have the zone, but I feel that once the zone starts to set in, which it did, and it is like a pretty extreme northern end of the circle, a lot of it has actually been cut off the map itself.
Yeah, I mean, the previous circle was quite interesting too, and now this one is just completely tilted up north. The plane flat path was sort of tilted down south a little bit, and the circle is on the opposite side. So once again, something that's going to screw these teams over. And hey, I love it when the teams are having a tough time getting inside the circle. I know that sounds pretty evil, but it just adds on to the entertainment level even more. But what do you think?
Exactly, right? Those edge of the circle, gatekeeping maneuvers to try and not let your opposition make their way in. It's just absolutely exhilarating to watch. But look at this here. Team TWM, third world, and we have Team Python as well. Python, again, very spread out in this entire compound. Aryan getting that first dose of the grenade, not taking any single bit of damage, but Lobster is starting to close in. What do you think is going to happen?
Let's see if someone's going to be able to hand out some haircuts or not. That's what we're here to find out. Some illumination, is that going to be here? Python, so far, even in the previous game, they had a little bit of tough showing for themselves, but this game of Miramar, they cannot keep their slot on the line. Every single player needs to be alive for the late game scenario, and Lobster has caught a little bit of hurt onto himself, but he's still completely fine considering he's got decent cover. But the problem for Lobster is that he does not have any meds. So I would say, if I am the opposition right now, if I am TWM, I would try to back out and play things a little safe and sound, because you can see right now, even PSY, they have got things surrounded.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this can work in their favor or against them, depending on how they decide to kind of go about it, right? Aryan completely caught by himself. If TWM try and double down on him, then they could potentially lose a player up and early, and the other players, they're not even in the vicinity. Meanwhile, if TWM, they stall the encounter for some time, I feel like Team Python, they'll have enough time to make their maneuvers, make themselves, and surround them from all directions and try and encapsulate them like a cobra. So far, Destiny just waiting for the right time to pounce upon Aryan. And it's just good to watch, right? There's a weird tension in the air. They know that the opposition is out there. But
what?
Avatar! Oh my god! With the Uzi?
Obey. Oh, dude.
What?
Hub had Obey surrounded, and Obey walked inside an unexplored territory, and they lost out on their lifelines. So many eliminations, just hitting the deck after a long time, and out of nowhere, and catching us off guard. And even the players in TWM, even they pounced on the opportunity. Python, they themselves lost out on other players, and Obey, that is such an early elimination. That's gonna sting them in the upcoming game.
They had an early elimination in Erangel as well, and this is just going to cost them so much. Sanhok will be their last opportunity, but once again, coming back to this fight, and this is exactly that I was talking about, right? Stalling it way too much is going to cost Team Python, and they lost a player already. They need to make moves right now. They need to make a call, right? Do we survive with 3 players, get out of this situation, or do we try and, you know, pull the trigger on Team TWM successfully, who have gotten one finish for themselves? But so far, I still don't see any maneuvers, but a lot of early eliminations in this game so far, Necro.
I would say disengaging would be the wise option here. Definitely. Because you've already lost out on one of the players, and now if you try to go a 3-on-4, then that means even if you are somehow able to come out on top in that fight, still you would at least lose out on 1 or 2 more players. So you do not want to gamble your chances onto that. With a 3-player, there's still a chance to secure a chicken dinner, but with only 2 or 1, it's next to impossible. But for now, as we do take a look at the map once again, teams have already started to reposition themselves inside the circle, as it makes a lot of sense in the early game phases, as early as possible. Make it inside the circle in a better position and get a good compound for yourself.
You know, looking at the map, it again reminds me of what happened to Team Obey, right? They were on their good old trip, right? They were on a boys' trip. And nobody expected that they would get intercepted, but they got intercepted bad. They got completely blown off, and it's just going to hurt them so much. But the rest of the teams, I feel like they are going to be on their moves. There's only probably one drop clash that is currently going on in Chumasera. That is between Team TWM and Python. But apart from that, Miramar has been relatively peaceful, at least for now. There's a lot of real estate, a lot of compounds to get occupied on the northern hemisphere of the map itself, and I feel like teams are going to do a good job in trying to occupy them. Good positions on God's Reign as well, who have a nice little view on Team TTR.
On the top is God's Reign, just looking down on all the peasants, but still, so far, the only team that's in their sight lines is right there in front of them. They're probably not going to try to take any of the shots, because so far, once again, we've already seen a massive upset in front of us in the name of Obi. And look at this, TWM making a push. Another player of the Pythons, they know he's surrounded, and he's also isolated all by himself in that building. And Miracle is actually catching a bit of hurt on himself, but considering he's got a shotgun, he actually peeks out in the open. Oh, that's a rookie mistake by Miracle, and he will need to pay the price for that.
This is so wise from TTWM. The fact that they are isolating every single player, and this is what I talked about, right? Even though the fact that Python Esports, they surround Team TWM from all directions, they're just too far apart, and this means TWM have the opportunity to pounce on individual players, isolate them, and try and win those fights in a 2v1 situation, 3v1 situation. They have the option of doubling down on them, and that is exactly what they're doing, and they're doing it good. Team Python, only 2 players remaining. what they're gonna do is try and back off from this fight and survive as long as possible. The blue zone coming in, they need to find vehicles real quick, and this entire engagement
This is
absolutely ridiculous, right? It's not even like the Obe did not have weapons to try and encounter against Avatar. They did try to put up a fight, but they were in their vehicles, and Avatar with that Uzi just blew them off.
Yeah, most important, they were surrounded and they were out in the open, and there's too many bullets on your way, so it's next to impossible. But still, I would say that's Obe just not being too careful enough, because they thought there's no one going to be on the extreme left of the map, but there was actually a team and they got caught off guard, so it's done and donezo for them. But it's completely fine though. YouTube Elite's in front of our screens, and this is one of those teams that I'm definitely looking out for, because I personally love their name, man. YouTube Elites, doesn't that sound elite?
It does sound elite. It does sound like these guys stream a lot as well, because otherwise, why would you even put YouTube on your name? But then, otherwise, it's their priority. So far, all 4 players, they found a compound for themselves, but little do they know that there is Team AR in the vicinity, and Oryx has a nice little view on them. He has a ridge to play across as well, probably calling for backup from the rest of his teammates, waiting for the right time to pounce upon.
Oh, I'm just worried about TWM. Yeah, I was still looking out all the way back in the wall of death, and you can see Python and TWM, both these teams are still there in the back, taking that damage little by little. But as we do talk about that, YouTube Elite, they lose out on one of the players. It's going to be Sparky, but he's still back in the safe line, so that's not going to be a point of concern just yet. He should be back up on his feet. But Rico looking to capitalize onto that fact. He's going to push up quite close. He's got his McLaren pulling up on the compound, and also got the nade primed up and cooked up, looking to toss it in, but he's not going to find the sweet spot to do so. But Sparky so far is going to be in the range of unretrievable.
Exactly. He's being cooked up. Team AR got the perfect opportunity to pounce upon. Oryx is still in the vicinity. Rico has a nice little view on it, connects some shots, but still not secure. I feel like they're still waiting for the nades to contact. So far, they've got the better positioning, and YouTube Elites, they're already shook completely.
Utility is being exchanged from both the sides, and AR so far, this engagement's actually working out in their favor, and AR are able to eliminate anyone that stands against their path. So far, Rico as well, he just goes absolutely berserk, and now YouTube Elite, they've got the last player alive, Red Ink, all by himself, in a compound full of wolves, looking to pounce on top of him. What can he do? With the signature M416 and the UMP in his hands, he's got too much to look ahead. The nade's not going to be on the mark, but another nade from the side of AR is going to land right on top of him, and Rex shuts him down. Not a good news for YouTube Elites.
Absolutely right, and they secure all the players as well. All of the players are going to be revived. Elsewhere, Starboy is being burnt into crypts as Team Signify once again. They start on the offense. They've gotten one finish for themselves. Now they're looking for more, but there is actually no players from that team so far elsewhere. And I wonder, what was that solo player doing over there?
Okay, so it seems like Python and TWM, they finally decided to disengage and move on their own routes. But once again, the problem is this might be a little too late for you, because you're going to be catching a lot of heat onto yourself. By that, I mean you're going to be catching a lot of damage from the wall of death. And now when you're going to try to make it in, there's a high chance the rotation will be cut off too. For TWM though, considering they've still got the man number in their favor, so it's not going to be that big of a problem for them. But for Python, definitely this is going to be a massive point of concern. But once again, I really want to talk about the teams that are doing so good so far. Now, there's a chance you might be complacent, but when you get too complacent, you perhaps start taking fights that you shouldn't. And so far, the game started with quite an aggressive pace.
Certainly. Numen on the other side, they have got, once again, following that same approach, right? Just being safe in the first odd half of the game and then trying to go for those finishes. It sort of paid off in the first game as well. You look at the fact that they've got around 19 finishes for themselves, finding those placements as well as surviving with all 4 players inside the final circle. It's like the best of both worlds, you know, like they are on the offense sometimes. I mean, the 3 wheels, it always tumbles down, right?
Yeah, no one likes this vehicle. Let's be honest. No one likes this vehicle. You only use this vehicle.
It's really hard to.
Yeah, it's unbalanced. I would say, to be honest, it's just unbalanced straight up.
that's what's supposed to happen, right? When I'm not really a physics student, but when you have someone else sitting on the other side of the vehicle, there, unless and until you sit on the other side, it's not balanced, and then it's like a little on the right hand side, probably center of gravity things which I don't know of, so I'm not really going to dwell much over there. And let's talk about the zone itself, right? Towards on the northwestern side of San Martin, I think a lot of teams who are traveling from the blue zone itself are going to be gate kept, because there's a lot of teams inside already.
I told you, man, for TWM and Python, it's going to be a tough entry inside the circle. Now the circle's even shrunk down more, and this is where all the bullets will be unloaded in the front. Another player gets knocked out and blown into smithereen with his vehicle. It's not a good news for that player, but Hub definitely able to capitalize well enough. Dead shots out in the open. Now his team's definitely in a massive state of discomfort. You can see Soham as well closing in. But it's going to be a tough man to revive back up on his feet. So at this point in time, Deadshot is a gone case. You cannot get him back up on his feet.
I just feel bad for his team, you know, to try and revive him. That won't be a possibility. They just have to leave him behind and probably go for those bigger rotations, look for the bigger picture and try and secure those placement points for themselves. Because even a fight at this point is not going to be a possibility. They survive with 2 players, though. I think they can still make it. But 49 players still survive, which means there's still a lot of action left and a lot of path to traverse before they enter the zone so far. It's only stage 3. There's not going to be a lot of damage as such. But yes, there is going to be some sort of damage.
I mean, look at the teams that are alive, right? You've barely got GoldLeaf Esports alive on that one single player. Now, one thing is for sure what he's going to do. We all know that. Snake up. That's all you're going to do. Prone down, hope for the best, and cross your fingers. On the other hand, Python Esports, we saw early off 2 of the players getting knocked out. But again, for Python Esports, I'm mainly worried over here is because Salty, they did not have enough time to rack up as much as loot as possible because they were surrounded right off the bat. So for Python Esports, this is like an invitation to death, and they've got no other option than to hug it. But for now, Hub, they're going to move away from LW, as Soham is going to be successfully able to shook him away, but even he himself needs to make it inside the wall of death. Now the damage is going to start to clock in.
Yeah, exactly right. And now these vehicle rotations are going to be so difficult again because of the topography. And on Miramar, you generally tend to rotate early, right? Of course, because of these differences. Once you find a team, once you encounter a team on these topographical regions, this is when your chance of getting inside the safe circle becomes almost next to impossible. But Soham, once again, has been knocked out. I feel like it's just one player who's just trying to survive. Satan, how long will he be able to do so? Is the question. But I would love to have a look at the map right now and see how the teams are placed, because I can see a lot of damage being dealt by the blue zone, a lot of teams still struggling to rotate and make their way in Necro. And at the end, it again comes down to those early rotations, right? I feel like Numen has done it time and time again, which these underdog teams are not doing it correctly.
That is true. For now, as I said, the damage of the blue zone or the wall of death is now going to start to clock in. It's going to tick too much. So you got to make sure you're getting those meds right on time. And that's what the players are doing so far. There's still a decent amount of players outside in the zone. TWM has managed to successfully make it in, but we've got a couple of shots being fired from the side of Gotsri, and there's a massive split. But these type of splits can also give you a lot of visual information. Once again,
Nate comes in, plays, just managing to survive. He was cooking himself, but got cooked. Numen versus Godsrain, probably the battle of the best. Ninja taking a lot of damage here. Numen still managing to survive with 3 players. It's sort of a disadvantage for them, but Ninja has been knocked in. Everyone cooking their nades. Everyone has their shotguns up and loaded, and Robin finds the first knock. I feel like this is the right time for Godsrain to try and pounce at them.
Oh, not a good news. Blaze gets knocked out as well, and now another man falls down. It's all down to Robin, but he's got too many bullets just on his way. Backs out at the nick of time. Numen, even they themselves are in quite a tricky spot. They've only got 2 players up, and even from that, one of them gets knocked down. Now it's all down to Avi. Avi versus Robin, one-on-one scenario, and Numen comes out on top. Godsrin, they get eliminated and thrown out of the lobby.
Oh my god, this is way too early for Godsrain. This is not good news. This absolutely isn't good news, especially after that first game. This game was really, really important for them to try and qualify. And this is what gets happening. You fight against the best, but elsewhere we have another battle brewing up. Rico gets knocked out, and team, I believe it's LW, if I'm not mistaken, Satan has been finished off, and team LW has been eliminated as team AR. They survive, live to fight another day.
These brawls are really now starting to happen on all sides of the maps as the circle is of course shrinking down slowly and steadily. A lot of eliminations as well. The elimination feed starting to dance up. Utility utilization now is going to be in its prime moment, and that's why you see these nades being tossed in. That was quite a good one, Storm, but that quick reposition at the end of the moment sort of saved his life for now. But Opax is not going to be happy. He still wants a little bit more piece of that utility, wants some more damage to be dealt. And Signify, a team that we were talking so much about in the pregame segment, it's their time to shine.
It certainly is, right? They have two teams in the vicinity. They have Team AR as well as I saw in the X-ray vision that there is Team Hub as well. This makes it infinitely more difficult. The situation is not going to be easy, but they can capitalize elsewhere. Look at this. Team 4DS, they've really caught Team TTR up in a puddle. And look at this. The vehicle goes up and running and Thor has been completely finished off. Baki is the only one left. And I feel like Death is probably going to go after his life.
There's a chance, but Death too. He needs to make sure while he's trying to make sure that he's taking down the teams in the front, he himself is not meeting death. He needs to play down TTR Baki in close quarters. He's the only one alive from TTRxINDIA. Needs to stay safe. Signify as well, now catching a bit of hurt onto themselves, but even they've managed to take out two players from AR. Another nade tossed in. Rexy's gonna find that sweet spot. Nicely done. AR, now they've got the entire team of Signify in a huge discomfort, and now they're trying to also disengage from this fight, but Rexy is a man who's putting in a lot of work.
He certainly has, but from the backline there is somebody else taking a lot of damage, but Orex still manages to survive. He might still be able to revive that player for himself, but in AR, they are battling fire. They are battling a lot of teams at once. Let's look at the replay once again. Team 4DS just found the right time to pounce upon, right? They found the right time to pounce upon, go with the vehicle and then push for that final finish. Rico getting that finish onto Signify as well. Signify were looking good so far, but I told you, just surrounded by too many teams and it was just way too difficult for them to retain all of their players up.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen when you're going to find yourself in a really pickly spot. Numen, though, considering now they've taken out a team like Godsreen, they're definitely going to be feeling on top of the world. And so far, they've also got a really good position for themselves, but not inside the circle just yet. They're trying to edge camp the teams out. And makes sense too. These are some free elimination points, and who would not want them? Sevitar, you know, there's some teams outside the circle, and these are some free elimination points to be racked up, and that's what he does. Pounces on top of the opportunity, gets one. Mayan as well gets the second player down, but no, he ejects out of the vehicle at the right moment. So the bus is quite vulnerable now, but Destiny is looking to take fire to fire. Sevitar quite low, needs to back out.
Absolutely, and I feel like Numen, they have sort of perfected the art of trying to capitalize on situations where enemies had their off-guard situations, right? The other team, they were not even prepared for this.
Oh my God.
Destiny actually came Savitar. The zone knocked him out. I think he might just be able to get the finish. There's only one player surviving. Avi in the blue zone taking a lot of damage at this point. Will he be able to survive? Will he be able to revive his teammates? I don't think so. All that he's got to do is survive himself and get those placement points up and running. Elsewhere, Team TWM in close proximity, Team CES, also Chemin Esports, a good performance coming in. They still survive. I feel like they still have their players up and running, and they might be able to rack up those finish points as well in the final fag end of this game. TWM and Numen, RV and Sam in the vicinity. We can see them rotate, but how long are these rotations going to be successful? Because right now, it's not an open final circle like we saw in Erangel. It's full of compounds. You have to find those positions. You have to find those topography, the higher grounds, you know, to get that advantage.
And this is what I was exactly talking about when I was mentioning being complacent. And it seems like Numen got a little too complacent in taking down a team like TTR that they lost out on two of their players as well. Complacency means sometimes you start taking fights that you shouldn't. And now 4DS, even they get eliminated from the game. Nicely done. A player trying to cross out in the open. That's a massive mistake, but he had no other choice as well because the wall of death was moving in from the back. It forced him to move in. And now, as that's going to be the case, or that's going to be the lay of the land on that side of the map, as we do take a look at some of the rare, and we've got Hub versus AR once again. This team called AR, this is not getting away with any of the trouble. They're always finding themselves in some of the most precarious spots possible.
They certainly are, and even trying to catch the enemies off guard, they have been successfully doing so. Look at Team Chemin Esports. So all 4 players up and running. They sort of have that high ground advantage as well for themselves. They have that ridge to play across, and every single one of these teams inside the map right now, they're playing across the edges. It's very interesting what Team Chemin Esports is doing, like taking that vehicle, losing that compound. They know they've lost the compound, but they have secured the right end of the road. The road sort of dissects that zone in 2 halves, and Chemin Esports, they've got 1 half of it, which means they cover almost 50% of the final circle, and the rest 3 teams are going to fight it out on the other 50%.
Chemin Esports it's just Spy in the front lines, and he's doing what his name suggests, Spy. He's spying on top of the team that is in the front. Chemin Esports, they've got themselves spread out all over the board. You can see it's a 3-1 split. While Kalan is all by himself on the right side, the rest of his teammates are over here on the left, trying to scout out the team in the front. They want to make sure that no one's going to be extending those boundaries, and you can see the road in between the circle. It's sort of like a boundary that's dividing the 2 sides of the circle. Now, at the end of the day, when the next shift comes in, that's going to decide in whose favor the circle is going to shift. Is it going to be Chemin, or is it going to be the rest 3 teams who are praying for the circle to fall in their court?
Everyone is just praying at this point, Necro. Every single one of these players, they're just praying. Not a lot of them have covers as well, right? A lot of them have dished their vehicles. A lot of them have dished their backpacks and everything to try and find that space, to try and find their place inside the zone itself. It's just an arena of smokes at this point. That is the only piece of cover that they have. The amount of utility, the more amount of utility a team probably has at this point is going to win. Nades and smokes is the name of the game right now.
Once again, keep one thing in mind, is that smoke's just going to block the visual, not the bullets. The spam's still going to hurt you and shred through your armor. So you got to watch out. Those bullets are definitely going to be quite hurtful when they penetrate the armor. And so we've got Hub once again on our screens. They know AR is right next to him, and that's something that's been a massive point of concern for Hub so far, because you can never ignore a team like AR who's been such a bloodthirsty demon. And for now, U4G are actually stuck themselves. They cannot get out of this position.
Yeah. Exactly right. All that they have is that one single vehicle, right? They might destroy the tires, but it won't move anymore. And the only piece of solid cover that they have, being their vehicle, means that they are completely vulnerable. The circle has shifted, and it is once again in Chemin Esports' favor on that part of the road. You have to cross an open path, which means you are going to be susceptible to spray downs like Gravity is laying upon. I believe it's Team Hub, and he's got the knock for himself. He's going to get the finish as well. Team Hub completely caught out in the open. All that Team U4G can do at this point is try and go for those finishes. Team Hub once again being battered down one by one, and it's just 4 teams and 10 players.
Chemin Esports instantly just bouncing on top of that opportunity. They know the team in the front sort of in a huge distraction, and that's why Chemin Esports, they are looking to capitalize on this. As Kalan's going to push in with his vehicle, and now he knows that even he himself has gathered a lot of attention. Things are going to be tough to get out of this one, but considering he's got a buggy with him, it should be that tough to rotate out, get back to safety, and that's what he does. But Chemin Esports, they gave it a shot.
They certainly did, right? And this is what man advantage gives you. Gives you that flexibility to have a flank setup in the final circle. So you have one guy to be that sacrificial pawn, but not as in to try and go and die, right? Get that information, get that initial damage where the rest of the other 3 players can capitalize on. Elsewhere, Gravity is still doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team, still trying to get those finish points. 4 finishes for himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shadow and Team AR, they collide. And Team AR, they probably come on top. One player still surviving, but from the backlines, it's Team CES who finish him off completely. Team Chemin Esports, they survive, and right now it's just one play that they have to take down, and yes, they did. It is a chicken dinner for Team Chemin Esports. Pretty much expected the way they played and the way the final circle popped off in their favor in the final stage of the game.
Chemin Esports, a team that looked like a well-oiled machine, they once again proved that they're here for glory. And they actually do take that glory in their hands too, Salty. I feel like that was one of the best game so far that we've witnessed off the Miramar, because in BGIS, the action got heated up right off the bat. And it's quite rare you see on the map of Miramar,
Absolutely.
right? You see an aggressive start. It's so rarely we expect on the map of Miramar. And considering it was the second game, I personally thought we're going to see things being taken a little bit down a notch. But no, that was not the case. Instead, they amped up the aggression even more.
Absolutely right. We got to see some big collisions, right? Highlights are going to come by pretty soon, and we are going to see every single bit of it. But once again, that one big fight which I am dying to look at in the highlights, it's going to be Numen versus GoldLeaf once again, Necro. That fight, I feel it was a tactical brilliance to try and get that initial knock. The rest of the players push in. Initially, also there was one fine moment where there was one complete bus being destroyed with a Uzi. Exactly this.
Yeah, exactly. It was, the car just got shredded into pieces. Obey Esports, I mean, definitely not the way you wanted to get eliminated, and definitely not the start you wanted to have inside this type of a tournament, because now you've only got one more game left over, Salty. That means in one more game, they need to position themselves in the top 8. And one thing's for sure, in the overall rankings for now, Obey Esports is not going to be in the top 8 because they got 0 points, nada, from that previous game. So for Obey, the pressure is going to be all-time high.
Absolutely, and even for God's Reign, for that matter of fact, right? This is a tier 1 team, and this is a team who you expect to qualify, not just qualify for BGIS, but also probably make it to the grand finals and make it big. But the fact that they just completely shut down, I don't like to say it, but they probably got outclassed in that battle. You saw how Avi just took down 2 players all by himself, and that shouldn't have been allowed elsewhere. Team 4, yes, this team also looked very composed, right? But did they do enough in terms of ranking up points in trying to, get yourself that secure top 8 finish? That is something which we need to find out.
Exactly. I mean, the highlights are just filled with a lot of action. I'm pretty sure some of these actions we're not even able to look at because there was just absolute hell-breaking lose in these type of late game situations. This is where one of the players from 4DS had no other choice than to move out in the open, because from the back was the wall of death, and all he had to do was try and make a run for it to the cover. He did so. He got caught off guard. AR, though, once again, I feel like this team stepped up in all the other compartments and departments. So credit where credit's due. AR definitely played that game of Miramar hands down really good. But Chemin Esports, as I said, they overall looked like a well-oiled team, and they capitalized on the opportunities they had to, and they pretty much won the game.
Exactly right. And if you see the two teams who got the chicken dinners in the first and the second game, the bases are going to be similar. The fundamentals are going to be similar to try and disengage in your early fights, try and retain all those players, try and get yourself in the final circle, try and get yourself that good position inside the final circle, prioritize positioning more than finishes. I feel like that base was very strong for these two teams, and that is one of the reasons why they performed. You said it correctly. The first game was not really enough of data for us to judge these teams well. And Johnny said that Chemin Esports is a very strong team, and they proved themselves, and now they have a fighting chance. Not just them, I feel like a lot of other teams. Team AR has a very good chance. Team U4G has a very good chance at this point. But one team, Necro, I'm very concerned about is going to be God's Reign.
That's for sure. But we even talked about Numen being in the safe zone, that's for sure. But still, considering being in the safe zone is not enough. You need to solidify that spot. So for Numen, I would say, yeah, you guys were a little complacent in the map of Miramar, but now it's time to take down the complacency a little bit, and time to actually focus on the game and not go too aggressive, just the way you guys played on the map of Erangel. Because now the upcoming map's going to be Sanhok, Salty, and we know what Sanhok holds for us: aggression and aggression. That's all I'm going to say. Sanhok is a much more smaller map compared to Erangel and Miramar, so you guys can already imagine. If we're seeing so much action in the map of Miramar, I can already just sit over here and touch my head and just be worried and concerned about what's going to happen on Sanhok.
Absolutely right. And I feel like one of the most important factors was the fact that these teams, they're looking to play aggressive, which is the right approach, right? You should always try and be aggressive when you're playing a tournament like this. When you only have 3 matches to prove yourself, you need to get those finish points. You can't just qualify on the basis of position points itself. But I feel like Team Numen, they've sort of earned that right? Getting 34 points right in the first game. I feel like they've secured that position in the top 8. They don't really need to worry. And probably they're not even looking to kind of place themselves on top, because there's no extra cherry points for you being at the top. You just have to be top 8 to qualify to the next stage, and that is what they're looking for. And since they've got 34 points, I feel like there's also a perspective where they're just trying to, to chill and maybe try and explore a little bit more, try and analyze how the teams take fights and if they can win via unorthodox plays.
And I feel like Sanhok is the house of unorthodox plays, and also I would say third parties. It is the most known map for third parties, and if we're already getting tensed up and if we're already getting like worried about third parties on the map of Erangel and Miramar, then you guys can already just sit back, relax in your chair, and imagine how many third parties will actually be possible on the map of Sanhok. Usually a lot of third parties do tend to happen near boot camp and those hills that are surrounded by boot camp. That's where a lot of fights do tend to occur, because if a late game circle is around there as well, then you guys can imagine it's going to be an absolute hell break loose. But speaking about once again that previous game of Miramar, I feel like this is where we need to look at the MVP, because I'm really eager to know who was the MVP of that previous game, because it felt like Chemin Esports did a good job, AR did a good job as well. There were a couple of more teams that were doing such a fantastic job, but it's actually going to be Avatar from Hub with 5 finishes. Congratulations, Avatar.
My boy actually got 4 finishes right from the get-go itself, right when the game started, and I feel like that sort of elevated him, gave him the platform to find himself that MVP point. But did his team do well enough? We'll have to find out. But right now we have the top 5 players from this game itself. Numen, Avi, of course, being very, very consistent, being very clinical in that battle against God's Reign. You have ARZ's Rexy as well. Really, really good display. Gravity once again just being that solo guy to try and survive, got himself and his team those placement points, as well as very 4 crucial finish points as well. And of course Chemin Esports had to be there. And if you see something which is very interesting, I feel like Chemin Esports did not focus on individual play. They had the 5th position out of the MVP standings, but they still have 10 finishes and 25 total points, which is such a good number from a single game itself. AEROBOTZ on 20 and United for Glory on 18. Once again, this is where the numbers start to trickle down a little bit. A Hub Esports with 14, 48 with 11. And below that, I don't feel there's anything to worry. I mean, there's a lot of things to worry about actually on this page. Be it Lethal Warriors, be it God's Reign, be it GENxFM Esports, who had a very good display on the map of Erangel. This time, they could not really show up. And now they've only got one map to prove themselves and qualify.
I feel like I sort of cursed here YouTube Elites. Hopefully in the upcoming game. You know what? I'm just not going to say anything. Johnny asked me to pick a team, so I picked YouTube Elites, and they got eliminated with 0 points. But you know, another thing that I really found interesting in the previous map points is that, Salty, we saw Python with 0 points, and Python was one of those teams that was actually surviving till quite a late game scenario. I would still say when almost till the first circle was ending. And I feel like when you're going to be surviving for that long, and when you know that things are almost doomed for you, then I would rather take the opportunity that's in front of me. If there are some players in front of me that are trying to take me down, I would challenge a duel against them. And I think so Python should have done the same as well. But what are your realistic expectations from, and what Python should have done in that situation?
I think I'm not really sure. You know what? From our perspective, it's always different. We had the X-ray vision, but we never really know what's going in the game. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, the games are going to continue. We still have one more map which is going to decide the fate of this group. But all of that on the other side of this very small break, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Salty, and with me was Necro. We are going to come back with the map of Sanhok very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
For the longest time, Indian esports ecosystem exist नहीं करता था. ये गेम ने वो क्रिएट किया.
सारे प्लेयर्स एक टाइम पे अंडरडॉग्स थे. इवेंचुअली सबका गोल जीतने का है.
जो सक्सेसफुल है वो कोई मिराज नहीं है, ग्रैबेबल है. तो आपको पूरी जर्नी पकड़नी पड़ती है.
स्टार्ट कर दूं? चल. गोली तो मारो. आने दो. अंदर सेंटर में. नहीं, बंदा नहीं है. टाई हो जाएगा.
मेरा गेम कंटेंट में जाने का नहीं है, वो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने वाला है. जिनके अपने सपने पूरे नहीं होते वो दूसरों के सपने पूरे करते हैं।
सक्सेसफुल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स और नॉन सक्सेसफुल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स में डिफरेंस क्या है? प्योर परसिवरेंस का।
Why underdogs can be under gods as well? यही एक वो कंट्रोवर्सी थी जिसने आई थिंक मेरा पूरा जो थॉट प्रोसेस था वो चेंज कर दिया।
The game has become a platform that is enabling you to do this. And what better game than BGMI?
BGMI आने के बाद अपने आप ही इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड होने लगा। लोग डॉक्टर बनते, लोग इंजीनियर बनते, हम गेमर बने। इस गेम में बहुत चीजें हैं सीखने लायक।
Esports का जो एक competitive आग जो होती है वो यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे जल रही थी।
जितने हेटर है उससे कई ज्यादा दुआ करने वाले। लाइफ ने फिर वापस नीचे लाके सिखाया कि ऐसे रहोगे तो फिर नीचे आओगे। अच्छी फीलिंग आती है कि तब साथ में कम्पीट भी कर रहे, उनको हरा भी रहे। मैं खुद को भी अच्छे से जानने लगा हूँ और खुद का कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बूस्ट हो गया। सब कुछ इधर लेके जाएगा, बट तुम जो चीज लेके ऊपर जाओगे वो है इज्जत। मैंने गेम से इज्जत कमाई है।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had stocked up on your popcorn because BGMI Rising the Grind had a grand start. And right now with me, Johnny, my dear friend, he's back on the desk and we are gonna see some crazy action on the map of Sanhok. Johnny, just to put things into perspective, it's been a very dicey affair. For a lot of big names, qualification is at stake. What was your view from the game of Miramar? What do you think happened and what went wrong for all these big names out there?
I mean, just getting caught off guard and being a little bit more overconfident in those fights was put on display. I think, especially from God's Reign, overextending themselves in situations where they should have backed off was one of the reasons why the team got wiped out in just a matter of seconds. On the other side, Chemin Esports, I mean, you guys were talking about it towards the last top 4 teams remaining. I think that was the moment of the game. And one thing I would like to mention, that Final 4 was one of the longest top 4 moments in the game that I've witnessed. The fights were extended for so much because of one of the things that you did actually mention, the amount of map control Chemin Esports had for themselves. Just one half of that final zone was theirs. And I think it was interesting how they played with that scenario and were able to play with the advantage in their hand. But on Sanhok, things will get extremely chaotic because there are these priority drop spots and we don't know yet how many teams are actually going to drop them. I'm talking about places like Painan, places like Paradise Resort, even Ruins can be an off-pick priority for at least 2-3 teams.
Exactly right. And we've seen a lot of drop clashes. We've seen a lot of early exits happen. For example, Obey Esports. What just happened out there, right? They were just in the middle of their rotation and their vehicle just completely got shattered, burned to pieces. And Avatar got so many finishes for himself in the early stage of the game. I mean, this is something which is completely unprecedented. But then when a team is on the receiving end of a situation like this, what do you do when you get caught off guard like this? You just probably can't do anything.
Exactly. I mean, you're isolated in a vehicle, especially on the map of Miramar. You know the enemy has a clear line of fire available for you because he's not that far away. He's just across 2 ridges. And I mean, Avatar just played that so beautifully. He had to be extremely precise because there was another team, I don't know, I don't remember who it was, but there was another team towards his right-hand flank. And that actually could have just turned things completely around, allowed Obey to an escape route as well. But Avatar, just the timing of every single engagement from his end was so on point that it made things even more difficult for Obey to actually pull off and the team to actually just find their way out of that mid-rotation collision. So on Sanhok, that might not happen as often because the terrain has been designed to provide a lot of cover for the individuals and for the teams to actually work with. And because of this, I believe Sanhok is going to be extremely brutal and extremely slow in the early stages. But I guess we'll only find that out once the game begins. But what has your experience been after the first 2 games, though?
Honestly, I feel like this has been one of the fastest games that I've seen. In my experience, whenever there's an esports situation, whenever there's an esports tournament coming up, you see the games being extremely slow in the early stages, specifically talking about the tier 1 teams, of course. But even with the underdogs, I sort of expected a slower start because qualification is at stake. It's not an exhibition tournament. You have to qualify on every single level. And the fact that these teams are not afraid to engage, it's a positive sign. But again, with positivity, there also comes mistakes. There also is a potential chance where you might lose your own lives as well and your chance of qualification. Because you know what, this whole tournament is sort of designed in a way where a lot of these budding esports players, they have this opportunity, they have this platform to perform, to shine and actually make it to the big stages. It would be very heartbreaking for any of these underdog teams to sort of not make that cut. And out of that underdog teams, I've been constantly talking about this one particular team who definitely are not underdogs. In fact, one of the best teams in the country that we have, Team God's Reign, right? I mean, Johnny, this is certainly something going wrong with this team. The fact that, I mean, for sure, they lost a proper 4v4 battle. It was probably not their day on the map of Miramar. On the map of Erangel, they secured some points, but it's not going to be enough to throttle them into the next round already. They really need to put up a giga banger of a performance on the map of Sanhok. So, like, what are your expectations? People generally assume Erangel and Miramar to be like the kind of the default maps, try and secure those points. Sanhok, they just probably wing it. Some people like it, some people don't like it. They just go for finishes. Some people just go for placements being snakes. So for God's Reign, what should be the ideal strategy, to try and recover from the position that they are right now?
I think you've called their strategy. I mean, that team is the best at just winging it, and they are good at adapting in situations as they build up. I think that is one of the problems that God's Reign are facing. They're trying to play with a hard set plan of just beating these new teams and taking on these new players. But I think Sanhok can actually work out for them, especially with the kind of players that they have. It's a stacked lineup with Robin leading the charge as the IGL for the team. So performances like this are definitely quite surprising from them, because we don't see them being in the latter half of the leaderboard very often, right? Every single time this team is there, you expect them to be in the top 3 or the worst, the top 5. But let's see what Sanhok is going to bring to the table, as the flight path did start from the northwestern edge of the map and is going to end between Lakavi and Kampong. So on Sanhok, we know flight path does not really matter that much unless it's leaning to one of the extremities of the map. The map is quite small. You can glide towards your favorite preferred drop spot. But we were talking about collision, and I believe 2 collisions that have happened. One is kind of in boot camp, and the other one is going to be out in the open towards the southern half of the map.
Exactly, and it is going to be Team 4DS versus Team Hub. Of course, Team Hub, probably the pioneers of early engagements. I feel like this is going to be a good opportunity for them to test out. Team 4DS was also pretty strong on the map of Miramar. Their movements, the maneuvers, the shuttle bursts that they do with after the initial knock. I feel like they have perfected the art of team fights, and it's going to be exciting to find out if those teams are going to battle it out or they are going to disengage, especially like you said, right? Sanhok, we are sort of expecting a slower start. There's a lot of cover for every single one of these players. There's rocks, there's compounds, there's shacks everywhere, there's trees. You possibly can make out of any single situation. I feel like that is what Team Hub is doing at this moment.
Yeah, I think that is what they have to go for. If they go for an early fight, it can backfire as well, and you would not want yourself to be at a disadvantage. Lobster, what is happening? He's stuck. He can't escape from this. He has Badger to work with. Quite a decent weapon, but I think he was just trying to scout out a rotating position for his team close to the edge of the zone. And Unified for Glory Myth trying to do the same thing. But now let's see what the teams are going to do with this information that they have.
It's a very usual setup, especially in the tier 1 scene, where we see teams tend to sort of send one player out in the open to try and scout for locations, try and scout for enemies in their vicinity, to try and at least get a little bit more map control. And for a reason why I feel like this is not working in this situation, perhaps is because these teams have never played against each other. They don't know their drop locations and they don't know where they are going to rotate from. That is one of the reasons why probably a lot of these players are getting caught out in the open without their teammates backing them up in the initial stages of the game. And might be a wrong approach, might be a right approach. I mean, I'm nobody to decide, but if it's working for a team, it definitely is good. But so far, I didn't really see any sort of good success coming out of that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-1 split has been a go-to strategy for almost every single team in the competitive scene for years at this point. But with the changes to the game, with how the weapons have been changed, I think teams have figured out that, all right, if we are going to go with a 3-1, the other lads are going to be playing with shotguns, then it can backfire. So it's extremely important for the scout, the isolated player for the team, to actually be extremely cautious, just like Hijack is. Look at him being absolutely brilliant, just standing behind that tree, not moving an inch, so that the players on the other side do not get any more information than they already have. But looking at the map, I think along with this, they have to be extremely careful, both these teams, Unified for Glory and the players from the side of LW as well, because YouTube Elites, who are playing from the southwestern edge of this game, who are all the way towards Chemin right now, I think a straight line rotation will bring them in this exact spot. So the third parties that we always talk about on Sanhok might happen, but look at that fight breaking out, and Chemin Esports are going to be the team finding the opening in this game.
Exactly, first person knocked out, and I feel like Signify once again at 3-1 split, they aren't ready to probably counter the situation at this point. They have visibility, they have the lines of sight, so they can probably back up fire, and these players, they're already on their vehicles to try and revive their fallen comrade. But so far, they haven't been able to cover the distance as such, and Chemin Esports, they're slowly bridging that gap, still cover fires, but Friction is down on his knees. How long will they be able to stall the situation is going to be the question.
Yeah, and even stalling is not going to be easy now. Shadow, he has been spotted completely off guard. A lot of shots being fired in his direction, and Signify Storm is going to be the man finding the knock for his team. This push has been converted for Signify. They have a little bit of a breathing room available. Richie going for a revive right now. He will be able to bring his teammate back into the situation, but will they be able to get out?
Completely out in the open, they have to use the smoke to try and cover the lines of sight. At least at this point, the spams are going to come in, especially with nades going in. It's going to give out their locations and where they are placed, but the nades connect, and Kalan has been brought down to his knees. Even Shadow has been finished off. It suddenly has turned 180 degrees for Team Signify, and right now they are on the hunt, they are on the offense, but it has been counted once again. It's a complete pendulum out there as situations tumble down upon, as bodies fall once again. Spyop has got the line of sight, has got the M4 to work with as well. Players knocked out on either end. They've lost players in the process, and Signify probably deciding to go on a flank. I can see Friction, and I believe it was Storm who is going in for a flank angle, deciding to not go in up close and personal straight, but taking a different route. Might be successful, and Chemin Esports might not be expecting that.
Yeah, this readjustment from the players of Signify is actually quite good, but Spy from the side of Chemin Esports, a lot of pressure on him, since he will be the only man with the line of fire available to actually delay or deter this push from the lads of Signify. We saw one more fight being breaking out in the Finnish feed, and that was, this one, God's Reign versus the players of GL. God's Reign having secured the initial knock, and I believe Jat was the man who was taken out. Blaze, he's gonna try his level best with the nade to make sure that Exit is gonna be taking an exit from this fight, and he does succeed. Incredible utility usage from the lads of God's Reign. They have the advantage, but it's now a 2v4. That means it's now or never. And with the DBS, Blaze, he's gonna go ablaze.
He has been really good with this weapon. We have seen, yes, we've seen it. No friendly fires allowed, but players being knocked down. Robin on the offense as Team God's Reign. They clear out Team GoldLeaf right from the get-go, and the first team has been eliminated. God's Reign, we talked about them. We know they need a gigabanger of a performance in order to qualify. And this is a right platform. This is exactly the set of confidence probably that they needed. And this is going to set the stage for them to try and even go for more. Get those double-digit finish points up and running. Get those double-digit placement points up and running. And maybe they be able to qualify.
But here we have a replay, ladies and gentlemen, of the story that unfolded between the players of Signify and Chemin, and incredible utility usage from the lads of Signify as well. I believe they have managed to secure the elimination points of Chemin's players. All right, the Molotov was brilliant. Spy. All right, I don't know. All right, Spy, yeah, he's not going to be there. God's Reign as well, incredible. And I think Blaze definitely deserves to be called the MVP of that fight, securing 2 eliminations, and both of them, one with the DBS, one with the nade, did destroy the flank from the side of GoldLeaf as well. So that was pretty important for God's Reign to actually survive taking exit out. Unified for Glory. They lost Hijack in that early mid-rotation collision. Their scout has been picked off. 3 players surviving. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. But so far, I feel like teams have really, really used utility well in the early stages, right? Be it smokes, be it nades, to try and get those early knocks and then push forward. You know, speaking of grenades, speaking of explosions, kind of reminds me of Oppenheimer. I mean, it's come very soon, so that's a neat explosion right there. Yeah, I'm very excited, but I'm more excited about this, honestly. I feel like this game has so much at stake, so many teams battling to qualify, and it's going to be pretty interesting because Numen, who is Clutch God, who is up on our screen right now, we saw a very wild spread from Numen when the map feed was on. Like, they cover a lot of the map on the northern hemisphere of the circle itself. But covering is just not going to be enough. They really need to get proper control of it to try and double down with players and with utility and get proper compounds. So we need to find out how do they do it and how do they make their rotation. So far, are we? Whoa.
Are we?
Man swimming in a vehicle?
Yeah, he's a cheeky man, has managed to secure a finish as well while just being underwater this entire time. I mean, the submarine's doing a pretty important job. I mean, the cars turned into submarine AEROBOTZ on our screens, and he has no other option left. Since Numen, they have the shoreline, they will be able to gatekeep the team of AR for a good amount of time as well, especially since they are going to be down in numbers. Rexy does spot out Rex on the other side, goes for a few shots. The HP bar being depleted to around 50%, and it goes even further. Oh, the knock is going to be secured. Wow.
It certainly will be, and Savitar is going to finish off Oryx as well. Team AR, not the right kind of positioning where you would want to be completely being gatekeeped. I feel like this is what the personification of gatekeeping is, right? Numen just finding those right spots, but once again, even they are on the receiving end of the blue zone damage. They are on the receiving end of the sprays that are coming in, and all that they've got to focus on is try and retain as many players as you can, because gatekeeping is like a double-edged sword, right? You know you are going to get those finishes, you know you are going to get those free points up and running, but there is also a potential chance where you lose your players. Elsewhere on the feed, I saw God's Reign engage in some battles, so all these teams are really pulling the trigger in the early stages. Johnny, you said it's going to be somewhat of a slow start. I don't think these teams are looking for any slow start. They are going all in at the moment.
Yeah, they just made me eat my words right out of the gate. I mean, we are seeing a lot of fights happen in the mid-game stages as well. But now, since this is just stage 2 of the zone, stage 3 and stage 4 is what we call a proper mid-zone. And this Sanhok is going to be extremely intense in those moments just because of how many teams have actually managed to make it to the center already. And especially during the especially the western side of this zone right now, it's like 5-6 teams already out in the open, and this quarry area is extremely difficult to traverse as well. This territory, I mean, this terrain is somewhere where on Sanhok we don't see zones go that often, and because of that, I mean, a few teams I am expecting to get caught off guard, especially the late rotators, the late comers. God's Reign, I mean, being the experienced one of the bunch, I think they do have they will definitely have a game plan in mind, might try to rotate from the boot camp positions, and that is going to be an isolated edge of the zone. But players from LW now on our screens, and Lethal Warriors. as the name of the team is. Last game, they weren't that lethal, to be honest.
They certainly were not that lethal, but again, have the opportunity of making it count on this map. And speaking of the zone itself, right? I mean, you can't really call the second zone a hardship, but I felt like it kind of stuck to the western side of the map itself. A lot of it is actually underwater, which means that the amount of real estate, the amount of land it covers is also decreased, and the amount of player density it's going to find, that is going to be more. Team Python just in the vicinity, and Lethal Warriors have an opportunity, just like you said. I feel like there is an opportunity for them to be lethal at this point. Do they know? Are they aware? Are they aware? Sanhok had no clue at all where the player was, and Deadshot has been taken down. Lethal Warriors taking early damage at this point. Can they retaliate? As Python, they move forward and they secure those finishes one by one. Saiknobi has a big job in hand as the flank comes in. It is a spray down, and team, I believe Python Esports, they're the ones who clean them up.
I mean, lethal Warriors, what happened? Yeah, not so lethal again. And I wish that was a completely 4v4 fight where we could have said something, but it was kind of a 2v2. Aryan starting things off. Wishu in the backlines, both of them going for the flanks from either sides of the huts in tandem, just destroying Lethal Warriors in a matter of seconds. And yeah, not even like a slightest resistance being put on display. But I think Team Python, they won't get time for resets, since Chemin Esports were actually quite close to them.
Chemin Esports also have lost 3 players in the process. I mean, amidst all this action, we did not find out how did they lose. So there's just one player who's surviving, and I kind of think that he might not just be aggressing at this point. But coming back to that fight once again, I feel like Team Lethal Warriors, they were just kind of bottlenecked by that entry point of that hut. That turned out to be a choke point. They could not enter the hut. They had no information, and the lack of information meant that they went in blindsided, right? The first knock came in. There was the other entry as well, where players could actually flank them out. And none of the players from Lethal Warriors actually found a good place to fight from. They had no covers to fight from. It was all about Team Python Esports. But once again, another battle brews up. It's God's Reign, it's Ninja John, and he's going berserk with his TBS. 2 players completely wiped out, 9 finishes already. They're gonna find Blaze knocked out, but that's okay. A lot of resources, a lot of utility, Johnny. And this team still has all those 8 legs up and running.
Yeah, God's Reign pulling off a brilliant moment over there. The elimination numbers will definitely come in handy once we have a look at the overall rankings for this particular group. Would like to remind the viewers, this is the last game for Group 1. And after this game, we will have the top 8 names that will have the opportunity to move forward as well. Signify can be one of those names for now, but we'll have to see how this game comes to an end for them. AR on the other side, Opax and Rexy, the last 2 players surviving for this team, have decided to play the late game situation, play for survival. One thing that will come in handy for them in a situation like this is first aids. So Rexy, we see on him just 1 first aid. Opax, I did not really see how many first aids he had, but ideally in a situation like this, I assume they're going to go for those heal battles. I would say make sure the number is over 15.
And a lot of it was consumed, the fight against Numen, they were getting the blue so long, the fact that they were underwater for so long, some of their players were underwater as well. So a lot of that utility was consumed in that battle itself. They need to find more resources. But elsewhere, Numen Clutch God has actually found an enemy presence in the form of Obe. And Obe did not really have a good outing in the map of Miramar. Certainly did not have the best of starts in this fight. And Numen, are they aggressing, picking up players on that truck? And they move. Maneuvers start coming in, but there's encounter again. There's some sort of resistance coming in terms of the sprays and all, but Savitar has actually closed the distance and he's already on the move. Johnny, what do you think is going to happen? Is the nade going to connect? Not really.
I mean, it fails to connect. Some damage dished out, but with the DBS, the man charges forward, secures a knock, but now he is done as well. This is why overconfidence is not a good thing. He ran in alone into an entire team of Obey Esports, and now Rex is going to be the next man running inside. The nade is being cooked up by Patch, but Is this going to connect? Throws it point blank. It should be enough to dish out some damage at least. Runs in with the UMP. His teammate right behind him. And Obey Esports, their positioning in this fight is quite decent, but they have lost 2 players as well. Clutch God and Avi are all that are left standing from the side of Numen. Shah's in the backlines, Lazy up front. Revives are not going to happen for either sides in this.
Absolutely, and Lazy will just try and put up a resistance, and he actually finds one. Clutch God has been knocked out. There's just one guy, and Avi did really fill some big daddy shoes in earlier fights against God's Reign, against other teams as well. Now he really needs to prove himself once again. Probably find a situation where he can finish off the other team and maybe revive Clutch God as well, but I don't think that's going to happen. Team Obi have found good positioning, 3 men up and running, and Avi is just going to fight Clutch God, succumb to his injury, succumb to his wounds right now. 1v3 situation with a UMP in hand. We know that this gun can do magic, can really pull off miracles, but at this point with the blue zone on his back, it's just going to be exponentially more difficult.
Yeah. I mean, at least they know that the enemies aren't really going to be able to do anything about this. Obey Esports, they've managed to turn the numbers in their favor. And then in this 1v3, Avi has just 2 options. Either secure a quick point or just end up giving up his point to the lads of Obey. He can deny this as well. The nade is not really going to do much. He hears the footsteps. And Scry, I think he's going to go for this 1v1. He's trying to set this up. Avi, he's going to go for the peak, but now Scry being prepared guns him down.
Numen, this was such a perfect start for them. I mean, the first chicken dinner on Erangel, they completely dominated the server. Even the second one, they dominated those 4v4 battles, but this just came tumbling down upon. And the fact that Savitar, that one wrong maneuver, Johnny, I feel like is what brought the team down this whole situation. This map has been done and dusted. Elsewhere, Team YouTube Elites, they are really struggling. There's just one player. Reinforcements come in. Team Python, they move forward and they completely eliminate Team YouTube Elites. Once again, an early elimination for this team as Team Python. They've got 7 finishes already. Smokes, compounds, and resources really lying in front of them. Dead crates as well to loot upon. There's good position, there's good early start for this team, and I feel like this team has done enough to probably qualify. But I really feel for Numen, you know, going back to that wrong maneuver from Savitar, the overconfidence, just like you mentioned, without calling his teammates up for backup, just going in all by himself. That was just unfortunate.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I think there was one more reason for Numen playing in that extremely weird manner as well, and that was the very first game that they played. I think the fact that they know that they have enough points to stay in the top 4 is the reason they got a little bit lax in this particular map. And I think it's quite opposite for the lads of Python, though. As you mentioned, I mean, yeah, it does look like they have enough points to make it into the top 8, but I would say just to make sure that no one's going to take that qualification position away from you, go for a few more, hit those double-digit numbers, and especially when Obey are being put in the dirt by the players of AR. Rexy finding that important knock for his team, and Obey is going to be down to their last surviving player.
OPEC certainly does not have a driver's license, Johnny. That is certainly not how you drive. Probably in BGMI that is the rule, but I don't think you drive on people like that. He has been completely battered down into a pulp right there. But elsewhere, Team Hub find themselves in the midst of a fight as Team Signify find themselves completely surrounded. In fact, Team Hub find themselves completely surrounded by Team Signify. Pardon me for that. There's one man down already and Storm in a good position. Avatar still taking in bullets, and there's probably not a lot of chance where they can rescue their fallen comrade. The other players, the other 3 trying to escape the situation, but the high ground advantage, topography coming into play once again, Johnny. And this team Signify, they are on the run. Blue zone right behind them, but that also means that nobody's going to come to backstab. The only opposition right in front is already fallen. It's just free finishes at this point, free points for them to get for themselves.
I mean, Storm has managed to cook up a nice little storm for the players of Hub, leaving just one man behind now. Richie needs to be extremely careful, but on the other side, Unified for Glory taking a massive hit as 2 of the players, I believe, have fallen. Brokey, it's going to be down. The responsibility for securing the points for Hub Esports down to just one man. In the meanwhile, AR, I think what they did to Obey has come to the demons of their past have come for them, as now Python, having dealt with the players of Obey, are going to be pushing forward to securing those extra points of the last player of AR, Opax, in front of their eyes. And I think the smoke does give them a general direction of where the player is going to be as well.
Yeah. Elsewhere, another fight brewing up Team Signify on the offense against Team 4GS, if I'm not mistaken. Rich work with switches to the DBS, close range action, and once again the DPS reigns supreme. He has been countered right there. 4DS doing really good to put up a resistance, to put up a fight, and just one player surviving, if I'm not mistaken, for Team Signify. And did he just wipe them off?
I think so. I think he has actually pulled it off. What an incredible moment from Signify, and it looks like they are not done yet, Salty. The next team to be in their crosshairs is going to be GENxFM. Friction is trying to go for a spray, but from the flank, the Python, they are going to strike, and being the map of snakes, Pythons are going to make sure that this is going to be their map. 9 eliminations, 10 eliminations on this team of Pythons, and they're going to rack up these numbers even quicker as we have now transitioned into the final end game.
Absolutely, Python, their venom is deadly. In fact, Arian's just cleaning one player with his spray itself. I'm not sure if the finish was secured by the zone or by himself, but no matter what, they have a lot of finish points for themselves. All that they want to do is try and retain all 4 players, try and retain all those legs, get that advantage. They have the majority of the circle. The end game is now, ladies and gentlemen. Even GENxFM, this team is doing such a good job. They have got upwards of 8 finishes for themselves, also retaining majority of their players. For Team AR, I sort of feel for them. No utility to heal himself up, just succumbing to the injuries, but at least not giving away his points to any other team. It's sort of a battle of the 2 giants right now. 7 players surviving and 2 teams. It's a 3v4 situation. Python up 4 players up and running, and 1 player out in the open. Ariels is going on the aggression as he finishes off 2 players. Just 1 man remaining. 1v4 situation. Smokes does deny a little bit of the sidelines, but I don't think you can find him out in the open. Land of snakes, just like you say. But Python, I feel like it is their territory. And wait, what? Your enemy is right behind you. First knock secured. The DBS might just be successful, but no way Python is gonna give up their 4-man advantage. Johnny, a great winner with a chicken dinner to close things out. And just like you mentioned, getting those extra points to stick at place inside top 8, I feel like they've done enough.
Yeah, definitely. Now they have finally done enough. I believe they have like 15 eliminations to their name, and that is definitely going to be quite a lot if you add them to the placement points, 15 placement points for the chicken dinner as well. And Python incredibly controlling every single fight. Avatar, I think special props to them, because just being the aggressor every single time, he had to time those fights, time those individual engagements precisely. Otherwise, he would have been knocked up and his teammates would have been at a disadvantage. So the setups were working out quite nicely for this team, and especially in that final fight against the players of GENxFM, that 1v2 that he was able to pull off just because he had the element of surprise. Absolutely brilliant. But still, there were a lot of names that we might have missed out upon because of how intense the situation got in the scenario. And now we have to look as to what the rankings for this group are going to be like.
Exactly. I am really excited for this, honestly, to find out which are going to be the underdog teams, which are going to be the top teams. I sort of wonder, because God's Reign had a good start as well, where did they lose their whole position, and how did this team get eliminated? We did not catch them on the stream, I guess, but the rankings and the points table is going to make everything clear out. Numen, for that fact, right, that one battle that we got to see from them, that one wrong call from Savitar, just completely crumbled. But just like you mentioned, that first game, they racked up enough points to help secure that position. Top 8, ladies and gentlemen, just like we always talk about, are going to qualify to the next stage, ladies and gentlemen. But the highlights are going to come right now, and we're going to see if the stars really aligned for Python Esports. As in, did they really dominate on the land of snakes, or was it pure luck?
I mean, a little bit of luck is always involved in this game of BGMI. I mean, we always talk about the RNG, the zones favoring you, the players themselves, the opposition deciding which path they are going to take. I mean, all of those factors are beyond your control. But talking about controlling things that are in your hands. I mean, definitely Python, that team fight positioning, I think I was very impressed. Signify as well, they started off the game quite nicely. That early engagement did work out quite nicely for them, but then I don't know what happened. God's Reign, that was a brilliant move over there, but the next few moments, I think, as you mentioned, they weren't really able to deal with the back-to-back continuous pressure that was being brought upon them because of how late they were in their rotations.
Exactly. Just like you mentioned, right, in Sanhok, you get those close quarter combats, you find enemies in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden they just pop off, right? And this is when shotguns like the DBS, of course, we know it is the DBS meta, it is their era that we are living in. And this gun has been so useful for these players, especially in those combats. You see players pushing in with the DBS, being extremely confident. And this was one fight which we really had to talk about, you know, the way they orchestrated the whole maneuver, the way they sort of choked the opposition at the entry point and sort of surrounded them. The flank was brilliant. Savitar, that wrong call probably brought everything down for Numen, but hopefully they qualify and hopefully they make it to the next stages.
Yeah, I think Numen is going to make it. God's Reign as well. While we were going through the highlights, I just noticed, I think they had like 11, 12 plus finishes from this game. I think that should be enough points to keep God's Reign inside of the top 8 as well. Python, their fights look so clean. I mean, rewatching them in the highlights of this game, they look so clean, the way they were engaging into those, or even charging towards compounds. Extremely, extremely well thought out. Utility usage, Aryan's, again, I think he has to be the MVP for this particular team, pulling off brilliant moments out of nowhere and even in disadvantaged situations, because he was always being sent for the flank as the sacrificial lamb. But hey, the man individually, I guess, was able to just figure out what was the best angle of engagement, and because of which I think he was able to make sure that his team was never at a disadvantage in any fight. They always had those 4 players up and running.
Exactly right. Yeah, speaking of individuality, I feel like there were a lot of players who actually made a mark, even if their team did not score a lot of points in totality. But I feel like certain players, be it Tansy, if I'm not mistaken with the name, from Signify, who got that 1v4, 1v3 situation cleaned up completely in his favor. I feel like these are the players who are really shining bright. And this is the whole objective, right, of this tournament before BGIS, the grind itself. I feel like, you know, finding these bright stars and nurturing them in the best possible way is the way to go forward. And kudos to Crafton for setting up such an atmosphere where so many teams are participating, and every single team has that opportunity to prove themselves, and every single player has that opportunity to prove themselves. A lot of these individual moments, I feel like, were crazy. We saw some in the highlights as well. But you know what, Johnny, enough of talk. I feel like at this point, I'm just waiting for these standings to find out, because Group 1 games are done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Some of your favorite teams were there. Some of their performances were really good. Some of their performances were not up to the mark. We just have to find out which are the teams that qualify, and then we're going to proceed to Group 2 as well.
I think I agree with you. We can just talk for ages about the matches that have happened, but now at this point, I think that's not going to matter. What matters is, are you in the top 8 or are you outside of the top 8, and hence outside of the tournament? Very early on day 1, you get eliminated. That is definitely going to be the worst. But again, it is a big opportunity for these young teams, these young players, to actually establish themselves. As you mentioned before we jumped into the game, the tier 1 teams and players. I mean, it's been a while since anyone has managed to secure an official trophy for themselves. So I think this would be the breaking point for these new teams to actually establish themselves as part of that tier 1 circuit by performing in this tournament, proving that, all right, we can take on these players, we can take on these teams in any situation, be it a short-term qualification format or be it the long-term grand finals that will eventually happen towards the final few days. So if you can compete in both those scenarios, I think then only will we be able to see you consistently over a longer period of time in lobbies like these, similar lobbies like these, and see what the result is. But I guess now it's time we start talking about the numbers from the previous game.
Exactly. We are going to see the MVP. And of course, just like you mentioned, it had to be Aryan's. Like, individually, absolute top notch, right? 6 finishes all by himself. This man individually managed to lead his team from the front, right? Be it on a flank situation, be it utility usage, always giving his team that early advantage by taking down that first player. Speaking of top 5 players, you've got Storm from Signify, you've got Rek from Mad Rek, pardon me for that, with 4 finishes. You've got Vishu from Team Python with 4 finishes, and Tansy, of course, with 4 finishes. So again, individually, we've seen every single one of these players perform, and it's so good to see that all of these players are new names, right? None of them are the biggest names that we see in the circuit, so it's good that the level of competition has risen so much. But this is the point standings that we were waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Python Esports with 28 points, 13 finishes and 15 placement points. Really good number for themselves. Might even be a difference of qualification or not qualification for them. GENxFM with 20 points and Signify with 17, Johnny. I feel like God's Reign also did enough with 11 points, but what is your view on the underdogs so far? All 4 of these teams, they're just underdogs.
Yeah, I am actually impressed. I was just about to say, look at the top 8. We just have 2 established names here. God's Reign and Obey Esports, and even Obey is playing with a few new players, so I think it's just God's Reign that has a recognizable lineup amongst the top 8, and that makes me happy. Especially Signify, what are they up to? I mean, they've been extremely consistent in the last 3 matches. I am enjoying watching them in action, especially they aren't really sticking to one play style. Game number 1, they started off extremely slow. This match, they were extremely aggressive, so that is something very impressive. But the next page of the leaderboard, a little bit more surprising, we have Lethal Warriors, Chemin Esports, Numen Gaming, Numen and Chemin on the second page. Talk about that. I mean, Numen, at least they have points. What about Chemin? Game 1 wasn't great for Chemin either.
Exactly right. I mean, I was going to talk about Chemin, to be honest. They had one really good game, right? On the map of Miramar, I was talking about this with Necro, right? The fact that we don't really judge a team on the basis of the first game. The second game was brilliant, and we thought that the third game would sort of be a continuation of that whole process, of that whole performance, but it did not really turn out that way, and they lost a lot of players early on. We just remember the one real player standing. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to know which are the teams who are going to qualify. The overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, topped by Numen Gaming with 48 points. No surprises there after that first game. After that, we have Signify Esports, consistent, really consistent. Python Esports, for that fact. AEROBOTZ, GENxFM, Chemin, Hobby Sports, and God's Reign on the 8th position. Oh my God.
Look at the drop, 29 drops straight to 23. God's Reign, they have made it through, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what the difference is between the 8th and the 9th. But for now, I think Signify, Python Esports, extremely impressive, especially Signify, because Numen, they had 2 great games. This one also, they were able to rack up these elimination numbers, and the first game was incredible. Signify, they have been consistent throughout and focusing not just on finishes, but on those placement points at the same time as well. But as we move on to the second page of the ranking, United for Glory miss on the qualification with just, let's just say 3 points, because 24 would have definitely been better.
I mean, this hurts, right? It really hurts. Missing out on qualification by a bare minimum points. And to be honest, Johnny, I did not expect the margin to be so low, like 23 points to be the standard, or rather the benchmark for qualification. I kind of expected it to be somewhat towards the 30 odd mark, but 23 is sort of pretty low, and that sort of explains how really competitive the lower half of the table has been.
All right. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how things would have moved forward, but I believe God's Reign, they did not have enough placement points. Placements on finishes, they were lacking somewhere. But let's see. Whatever happened, it's done now. They are in the top 8, and that is all everyone was looking forward to. moving forward, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the other group performs. Necro mentioned an extremely important thing before we start the day off, that Group 2 will have a mental advantage in the sense that they will have the opportunity to actually just observe what the Group 1 teams are doing and how these 16 teams are going. What are your thoughts on this? Is that an actual advantage, or will they have to readjust? Because the teams are definitely different. They are facing off against different players.
They certainly are. There are certainly going to be different players. There are going to be different teams, but I just want to refer a very small incident. We've all faced in our lives, right? Whenever there's a Viva in your school or college, you just don't want to be the first person. Whenever there's an examination, you don't want to be that student in the first bench. You always want to be in the back benches, right? You want to observe what the other people are doing. You want to see how their experience is like. Your questions are going to be different. Their questions aren't going to be the same. But the fact that you just witness their experience kind of sets you up mentally on how you are going to approach. Now, these teams on the second on the second group right now, they will know exactly how to work upon. You know for a fact, right? One chicken dinner is sort of enough for you to qualify. You don't really need to work harder than that. You have to be consistent if you don't really get a chicken dinner. But apart from that, just getting a bare minimum of like 25 points should really put you up in the safe mark.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Numen has definitely showcased that in the very first set itself. But now, as we move on to set number 2, ladies and gentlemen, new faces in front of us, new teams on our screens now as the groups are about to change. Group 2, we have Hyderabad Hydras, Team VST Reckoning Esports, ACBC, the Rampage Soldiers, 4 Strangers, Team Strange, Team Haze, Spy Esports, Losers Esports, Scripture Esports, Mavericks, DMC Esports 4.
Well, I mean, Johnny, I just can't believe the fact that you actually said every single name that is in front of us. But yeah, the way you describe the teams, yeah, those are going to be the teams that are going to be playing in here. Hyderabad Hydra is a known name inside the scene. Of course, Reckoning Esports is going to be there as well. A lot of these teams are, of course, once again, newer ones. We have never seen these teams in the past perform, and that's what's something that's really adding on a lot much more excitement level, you can say, for my game. But I heard you guys were talking about the Group 2 having an advantage. Look, I know the teams are different, but overall, the game's going to be played. The similarity is going to be there. That's how the games will be played in general. So you can sit back and you can see what just happened in the previous game. Now you can take down notes that a lot of unexpected things and a lot of unorthodox plays happen. So you can try to set yourself up with a better mindset.
Exactly. The challenges are going to be similar, but they will be completely different at the same time as well. And I think, like the great Bgis once said, improvise, adapt, overcome. You have to do all of these things, 3 things if you want to win in your matches. I think one of the pointers that can be taken away from the first games, or in fact the first set of teams that have just played their matches, as Salty also mentioned this and we were talking about it, I want to get your take on this. It is kind of replicating the performance that Numen, God's Reign were able to deliver, where you have one game that is so good that it sets you up for the top 8 already. But Necro, it is also a very risky approach to have when you know there are a lot of teams eyeing for your position.
I mean, I know about Numen. Yeah, they had a fantastic game 1, but I don't know about God's Reign, man. They barely qualified, Johnny. They qualified on the 8th spot. I mean, especially consider yourself a team where people are going to be having so many expectations, where you've got some of the best teams in India underneath your belt and you're still barely qualifying. I feel like that is definitely a stark statement in overall from these lobbies that they're proving over here that the amount of caliber these players are having, the upcoming players, it's incredible. They're even given a tough chance or even a tough fight to a team like God's Reign, a team that consists of some of the most experienced players. So I can already imagine in Group 2 where we're going to be seeing more unknown teams over here, especially the only teams that I personally know are Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. Other than that, I don't feel like I personally know any of their teams.
I mean, there are a lot of teams over here who will have those players, one or two individuals that we might have seen in the past, but yes, only a few limited, well-known names in every single group, and not all of them are making through. From one of the big names from the last group in particular that failed to make it through to the next stage has to be Obey Esports, because I mean, I've been seeing Obey, that name being present in the esports circuit for a long time now, and that was one of the reasons why we had to assume, all right, this team will figure out a way to make it through, even if it was just in that last game. But the opportunity wasn't really seized, and we have a few new names taking their place moving forward to the next stage of the tournament. Similar things are expected from this group too as well. But I mean, Hyderabad Hydras is that one particular team to focus on, because we will keep our eyes on the new upcoming players and upcoming teams like we did in the previous lobby. But Hyderabad Hydras in particular, I mean, one of the interesting things has been the fact that the recent days, the performance has not been that great. If you talk about the other tournaments that have happened, they have been quite inconsistent in the time frame. And I think that is one thing that needs to change in this BGIS, because again, it is unofficial. There's a lot of money on the line. And of course, you are supposed to be one of the best teams in the region. You making it has to be an obvious one.
Exactly. I mean, I like the fact that you brought up that tag onto them. And it's not just like a new tag. It's been with them since a long time now. It's been with them since a long time from the past. So it's time for them to redeem themselves. It's time for them to make themselves in the top 8 and qualify in the future lines too. But just don't barely qualify like God's rain. Make sure you're having a lot of points, so you at least make a stark statement in overall lobbies. But you know what, Johnny? You're going to be looking out for Hyderabad Hydras. I'm going to be looking out for Loser Esports, because their name is Losers, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be the winners.
I like that name. I mean, it's quite an interesting name, and definitely can play a lot of mind games with the opposition as well, because who's going to think a team called Loser Esports is going to wipe them out? And I think if surprises like those, if we get to witness surprises like those, especially if Loser Esports pops off right in the very first game, I'm going to be a happy man. But let's see what is going to happen, because I believe only a few seconds remain before we jump into the action. I believe 15 seconds before we jump into the action, and before we see what the flight path is. Were you happy with the zones in the first 3 games though, or are you expecting a few different zones in the next 3?
I loved Miramar. I'm not gonna lie, I loved Miramar.
Nice.
The planned flight path was sort of tilted down south a little bit, not too much, but the entire circle was all the way up north, so that just pushed teams out of their comfort zone. We saw so many teams in the wall of death as well, just engulfed in there trying to get out of that spot. And I still remember Python Esports was one of those teams that was struggling the hell out on the map of Miramar. So hopefully now, as we're going to move on to a complete new group, and as we all know, the slates are going to be cleaned as well, ladies and gentlemen, top 8 is the way to go. For group 2, I would assume that, of course, the jitters will be there without a doubt, but at least they would have learned something from watching Group 1, and now they probably know what to expect and what not to expect. Because personally, if you ask me, in the first 2 games especially, Group 1 seemed lost. They did not know where to exactly go, what to exactly do. They did not know where to expect the teams, and that's why we saw so many unnoticed eliminations happen.
I mean, as you mentioned, the point of expecting where to expect the teams and where to expect the team fights, I think that is definitely one of those big things that is hampering down the performance of the big names, because they are so used to having everything prepped and a set game plan set in their minds, that when these new teams come along that will play in a play style or will play in a way that you just can't predict, that unpredictability factor will definitely cause you to go off your game plan completely, and your adjustments will definitely be put to the test. But I think, again, for them, this is what we want to see. Yeah, you have been in the scene for a while. Yeah, you have been playing at the best top tier of BGMI for a long time, but what do you do? What do you do to establish yourself as, again, one of the best teams in the scene in a position like this? How do you come out of this? I think this is also an incredible moment. But hey, the flight path, it is quite similar to what we had in game number 1. This is a plane trajectory leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map, starting again from Primorsk.
Same plane fly path that we saw in the game 1, Johnny. Starting all the way from Primorsk, ending all the way towards Milta Power. Nothing changed over here. Hopefully we're not going to see the same zone as well, right? There's no way. What are the chances of that? Next to none. Before now, as we did see the plane fly path, I just want to see, are we going to have any sort of drop collisions? Because there is a high chance. Considering now the plane fly path is all the way down south, there should be some drop spots where team actually did not plan to drop, but now as the plane fly path is going to catch them off guard outside their comfort zone, they would have no other option to do so. So let's see. I mean, we're already seeing Hyderabad Hydras take an eject from the plane. They took an eject right off the bat, and it seems like they're sort of moving up to the northern side. But one player from Hyderabad Hydras, which is Bob Dope, is moving down south. Interesting.
I mean, we have seen the name, quite a historic name, historic player over there, but let's see what they're going to pull off. Bob Dope, he did go for an off drop a little bit far away from his teammates just to get that vehicle, and I think now he's going to pick up his teammate, and the team is going to rotate towards the northern Georgia Pole area. Apart from that, I mean, in this game in particular, let's see if there are any drop clashes, because we do see the team of GENxFM quite close to another team just towards their left, and it seems like both these teams are heading towards just the southern side of that Everest Hill. It will be a mid-rotation drop clash. There are a few buildings there. Weapon spawns aren't that great for those compounds in the early stages, but still, anything's better than being empty-handed.
That's true. You got to find something in these situations where it's almost next to impossible to find anything. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, there's a chance they might just go up against the players of Glitch. They're moving quite close. You can see in the minimap as well, but I'm pretty sure both these teams are not going to be stacked up with the weaponry to take each other down. Look at Milta Power as well, Johnny. There's 3 teams right next to each other. 4N Bot 5 is in front of us, and he has spotted a lot of teams come to this direction. He's probably going to try to make it in, get some guns in his hands, and get ready for a battle. That's approaching him soon enough. 4N, though, they've got the entirety of their team named bots. Bot 4, 1, 3, 5. Interesting, Johnny. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's hilarious. Just a little bit of fun being brought to the matches, and I mean, it is, you have to enjoy yourself during the games, but let's see how much fun is the end result going to be for them. On the other side, though, we do have another squad in front of us, and Wizard Zord has actually taken a little bit of a hit on him, so HP not looking good, and that leads me to believe that there is a squad quite close to them. And one player has already been eliminated from the game. The early finish. Who lost one? 4 Rangers.
That's not a good news for them at all. And Hyderabad Hydras now approaching a compound that's quite empty, but still being as cautious as possible. GS catches some players in the front and also managing to take them down, put the players knocked out. Not a way they wanted to start the game, but it is what it is. Unfortunately for GS, this is a date with destiny. A start they wanted to have, free elimination points right off the bat. And this is something that's definitely going to set them up a little bit more in the overall standings. These points, every single point matter, especially when you guys saw how Godsreen qualified. That should be a sign that every single point matters.
Yeah, definitely. Every single point does matter, and kudos to GENxFM for securing the first 2 points with so much ease. DMC's 2-2 split not really working out for them, and they are put at a heavy disadvantage because of this. But look at this, they are not alone. TYP, they've lost one player. Electro was knocked out, but his teammate was quite close to him, so the easy revive does come in. And the team, they have readjusted. Wait, what? They have 4 eliminations? What happened?
They just eliminated an entire team, Johnny. The Rampant Soldiers, TRS, got eliminated right off the bat as soon as the game started. I mean, that's how quick the action's erupting. And then even DMC lost out on 2 players. Oh, boy.
Mavericks took 1 knock and they finished off 4 players. That fight had to be out in the open with Electro being the first man to charge in. Otherwise, the Rampant Soldiers, I expect they would have retaliated a little bit harder than that.
I mean, well, Johnny, you know what? Don't really want to focus on the past, move on for the future. As Reckoning Esports, even they've lost out on one of the players, and that's in the name of Yuva. Reckoning Esports, considering such a known team, such a big name, did not expect to start like that. Ace Black, though, I've heard a lot about this player, so my expectations are going to be quite a lot from this players too, Johnny. And considering now we've also got SE on our screens all the way down south towards Milta, the planned flight path was down south, so it makes a lot of sense. The team that in general that are on down south, they will also have a better loot and also better vehicles to make it inside the circle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, rotation pathways can be created, but I mean, moving with those vehicles, it looks easy, it sounds easy, but it's never going to be easy in a position like this when you know the opposition has already found their way towards those edges. Let's see though. We have the players of TH on our screens now, and these lads also, I mean, had an interesting start to the game. The southern edge has been secured by them. There's just one team up north towards Pachinki, and I think they can rotate wide, find a better spot towards the center of the zone as well. But as you were talking about the teams down south, I think rotation timings are going to be quite important for us to see exactly when did the teams start moving up north. One of the teams that will be in a comfortable position all this time has to be the players from GENxFM, who have managed to secure that spot towards Severny. So I think they can hold on to that position, and the other teams will have to go for a gamble. Either play on the northern part of the map towards Severny shooting range and those hills, or take control of Ruins, Rozok, and that water city towards Rozok, the Ruins Castle. You take that northern shoreline of the central island and play from there. Right now, too early in the game to take that decision, so let's see how the story is going to unfold.
Look at Hyderabad Hydras. They've already secured a spot onto that hill where the last time the circle ended. They're like, yeah, we don't want to take... We don't want to take any chances, Johnny. If it is a same zone, same circle, same plane fly path, maybe there's a chance. I'm just kidding. That's probably not the thought process. They had no other choice because, once again, the plane fly path, as I mentioned, it sort of pushed every single team out of their comfort zone. So Hyderabad Hydras, whatever they've got, they need to be happy and satisfied with that. Now, Loser Esports is something that my eyes are really looking out for. We haven't seen them so far on our screens, Johnny, but I'm really stoked to see how this team's going to perform because I love that name.
As you were talking about Hyderabad Hydras, I just want to say one thing. I mean, they have moved up north quite early, and because they landed south just close to the quarry area, I believe it was a very quick rotation. They have just straight up slammed into these compounds without actually securing that early loot. They have decent loot on them, but I don't think they have enough heals, throwables, or armors to actually sustain in an extended fight. So Hyderabad Hydras, I think if they take a 4v4 right now, they might get wiped out. Otherwise, they will have to look for those better weapons, attachments, healing utility, throwables, all of those things if they want to survive to the late game stages. Otherwise, one more way they can make it to the late game is just stay hidden, play passive.
Have you noticed one thing? This overall game seems more organized. You see, teams are rotating together. They know what they're doing. It just seems like the rotation pathways now, the way teams are playing, it seems a bit better. Teams don't seem lost yet. At the early stage it did, but now in the mid-pack, teams are looking quite good and packed up. Reckoning Esports, as they're already starting off with a little bit of disadvantage onto their name, it's still not going to be impossible for them to win this game, but just the future line's going to be a little tough. The next circle should be popping up soon enough on our screens, and that's something that will be a massive icebreaker. And that's where a lot of teams are actually just going to be waiting for, because you see, not a lot of movement happening on the map. Yeah, some teams that are all the way outside the circle, they still are looking to make it in, at least in the center grounds. And as they do, that's where things will get a little bit more clearer. But look at the circle, Johnny. Shifts up a little bit more northern, and the circle's actually going to be forming a little bit between Severny and Rozok.
Yeah, it is an interesting zone now, because on the main island you don't have a lot of land area to work with. The terrain is not that big that you might be able to take fights out in the open. You will have to go up to the northern part of the map towards Severny and the hills towards the shooting range, where the players of GENxFM have in fact already moved up. But look at this, squad number 5, the players from ST are playing extremely slow, playing at their own pace, and I have seen this playstyle work for a lot of big names in the recent days. So it is going to be quite interesting to see where do the players of STR do finish up in this particular matchup. But look at this, 4N going up against the players of Spy right now, Spy Esports, and this is going to be quite interesting. 4 noobs, they have those concrete cover available, but Spy Esports, they have the information of where the players have positioned themselves.
Spy against 4N. This is interesting. I hope the bots don't die, man. But for now, all the bots are in a single building. And for Spy, they know exactly who's there in the front, but they just don't know how to take that building away from the bots. So for 4N, you can say that's a little bit of +1 onto their books. Glitch as well that are trying to iron out that compound, because right now it definitely does seem like a fan favorite one. So 4N, there's a chance they might just be the center of attraction. They will need to find out a way to get rid of the teams that are around them. And we're seeing quite a settled pace so far in this game, in the Group 2's games. Teams are not really going for any type of aggressive plays. They're taking their sweet little time and knowing what the surroundings are going to look like, where our team's situated. They're not just straight up blindfolded, stepping inside an unknown territory.
Yeah, I mean, you will need to have a little bit of information before you decide to push for any point in the game, any position. And that position and control can actually be the deciding factor of your end result. But look at this, Spy Esports Zap, just zapping the competition right out of the gate. Does find the opening knock for his team against the players of ACBC. And they're going to secure that point super early in this fight as well. So it's going to be a 3v4 if the other lads do, in fact, decide to extend this fight, but Spy Esports still focused on the players of 4Noobs. They have to back off.
Spy?
I mean,
yeah, they probably need to, because this position is not good. And as we said, right, if you're going to be standing in one single position, giving a lot of sound cues away, right now they're also using their buggies and vehicles. So one thing's for sure, they're going to be attracting a lot of sound. They're going to be attracting a lot of eyes in general onto them. So Spy, repositioning would always be appreciated for you in the longer run. And 4N right now, they can make as much sound as they want because they're inside the compound. They've got all the cover in the world. So they're completely fine. Next circle as well is about to pop up soon enough on our screens. And yeah, it's going to shift up north a little bit more, just underneath Severny. But there's going to be a lot of open territory, Johnny.
I mean, we've all heard of the saying, come hell high water. Well, this is both of them right now in this game for the teams outside the zone. And I think VST all of a sudden find themselves as the bullseye, smack in the center of the circle. Every single team is going to be headed in their direction in a few short moments. And we see the wave on the map moving towards the zone. A lot of mid-rotation fights. Teams need to be prepared for those. Hyderabad Hydras taking the northern shoreline, I think, are going to have the easiest rotation, but not the easiest endgame scenario set up for them. GS, we have Sparky. And, well, all right. So I was expecting them to actually just get up and take a few shots on the team that was rotating in the distance, but they have decided not to do that. And that might actually be the better decision, to be honest.
Godbot. Oh man, he's spotting all the teams. He's spotting the entire team of bots just moving in to a better position for now. And GS, at least they're getting some visual confirmation. At least they're getting some info on what's going on around them. TYP as well, not the best of the position, not the best of the situation you can ask yourself in, but you got to make something out of nothing at this point in time. VST as well, just peppering down shots in the front. 4NB, now they need to keep on moving.
They are moving for now, but how far are they going to go? That is what we will find out in a few short moments. In the meanwhile, Team VST, as we did talk about them, an extremely good position inside of the zone right now. And it doesn't look like there are a lot of teams surrounding them. Still stage 3 of the game. Hyderabad Hydras as well. Just playing extremely slow, taking care of themselves has allowed them to keep their numbers all secure. This late in the game. Quite an open spot. Just outside of Severny City.
Ultron.
A few buildings to work with.
Joker. And Saeed. At least they've got something to play around with, Johnny. These buildings... there are a lot of teams who are still trying to make it into the next circle, and yeah, there's a massive probability that they're going to catch a lot of hurt onto themselves, and this is what I talked about. One of the players could have fell down right about now, but DH Hunter just showering down these bullets in the front. unloading magazines in that direction. They're able to find a bit of hurt, but not much. Not any confirmations just yet. No knockouts. So TH, they're just wasting ammo.
Ammo might be... Well, ammo can still be recovered, but I think the information that they have given away, finding a way out of this situation, it's not going to be easy for TH. You know, there will be teams waiting for them now. Up ahead, 400 meters to go before they get into the zone. And especially, alright, so looking at the map right now, a lot of fights are going to break out in that southern half of the map where the players from GS, GLitchX, TYP have managed to secure positions for themselves. Those strongholds are going to be broken apart. They're going to be picked apart in a few seconds. And look at this, Faith does in fact spot out Duke outside in the open. Duke trying to juke those shots, does manage to survive, throws down right in the right second, but VST from the higher ground, oh my goodness, he thought he got away, but not really.
Oh man, Duke was not able to juke properly enough. And unfortunately ejected out of the vehicle out in the open, but he had no clue that there's another team just sitting on top looking down on you, and they got a free elimination point for themselves. So VST are always going to appreciate points like those. And so far, I like the way VST are playing. They're not just tunnel visioning themselves onto that one single direction. Every single player's watching every single side of that warehouse. That's how you're supposed to play a compound, or that's how you're supposed to play cover in general. Spy in the front, Mafia. We did see Himanshu a while ago, and now TH Hunter as well is able to find some elimination points in his hands. SDR2 is just chiming inside the action. The elimination feed's now starting to light up.
Well, it is going to get even more bloodier in this game in a few short moments. Hunter has become the hunted for now. HP is not really there. The poison is going to be enough to knock him to his knees, and the nades from the players of this team are going to be enough to actually finish them off. But Andres from the flank is looking to move forward. Anders has managed to secure a knock, finds the second with a UAP as well. He has enough HP. The AKM needs to be reloaded, and he does succeed in doing so. Have they actually finished off the entire team? Yes, they have. What a brilliant moment. Wow.
Oh, Andres, though, he needs to heal up right about now. Pops out a bandage and needs a first aid kit as well to get himself back up to full HP. But look at TH, they're out in the open, and this should be a free elimination point for Void, and he actually claims it for himself. Nicely done, SDR. That's another one to add on to their books. 2 finishes for them so far. SDR looking to make it inside the circle. Now the circle's starting to shrink down even smaller, and this is where the real problems now can start to occur. As I said, the circle is going to be in a complete open ground, so you need to make something out of nothing. You need to have some elevations for yourself. You need to have some terrains, or use your vehicles as covers.
Well, let's see. The covers are not going to be enough to keep them and protect them for long. But Pikachu from SDR takes down Ace Black. That distance, the shots from the 4x2 connect, and Reckoning Esports, it looked like they are going to be the world of trouble, stuck on the southeastern zone of the edge. Open rotation is the only thing that's there in front of them, and they have been spotted out from the flanks. SDR in a position from where they can secure these points, but it's not going to be easy to pull off.
It won't be indeed. And Spy, look at Zap. Just firing some shots in the plant, trying to find something or anything. It's going to be tough to find anything though. Zap caught a little bit of return fire onto himself, and now has learned his lesson. He's not going to try to peek out of that similar angle once again. If he does, that was just a warning. Or says Zap will be knocked out completely. As we do take a look at the entire brawl that happened over here. Hyderabad Hydras as well, just trying to move inside this action. K9 not really in a good position himself, but Hyderabad Hydras, they capitalize on this position. But look at Chris OP, he's still inside that shack. He's all by himself, secure there, and is actually getting those elimination points. Chris, this man's gotta thank his gods.
I mean, definitely Chris OP. That OP at the end of the name does suit him, but will he be able to survive till the very end, secure those points and the slot for his team? That will be what we will be looking forward to. But Spy on the other side, again, the players of Ellie, and they just destroy them in a matter of seconds. Gyro God running in to go for a revive on his team. 8 elimination points secured by this team so far.
Oh my god, there's so many fights happening in this vicinity alone, and now it's VST against Lord. Oh, one of the player gets knocked out, and now it's all down to Vipul. He's trying to get those points racked up for himself. DBS pulled out in the close quarters, and he's trying to maneuver, he's trying to move around the cover, but eventually gets taken out. Cover, nicely done, but VST, they've lost out on too many players, they're knocked out. Tosses out the smokes to make sure that his teammates are not going to get confirmed. Nicely done, they should be retrievable and revivable.
Yeah, Whipple, before he went out, might have just destroyed this game completely for the players of EST, taking down 3 and delaying their rotation towards a better position inside the zone. Reckoning Esports on the other side, we were talking about them a few moments ago. One of their players, UOP, has been finished up, but look at this, Glitch X Chris OP. It wasn't just one team, there were 2 teams that slammed in on his position, and he just held his ground, letting both of them take each other out, and then just stepping out right in the nick of time to secure at least 1 or 2 extra points for himself.
Oh man, I'm telling you right now, Johnny, this man needs to thank his stars. The amount of luck this man has gotten inside this game. He stepped in with a golden luck. That's what he stepped in with. Glitch Chris OP. This man single-handedly turned the table for his team and himself. And now Reckoning Esports, at least they've got themselves not a solid cover, but something they can call a cover for now. Even SC in the front, you can see DMC Viper too. DMC, they don't really have the hot spot so far, but they need to make it inside the circle soon enough. It's going to be an open rotation for them, and they've got no vehicles left over, Johnny.
Well, vehicles aren't there really for them to work with, but I mean, if they can work with their guns, might not need anything else. Starboy, position compromise, going for the shots on the players of Spy that are trying to go for the aggressive push, and Starboy is going to be brought down. Bunny with the DBS is going to go for the push, sees the opposition shots being fired, and does manage to finish off the last surviving player as well. 11 points to this team, and all 4 players still left standing. They have the northern edge of the zone where the high ground is. I think should be their game.
Look at Void. That nade that he tossed, if it does find its mark, that's going to be a golden hand. But no, Void, the nade tossed up was a little too short, and what did I just see? Reckoning Esports, did he just pass his enemy right next to him? And yeah, he did actually. White's right in the front, and White will be capitalized and taken away. Actually gets ran over too. So that's going to be a Reckoning Esports. Now they take over their spot, but there's so many teams in the front that they still need to get rid of to make it inside the circle in a better position. Reckoning Esports, with this spot, they've also confirmed themselves a little bit of high ground, but this is not something you can rely on for the late game stage.
I mean, definitely in the late game, this might not just work out for them. Oh, that's a brilliant Molotov being lobbed indoors. It's going to force the players to get out of those shacks, and Luffy's going to be the man leading the charge, but he goes down. Gyro God has been picked off as well. Bunny, it's all going to be down to him. He is going for those jump shots with the DBS, but he needs to wrap this fight up as quickly as possible, because the flank shots are definitely going to hurt, and they make sure that Bunny is going to be knocked down as well. SE, they are still standing. Feisty is going to be back on his feet. He has been revived. Reaper is going to be revived as well. We're down to 16 players. Reckoning. Oh, I don't think Reckoning's making through.
But Reckoning, they definitely had a good position, but they've also got a lot of eyes on themselves. With this high ground, Reckoning, there's a chance it might just be an open invitation for death, but they've got no other option than to stay there. At least they've got some smoke grenades and some vehicles as cover so they can use it. And look at VST now, they're just picking apart the team in the front. It's GS who are crumbling down. These utilities are going to be on the mark. The nades are perfect. And they're being tossed right in the perfect direction as well. The precision with the utilities from VST is definitely remarkable. And now the next circle as well is going to make his mark. And yeah, it's actually going to shift right on top of SPY Zap. And even the team that's right next to him, which is SC.
Yeah, they're doing a brilliant job right now. Reckoning Esports, Ace Black with the nades, does find an important knock on Faith and Sparky Eye. Players from the side of GS are not going to stand for long. They are being picked off one after the other. VST still left standing. Reckoning Esports, they have the high ground advantage in this tie situation. Beard Baba going for the spray inside of the smoke. Does not actually, in fact, connect on anything. And GS, they have managed to hold on to their position and hold on to their survival instincts for this time. But Godbot and Sparky, oh boy, they are inside of the top 5. They have those elimination points as well. Reckoning Esports trying to step out in the open. Ace Black, he's looking quite healthy. Beard Baba, he's going in the wrong direction. He's going to be in the line of fire of this team, SC. And they are going to make sure that he's going to pay for coming here. The vehicles, they're denying the line of fire. The DPS in his hands is going to be extremely deadly at point blank. SC, they need to be careful. The shotguns, look at this. Just one shot and it's going to be one man down.
On the right, Beard. He's also getting approached now. Of course, the aggression's going to be amped up as Reckoning Esports, they've managed to knock out one player. Another one goes down. Not a good news for the team in the front. SC, they're getting picked apart one after the other. Now a Molotov as well is tossed inside the shack. That means anyone who is in there might just be extinguished. But there's a chance he's still alive. Feisty still made it alive somehow. The flames did not really get him. And that's why he's still safe and sound inside the shack while the fights and the action's erupting somewhere else as well. Beard Baba all by himself, still inside over here doing a lot of work. And now Feisty is going to catch a little bit of hurt on himself with that Molotov. And he might just be burned to a crisp.
Well, extra crispy but feisty. Oh my god. He just got popped with that nade from Fox. And Reckoning Esports, they might just be down to their final 2 players. But these 9 eliminations, are they going to be enough to help them secure the first position in the ranking for this game? I think so. They can make sure they get this 2 elimination points. The final 2 players remaining in the lobby, pick them up as well. Nades being lobbed towards Zap's cover, as I believe he's the only man that has been spotted out so far. Godbot, he has still managed to hide his position, but now as soon as he gets up, he is going to be compromised as well. Reckoning Esports moving right towards him.
And GS, considering now Reckoning Esports, they've got the high ground. They definitely do have all the advantages stacked with them. Also the man advantage in this situation, Johnny. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Reckoning Esports, the stars do seem aligned. But Reckoning Esports, they just need to find out the exact position where their opponents are positioned. If they do find that out, imagine this game done and donezo. Zap in the front, the nade's tossed in a bit closer, but not going to be able to find the exact sweet spot. Even GS Spot God himself has managed to keep himself anonymous.
Well, let's see though. I mean, for now, he has managed to keep himself hidden quite nicely as well. But it's down to a 1v1v2. Fox slowly and steadily moving close to the ridge, trying to see if he can use the third-person perspective to his advantage, discover out the positions on the other side of the small little hill that has helped them, that has secured them the top 3 of this game.
Wow.
But no, Beard Baba with the nade is going to make sure that Spy is going to be finished off, and now it's down to a 1v2. They have the advantage, they have the flanks covered, and they have this game covered and secured as well. Reckoning Esports, ladies and gentlemen, ending this game with 11 finishes and the chicken dinner to their name. I'm going to be honest, I did not think they were going to be able to pull this off. They did not really have the advantage of the better position inside of this match, especially when there were like top 6 teams remaining.
I sort of expected this too. I told you. I mean, Reckoning Esports is one of the known teams. Hyderabad Hydras is one of the known teams that are currently inside the lobby. So I knew that Reckoning Esports definitely have it in them, but I did not have the confirmation. Like, I was not too confident in Reckoning Esports,
Yeah.
but they still made it happen. So I guess now the bars are already set way too high. And Johnny, considering Reckoning Esports, they won the first game, this is definitely an opportunity now for Hyderabad Hydras to capitalize in the upcoming games, because if they're not going to be able to do so, then I don't want to see another known team who's going to sit out, just like Obe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite surprising. But for now, let's move forward, have a look at the highlights of the previous game. And I think this game, again, as you mentioned right before, right during the game itself, I mean, the teams did take pointers from the first Erangel that happened during the day. And because of that, we saw teams take this game, like, especially after the first few fights that happened, and the finish feed might have given them the hints that, all right, we need to slow things down. Everyone just went completely silent.
Exactly, and imagine, right, Johnny, considering a lot of teams and these players are completely new to such a high level of pro play, and the amount of adrenaline they're going to be having, their heart's going to be pumping, man, through the roof. Their heart rate is going to be so high, but still they're able to control their nerves and play this well. Actually just showcases how much caliber these players have packed up into themselves. So you know what, I just want to see a little bit more of this, and we will be able to see this, right, considering the upcoming map's going to be of Miramar. And as you mentioned as well, and even as I said, it seemed like the players definitely took some pointers. They definitely had a notebook ready next to them, and they saw how the first Erangel went and what we're supposed to do to not end up like the group one. And the mid-game phase was so slow, Johnny. It was tough to find any sort of action.
Quite true. I mean, the mid-game was extremely slow, and I think one of the reasons, apart from the teams actually having sort of an idea of how they want to approach the game, has to be the zone itself. Northern zones can be extremely tricky, and if you do not position yourself correctly during that mid-game, then you're not going to be even there in the final few, in the final few moments. You're not going to be there. Even making it to the top 6 of the match is going to be quite tricky for you, and we saw a lot of big names just vanish completely because of that. More importantly, I mean, talking about the teams that actually did end up making it into the top 3, I think Reckoning Esports definitely, just the fact that VST overcommitted a few moments ago to securing the center of the zone, or what they thought was going to be the center of the zone and a better position, did prove detrimental to their endgame results. And Reckoning just realizing, all right, we don't necessarily need to move out to secure that spot. We have decent cover. We can work with this. They just stayed back, allowed VST to push ahead, and then all the opposition, or basically everyone that they had to take out, was laid out right in front of them, making their job a little bit easier. So that was like a brilliant moment from their side in terms of decision making, in terms of firepower. I think at this point we can just say, I think Salty also pointed this out a few moments ago, that everyone's pretty much evenly matched over here. We don't really see those individual highlights again and again and again and again. Chris, I think we saw one from him where it was like kind of a different moment of individual brilliance than what we usually see, because usually when we talk about individual brilliance, we talk about players pulling off 1v3s and 1v4s. For Chris, though, it was just about like holding your composure, just making sure you're calm when you hear all those footsteps and those gunshots around you, just making sure that you time your push nicely, precisely, so that you secure the maximum number of points. And that is exactly what the man did.
I mean, for Chris, it was just like sit inside the shack, and the teams around the shack will do their job of eliminating each other.
Wait it out.
That's what literally happened. And Chris, all he did was, as soon as anyone opened the shack door and as they were knocked out, as they tried to crawl in for safety, he gathered those elimination points. He stole them away. So for Chris, it was a win-win situation anyways. And speaking about stolen eliminations, even in the final moment, Zap was actually able to steal one of those elimination points away from Reckoning Esports in that final moment. He tossed in a nade, and the knocked guy was actually taken away by Zap. So you could say +1 for him, and he just got a free elimination point right there, Johnny. But yeah, Group 2 definitely seems well organized. Yeah, early off, right off when the game started, things started falling down. It seemed like, okay, yeah, it's going to be another game of Erangel, just like the way we saw in Group 1. But no, later on, in the mid-pack of the game, it was so tough to find the action. And even in the late game scenario, it just seemed like teams knew how to play this one, how to reposition yourself, and overall what to do in these type of moments.
Definitely, teams definitely had the general idea of how they wanted to approach this game. But I mean, Erangel, again, being one of those standard maps that you have been playing for ages, the strategies for everyone, even for the newcomers, are going to be extremely, extremely well defined. And that is why Miramar and Sanhok are there, to test the adaptability of these teams, to put them in uncharted territory and see how they function. And I think that is why the second game is going to be a little bit more exciting, because now you have the sort of the leaderboard being built right after this very first game, where you know some teams will be doing better. They will be in a position from where they can say, yeah, top 8 is going to be extremely easy for us. Then there are going to be those other teams in the latter half of the leaderboard between 9 to 16 who will not have those enough points and will definitely try to make sure that Miramar is their big game, is a game that gets them close to the top 8. And if that does not happen, then Sanhok, you will just have to go YOLO.
That is true. I mean, Sanhok overall is a map that allows you to make plays like that, right? It's sort of like a high risk, high reward. If you're going to try to go aggressive, yeah, there is a lot of risk involved. Unless you know exactly how to challenge a fight, you know exactly where the opponent's position, where every single player is, and you've got the enough amount of intel. But usually, if you're going to try to be aggressive, there's a high chance that you do not really have a lot of intel, and you just want to steal a compound away from a team. And Sanhok is a completely different map, you can say, for that. It is designed for aggressive plays like those because you got tall grass, you got a jungle, you've got so many trees where you can hide behind and take cover. But now the upcoming map, Johnny, it's not going to be any of that. It's the deserty lands of Miramar, Johnny. So that means the only cover you're going to find in the open is going to be either the rocks or the terrains.
Yeah, I mean, the terrain itself is what you have to work with on Miramar, and that is what this map teaches you. But I think we'll talk about the future when we actually get towards that map. For now, let's talk numbers from this previous game. Let's have a look at the MVP of this game number 1 for group number 2 and see who was that one individual who was just brilliant in the way they were playing this game. And it is Chewy from VSC, securing 5 finishes for his team.
One thing's for sure, man. This man is a huge fan of Ronaldo with the way he's named himself. 5 finishes, and even Beard Baba from the side of Reckoning Esports is able to put up a lot of numbers. 5 finishes from him too. Then you see Godbot, who was able to survive for such a long time from GS. Even he got himself 5 finishes, and then Fox Opie with 4 and Bunny with 4. Overall, the top 5 are pretty good players. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing a similar type of consistency from them. But you know what? I'm going to see how the standings look previous game, because that's going to be a massive icebreaker, considering it was just the first game, so you can consider it also the overall standings.
Well, let's see. I mean, the overall standings now at least are just the standings of this game number 1. And in this particular match, Reckoning Esports, as we did talk about them, a brilliant moment of readjustment from their side, and they were able to secure those 11 finishes because of that as well. Spy Esports, very impressive. I mean, we were always mentioning that our eyes are going to be set on these new teams, and Spy Esports growing strong, GS as their tag says in game. I like these teams. I mean, I loved watching their performances. GENx is, again, one of those teams. I'll be honest, all right, GENx, I have seen them in the past, all right? Different set of players back then, but yeah, I have seen them perform, and the expectations are always there from them because of that, because the team has at least some sort of history of being in lobby like these, being in tournaments like these. So I do expect them to readjust for Miramar extremely quickly based on how this game went for them. But yes, getting strong, and Spy Esports, now what do they do on Miramar? That is the question.
I mean, there's so many technical factors that can be talked about, right, Johnny? But you know what I noticed? 4N, the entire name stands for 4 noobs. And every single player's name in that team is Bot 1, Bot 2, Bot 3, and Bot 4. So, I mean, it's just interesting. And then I went with Loser Esports as my prediction. But unfortunately, Johnny, they did not really come out on top. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, that's going to be it from us. It's time for us to push to a short break. Do not go anywhere.
For the longest time, Indian esports ecosystem exist नहीं करता था. ये गेम ने वो क्रिएट किया.
सारे प्लेयर्स एक टाइम पे अंडरडॉग्स थे, इवेंचुअली सबका गोल जीतने का है. जो सक्सेसफुल है वो कोई मिराज नहीं है, ग्रैबेबल है. कि आपको पूरी जर्नी पकड़नी पड़ती है.
स्टार्ट कर दूं?
चल.
वही तो मारो. आने दो.
अंदर सेंटर में.
नहीं, बंदा नहीं है.
टाई हो जाएगा.
मेरा गेम कंटेंट में जाने का नहीं है, वो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने वाला है.
जिनके अपने सपने पूरे नहीं होते वो दूसरों के सपने पूरे करते हैं।
सक्सेसफुल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स और नॉन सक्सेसफुल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स में डिफरेंस क्या है? प्योर परसिवरेंस का।
Why underdogs can be undergods as well? यही एक वो कंट्रोवर्सी थी जिसने आई थिंक मेरा पूरा जो थॉट प्रोसेस था वो चेंज कर दिया।
The game has become a platform that is enabling you to do this. And what better game than BGMI?
BGMI आने के बाद अपने आप ही इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड होने लगा।
लोग डॉक्टर बनते, लोग इंजीनियर बनते, हम गेमर बने। इस गेम में बहुत चीजें हैं सीखने लायक।
Esports का जो एक competitive आग जो होती है वो यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे जल रही थी।
जितने हेटर है उससे कई ज्यादा दुआ करने वाले हैं। लाइफ ने फिर वापस नीचे लाके सिखाया कि ऐसे रहोगे तो फिर नीचे आओगे। अच्छी फीलिंग आती है कि तब साथ में कम्पीट भी कर रहे हो, उनको हरा भी रहे। मैं खुद को भी अच्छे से जानने लगा हूँ और खुद का कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बूस्ट हो गया है। सब कुछ इधर लेके जाएगा बट तुम जो चीज लेके ऊपर जाओगे वो है इज्जत। मैंने गेम से इज्जत कमाई है।
Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Salty, how are you doing? How was the break? Did you watch the game? Did you enjoy the teams from Group 2 perform? Did you enjoy seeing them in action?
I loved Group 2, honestly. I feel like this group is like way more organized and they're really structured in the way they played. That one play around that shack, I remember Chris OP. That guy, the way he pulled off that miraculous spray, Johnny, it's amazing to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm just expecting similar stuff in the map of Miramar as well. The only thing is the shacks are going to be a lot less. This entire game of Erangel with the northern circle, you know, you don't really get all those compounds, have to play around those shacks, have to play around those vehicles and stuff. And I feel like these teams did pretty well. A similar sort of tactic I think I'm expecting on the map of Miramar as well, because let's be honest, not a lot of compounds, again open zones itself, right? Topography into the picture. What are your thoughts? Do you think you are going to see a similar display, an aggressive display in that final circle?
I think so. I think that is what is going to happen because of how the top performing teams on Erangel did end up finishing with the elimination numbers and the total points tally. I think the teams at the bottom will need to have one big game, at least a minimum of 10-15 points if they want to make sure that they have a safety cushion going into the last match of the day. And I think because of that, we might see an extremely slow game in the early stages of Miramar, but I mean, it's Miramar. Every stage is extremely slow, but it might be slower than usual. And because of that, the mid game and the late game, it's going to be extremely intense. Priority should be given to those long range engagements, no matter what. In this map, priority needs to be given to the high ground advantages whenever they present themselves to you. Take that hilltop, take that ridge control if you can, and that will definitely make sure you're witnessing one team fight in game for sure. But I think it's about doing a little bit more. And I think one thing which has to be that new phase that you thought in this after game one, all right, this is one team that I think, all right, can actually make it into the top 8 and go even further in this tournament, making it all the way towards the finals maybe.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, a sort of a theme which sort of a general mistake rather, I would say, in the first map of Miramar from these underdog teams was that the rotation was way too late, right? And we know how difficult it is to rotate in the rough terrains of Miramar, because of which a lot of rotations were cut, a lot of rotations were intercepted. The blue zone damage was very significant. And like you mentioned, right, early rotations has to be the name of the game. And finding those good spots, finding those high ground advantages, spotting those compounds early on in the game itself, probably also predicting the circle also plays a part in how things are going to turn out for the underdogs. But having seen the first batch of teams in Group A, I feel like Reckoning Esports, again, having that early advantage, they're kind of well set, much like what Numen emulated in the first group. I feel like now it's sort of Reckoning. They've got that lead, they've got that sort of cushion for themselves, and they can sort of explore a little bit more,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the opportunity to experiment with a few things here and there is definitely going to be there for the teams, as you mentioned. I mean, especially because it is kind of an uncharted territory that all of these 16 teams and these 64 players are stepping into every single time they play these maps, at least for today. But I think all of that is going to change starting of week 3 onwards, because then all of these 256 teams will have played at least one map each, and they will have those wards as well to analyze as to how the competition plays. So week 3 onwards, the play style and the structure of the lobbies will get a little bit more defined. But in these chaotic situations, I think this is where being the unorthodox play styles, those 3-1 hard splits can actually work out quite brilliantly for you, because people aren't going to be expecting that. We saw a lot of teams prioritize that number, just stay grouped up, quite opposite to how we saw Group 1 play, because you also pointed this out. Group 1, we saw a few teams, in fact quite a lot of teams, go for those 1-3 splits and make it work. This group, everyone was just like huddled up together, playing together, focused on protecting each other, and I think that is why the pace of the game was the way it was. But Miramar, again, with the map changing, playstyles are going to change, mindsets are going to change for sure, and I guess since the name of the map is in front of us, it's just time to jump into the game.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight takes off. We need to have a look at the flight path, but so far, it's sort of like a Western flight path, which starts from El Pozo and ends on the right-hand side of Los Higos, sort of tilted towards on the left-hand side of the map itself. It's going to be a little difficult considering the size of the map itself, if certain teams want to go towards El Azhar or probably even Campo Militar for that fact, and the circle is going to play such a massive role, Johnny. I mean, we saw on the map of Erangel, we saw a northern circle. Again, in this map, if we get to see that northwestern circle, rotation is going to be a very big factor. Teams rotating from, let's say, places like Chumacera, Los Leones, which are like hot drop locations for a lot of these teams. It's going to be difficult because, again, that entry barrier, the gatekeeping situations which we get to see, and of course, the problem with the terrain is always going to be there. So rotations have to be very, very precise, have to be early. Getting those positions is going to be very important for these teams. But so far, all of these players have ejected, moving on to their desired locations, need to find themselves some good loot before some early action brews up. But I am expecting early action, honestly, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm expecting a few early fights as well, especially with how this trajectory is, because there's only a limited number of spots on the western half of Miramar where you can actually viably have a good early game. And we do see two teams already heading for those Valle del Mar, Chumacera drop locations. I believe it's the squad of 4 noobs and the team of GS actually dropping together towards Valle del Mar. So that might be an early fight. STR, wait, where are these guys? I saw one team heading towards that Los Higos Highland. Who was that?
Honestly, I'm just as lost as you are, but Void on that monster truck has probably spotted, I believe, Feisty on the long run. And is he going to make a move for himself? I don't think so. It's just way too early, just find yourself some compounds, stay in those houses and be a little quiet for the early stages of the game itself. Get those med kits up and running because it's going to be really, really important.
Well, it is going to be extremely important for them. Feisty. Let's see how feisty is going to be by the end of the game. Last game, tried his level best. We saw him in those intense moments as well, being a part of those gunfights. But I believe the players from SE were actually picked apart quite early on in the mid-game stages. Right, Reckoning, you are OP. Is he still in the air? Oh, right, his teammate was still in the air, just gliding towards that drop spot. And they have another team quite close to them, Squad 4. I like that name, Shock Laga.
shock laga, isn't it? I mean, this group, in fact, has a lot of good names, to be honest. Like you mentioned, there was a CR7 fan with this Sui. I am a very ardent CR7 fan myself, bro. Like, I love watching him play, and watching him like quit European football was sort of bad for me. But look at this, though. PSD, he might actually have to quit this map of Miramar, because I don't see any chance of him surviving. He's been completely surrounded. Void gets knocked out by Reaper from the back lines, and PSD is still surviving. Pikachu has been brought down to a lot low HP. What is Team STR going to do? Are they still trying to push and maybe get 5 stays finish and then probably move for more?
I mean, more than feisty taking that duel, it was the cover fire from his teammates that did help him survive for a few extra seconds. But now Void has been brought back into this team fight, and it is going to be a 4v2 situation for a few moments. Nade being lobbed by feisty does not connect. Pikachu managed to survive. I think Madara is the man that they have to be careful about, because I don't think they know he's still there.
Absolutely. It's just smokes all around. Guns blazing, bullets being peppered as Feisty is on the offense. He has the high ground to his advantage, but 2 players lost already. It's a 2v4 battle or 2v3 battle, I'm not really sure. But SD certainly on the maneuver. Team Strange, they're doing a really good job, and this is the time you pounce upon. Another player bites the dust, and it's only Reaper in the backlines, and there's no way he's being able to survive, or rather, save his fallen comrades. Team Strange, are they going to go for Reaper? I think they are. Oh!
Yeah, wow. They're going to make sure that Reaper is going to be the man who's going to be reaped right off this game. And first 4 eliminations to the players of STR. Team fight secured. Void and Brian. Brilliant gameplay being put on display by these two, and the mans who did not actually get those eliminations but were actually quite important to the team surviving in this. And Madara, I mean, he was the man who laid the push from the initial players from Scripture Esports and was able to buy his team that extra time to get Void back into the fight, who in turn did secure those 2 elimination points. But hey, we have the players from LE Loser Esports on our screens now. And even in the last game, they looked quite decent earlier on. Mid-game is when they fell completely apart. So in this game, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Don't you have to be like sadists to try and name yourself Loser Esports? I mean, I'm sure they want to qualify and actually move further in the tournament.
Yeah.
Why would you name yourself Loser Esports?
I mean, one reason to do it just because
these underdogs are really innovative.
Yeah. One reason to do it is just to mess with the presenters when you eventually win the tournament. Hey, the winners are Losers Esports. Yeah, that's the only reason you do it.
Have you been on the receiving end of such stuff?
Yeah, a lot of times. I mean, it's going to be names that we aren't really supposed to say during a live broadcast, and we will figure out different ways of pronouncing such things. But
100%. Even 4 noobs, for a matter of fact, right? Naming yourself bot 1 bot. This is such innovation right there, right? Man, I mean, for sure. It's good to see that underdogs come with creative names, but also they've come up with really creative game plans as well. In terms of mechanical skills, right? These guys are just up there. It's just about the final composure. And we kind of saw that in the first map of Erangel, the composure to, survive in those clutch situations. One reference I'm going to pull up time and time again is Chris OP, right? How do you survive inside a shack with 2 teams pushing on yourself? You just try and create that choke point, right, when nobody can enter the shack. You survive on the basis of some luck that no nade or a Molotov comes in through those small windows as such, but having the DBS, having the shotguns, and connecting that headshot up front just makes that situation at least doable. And these underdogs, they've really perfected those mechanical skills on how to come up with clutch situations every single time.
Yeah, I mean, there were 100 different variables involved in that fight, and there were 100 different things that could have gone wrong, and Chris could have actually been finished off before the fight between the other 2 teams began, before Hyderabad Hydras even slammed into that shack. But it was all about, as I have been saying this for years now, you don't always have to instantly, even if you are at a disadvantage, you don't always have to step out right the second the team slams towards your compound. Sometimes it is important to take at least a second and a half to analyze what is happening, how it's happening, and then making a decision. And that is what the man did. He realized, all right, there are more number of vehicles than there are number of players in a team. That means two my shack at the same time, they're gonna fight each other. I have the opportunity to just hold my ground. But talk about holding their position, and the Mavericks have actually managed to at least dish out a little bit of damage on the players of Reckoning Esports, destroying their vehicles in the process.
A familiar sight, isn't it, on the map of Miramar, where you try to escape those spray downs, you try and escape with your vehicles, but your vehicle just tumbles down and you just have nothing to do, right? How do you survive such sprays? Nobody really knows, but Beard Baba, for a matter of fact, his friend was there to save the day for him, did come back with the vehicle, and now hopefully he's gonna go back to safety. And I love the fact that Reckoning, instead of like engaging in this battle, instead of like putting up a resistance against Mavericks, they know that this is not the right fight. The blue zone damage is there, you're gonna use up a lot of your resources. They don't really have a lot already in terms of medicines, in terms of healing up, so it's just a wise decision to, you know, go save your friend. But look at this though, another rotation being cut off. This is going to be very, very interesting, and we need to find out which teams they are.
Yeah, we definitely need to figure that out. Aim God on the other side, ACBC Esports going up against Mavericks, I believe. And both the teams have traded out numbers evenly. One knock secured by Mavericks, one knock secured by ACBC. But no, the second one changes everything, as Hatcher has been picked off. Brilliant nade coming in. K9IU, she's going to go for the push with the Uzi. Easy finish and secured. Easy 2 points.
Exactly. And shock laga, I mean, no matter how creative his name is, I think the only creative solution that he can come up with is try to smoke himself up and probably, you know, get out of this situation, because at this point he does not have the manpower, does not have the strength to find Mavericks. Their fallen comrade is back up and running, so it's a 4v1 situation. No matter how much spray downs you receive, I think there's no way you can sort of put up a resistance. Look at this, the team DMC in the vicinity. They have found a way to third-party team Mavericks, and those taps somewhat connect. Ankush has been brought to about 50% HP, but all of these teams fighting inside the blue zone, because the zone is in the very northern side of the map itself, La Cabrera, rather the center of the circle itself. I think it's a wise decision for to just occupy the northern territory of La Cabrera, because there's no way any team would come from behind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can make it all the way to La Cabrera, you're not going to be bothered for at least like the next 7 minutes in the game. But I think GENxFM, they are also playing with a very interesting position, taking the crater fields here, mountains towards the eastern side of the crater fields. And I think that is also going to provide them with a lot of vision and information about the teams heading in their direction. But how they actually work with that information is the most important question. What are they going to do with it? For now, though, Hyderabad Hydra's Ultron, having spotted out the players of Reckoning Esports, is going to make sure Ace Black is going to be sprayed down. And as you said, again, they go down.
This is so unfortunate for Reckoning Esports. I just can't understand. Every single time this team tries to rotate, they are on their field trip on the deserts of Miramar, but every single time they get gunned down upon, players go down. I mean, they do manage to revive that player back up, but Hyderabad Hydra suddenly have an advantage, and this team is stuck in the middle of nowhere. They are maneuvering. They've already occupied the factory compound for themselves, and now RG's in the middle of nowhere. Beard Baba goes down. I feel there is some sort of retaliation, but Hyderabad Hydras, they are in a much better territory. Fox OP quite late in the process, and I feel there is someone in the back lines as well from Hyderabad Hydras. How are they going to counter the situation? RGE is going to be the question. So far, Joker Topji just trying to be on the lookout for anybody. The back lines trying to third party and all. Shots do connect as Ultron almost managing to knock one player down. UVOP also close by Johnny. This fight is going to be really intense. UVOP closing in with the SMG shots connecting. Will he get the knock? Yes, he does. And RGE once again managed to survive.
Well, he is surviving 4 now, but I think just the fact that they've managed to pick off Hyderabad Hydras as 2 players is going to be enough to deter this team. In fact, 3 players. Humanoid, he's not going to survive as well. Yeah, exactly. Joker, I think only one option left for him, and he is going to try and take it, but he's taken a lot of damage from the blue zone. HP bar slowly and steadily depleting. All right, the first aid is going to be popped in time, just at the last second.
Oh,
Whew.
the sigh of relief, right? Finally, I'm healed. But elsewhere, look at this though. Team TRS, if I'm not mistaken, up against Team Ellie, Amit OG, taking a lot of damage. Akshay as well, trying to retaliate, but I mean, the entirety of these fights happening in the blue zone sort of kind of makes me feel like the rotations, once again, the general mistake that I was talking about, the rotations up and early. A lot of these fights bring up in situations where you don't really want yourself to be. But Ellie, at least they have the high ground advantage. They have a good split. Akshay on the lower ground try to stall them. Meanwhile, Harsh from the top topographical areas, he can just rain bullets on them. And that is exactly what he's doing. Got the first knock for himself. I think only one player is surviving, and that is going to be Yeti.
Well, let's see, he's surviving for now. Will he go extend? Rage. Booster is running, is going to try and cook up a nade. Akshay from the other side does lob a molly. Does not connect. Yeti is still there.
I feel bad for this guy.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't really have anywhere left to go.
I mean, Smokes probably try and go and rain, but that's never really going to happen. Team Ellie, once again, a clean finish. They've lost Amit OG in the process, but 3 players still up and running. It's probably good enough for the later stage of the game, but look at this. The Team TH, Hayes, losing another player. 2 players down on their knees already. I feel like it's Team 4 and 4 Noobs, bot 4 right in front of him, being third-partied from elsewhere as well. Finds a knock for himself, but doesn't really have much of a support. And there it is, the third party. Damage, quite a lot of it dealt already. Look at this, Hunter X falls down. Good spray down from bot 1. And there it is. I think it's the finish. Has the team been wiped off?
I think so. I believe so. Rampage is out. No, not yet. They're still there. They're still there.
They're still there. They are
Team
up and
Hayes.
running,
Hayes is
which
out.
is good thing.
I mean, all right. I mean, we'll figure it out in the post-game stats. But for now, VST. Let's look at them. I mean, it is an experienced name. It is a team with a lot of good players. But the first game did not really go the way they were hoping for, and now they find themselves sandwiched between 2 in a very awkward position where they know DMC is going to push from the rear, and 4 Noobs is in a perfect spot to actually gatekeep the entire team of VST. Wow. Ooh.
This is lovely, isn't it? The high ground advantage, the zone coming in from the back lines. They have proper lines of sight, and look at this, the long range spray again coming in. Even if it doesn't connect, right, it just creates that mental barrier, that obvious situation where, you know what, my enemies are up there on top of that hill and it's an open ground for me to rotate in. The zone is coming right behind. How do I make this happen? And all of a sudden, you're just up against your own mind, and Team 4 Noobs is just doing such a good job in trying and gatekeep the other team, that is Team VST. So far, they haven't really dealt a lot of damage. Gupper, in fact, has taken some amount of damage from the grenade itself, and on the other side, there are other teams in the vicinity as well, so third-party probability is really, really high.
Yeah, the probability of a third party is extremely high, and I think VST, that's the only thing that's stopping the other lads from actually pushing inside the zone, joining Gubber on that hill. But Gubber, he can do one thing. He can actually just lure the players of 4 Noobs towards him from where his teammates can actually have a line of fire to protect him and put some pressure on the players of 4 Noobs while they push. But Spy, oh my god, Spy Esports, this is extremely risky move from Zap. He's going for a push uphill, has no vision of one of the players, had no vision of Gubber, but he does see Beast on point blank range. Damaged is out, the player cannot repeak him.
It certainly is, right? Team VST just managing to hold their ground, and it's honestly a good position for them. Healing at the wrong time. Beast goes down, and this is Team Spy's opportunity to capitalize. And there you go. Hero gets a first knock. There are too many teams in the process. They need to isolate those fights one by one, stick together. Harsh again in the process. The SMG is going to reign supreme, but third party is happening from 4 Noobs. And this team, they just decide to stick together. Spy once again. Since there are ridges, since there's so much of a topographical variance out there, they might just manage to survive, but 4 Noobs, not really letting them breathe so far. Zap in the middle of so much battle. Will he be able to survive? The not really goes down, and this is 4 noobs on an onslaught. They are on a mission, Johnny.
Well, let's see, they are on a mission, and this isn't actually a mission impossible as well. It should be quite an easy job for them. It's a 1v3 and one he takes down one, brings it down to a 1v2, but that's all what he will be good for, as 4 noobs definitely playing in a contradictory manner to their name do end up wiping out quite a decent number of players in one go. But look at this, GENxDuke from the high ground, death from above to anyone down below. Reckoning Esports.
This is such a great position, honestly, Johnny.
Yeah. Is Reckoning Esports the unluckiest team in this lobby right now, or what?
Probably. You know what? This is an impossible climb. You talked of mission impossible. There it is right there. This advantage that Duke has is going to stay with him for some time. But again, if the zone shifts, then he has to climb down, and that is also going to be a very difficult task. So it's sort of like a double-edged sword. Reckoning right underneath his nose, right underneath his gunfire. How are they going to deal with it is going to be the question, as the mountains, the topography, once again, every single time I talk of topography, because this is what Miramar is. Elsewhere, we have some other fights brewing up. Team GS, you can see one player trying to escape the fight with his vehicle right there. Or is he trying to go and maybe revive a couple of players? Not really sure. So far, seems like he's taking the escape route. He's doing so successfully.
Let's see though, so far so good, but as the game progresses on and as we transition completely into the late game stages of the game, it's not going to be easy for these teams to actually even take a single step out in the open. As we're looking at the players of GS growing strong, 2 players knocked out, 1 lad left standing. GENxDuke still just completely tunnel visioned on the players of Reckoning. Needs to be extremely careful, since now they are going to be surrounded by the players of 4 noobs.
This is such a difficult final circle, honestly, Johnny. I have no clue how the players are going to play this out, because in creative fields, you have those valleys, you have those deep locations where you would try and get the center of the circle, but then you have hills surrounding you, so there is a high chance that teams might come in. Nades being popped in, Team Strange, they're just trying to go in, act heavy. Pikachu trying to be on the offense, and I'm not really sure if there's a lot of backing on the other team as well. They just only have one player who is surviving. Team GS, what are they going to do? I can see Clips in the background just trying to rotate out of this situation, trying to escape, but Brian just does not want to let him breathe. Spray, free fire, everything, just rain him with bullets and finish him off. His Team GS gets completely wiped off.
And I think Reckoning Esports, their mission to just survive in the game has gotten even tougher, as I believe 2 players have been taken out. There goes the 3rd, Fox, and Yuva has been finished off as well. So that's pretty much the entirety of the team Reckoning Esports getting wiped out. 4 noobs still looking quite strong in this game, but they have to be extremely careful. Surrounded from all the different directions, you have the team of GlitzX in one side, team number 10 on the other. But the good thing that can work out for noobs is the fact that everyone's going to be distracted. There are 4 different teams trying to play this zone right now. We have a total of 6 teams, 19 players remaining. So there are a few individuals who can, in fact, turn the tides, even for the teams that have all 4 players left in the game still.
Exactly. A sort of a Cold War situation brewing up inside the circle. Not a lot of lines of sight, especially due to these obstructions. There's a lot of compounds. You can still hear the gunshots, but look at this whole picture, right? Teams have found safe houses for themselves, safe houses where they can at least survive for the next couple of minutes, because it's a matter of seconds right now. The zone shifts hard. Elsewhere, it's Team Glitch who is taking a lot of damage, and Ankush has actually knocked someone down. I would love to have a look at that fight, but so far, Team 10 coming in from the high ground. They have 4 noobs so far surrounded, but it's very, very important for them to manage the right timing, because they need to move forward 145 odd meters, which they need to travel to enter the circle right now, and it's not going to be easy, Johnny.
Rohan almost messing up that spray. Finally does manage to readjust his crosshair and take down bot 4 from the team of 4 noob. Well, he has secured the knock. I think his teammate is going to have to step up to make sure that the point goes to their team and no one else takes it. But this brings us to an interesting turn of event as 4 noobs now panic, step out in the open without realizing that they are surrounded, overexposed. 2 more players getting taken out. Bot 3 is going to be the last man remaining for the team. Nade being lobbed towards him. And Wizard, will the magic work? Will his spells work and secure that final fight for his team as he is losing teammates as well? Himanshu knocked down. Rohan finished off. 2 players remain for squad number 10.
6 teams and 14 players have to remain. Not a lot of them also surviving. Another one goes down as Team 4 Noobs, probably surviving with just 1 man right now. Bot 3 is the only man surviving. Has a couple of medkits to work with, but I don't think it's gonna go to a heal battle at this point. It's gonna come down to an all-out brawl. And Toxic77 just trying to take the damage to him, trying to take the fight to him. Not letting him breathe so far. Third parties after third parties, there's fire, gunfire every single direction, and you probably can't even breathe for a moment. The circle is just so untidy. And I love the fact that Hyderabad Hydras is Joker top G. In spite of losing his mate so up and early, he's still surviving, has found a container for himself, and he's just hiding like a sneaky little bugger. I'm gonna go for placement points.
Well, you might think it's going to be easy to secure these placement points, but it's definitely not. As we do learn now, right now, 4 teams, 9 players remaining. GENxFM still looking quite solid with Ralph getting taken out a few moments ago. 3 players, Chris, Duke, and Roman are still there. Their backs are being pushed by the players of STR, but I guess with the nade being lobbed in their direction, Roman and Chris have focused their attention on trying to deter this push or deter the actions of STR. But Chris is going to be knocked out by Madara, using that nade to its best potential, finding an easy knock. 1 more can mean the finish, the point going to the players of STR. Hyderabad Hydra's Joker. Wait, what? How is this man in top 4? Where did he come from?
Exactly right. That was my point, right? He is bagging those placement points for himself, and Madara still surviving that onslaught. Roman has a good position on top of this region that he has. He has a nice little view on every single thing that's happening. Joker top G inside that container, and everybody else probably in open ground. Roman being sprayed down upon as Pikachu, trying to show what strength the protagonist Pokemon has so far. Nades being lobbed in, and he has been destroyed into pieces as Chris OP also has been wiped off. We only have 4 teams and 8 players left, Johnny.
You have 4 teams, 8 players left. And GENxFM, I think that 8 players remaining is just in terms of numbers, because GENxFM, they've lost a few players. Duke, I believe, is the last man standing for the team. And he is not in a comfortable position as well. Joker, one thing left for him to do, just put on those first aids one after the other. He has 4 first aids remaining, 2 points also secured by the team. Pikachu from the team of STR is going to be picked off on the other side though. GENxFM, Duke definitely doing his job till the very end, till the last moment of the game, but Madara securing that finish for Roman. The point goes to his team as Duke is going to fall down to the play zone. Now, this game is actually between these last 2 teams. The team of I believe these are Mavericks that are there versus the players of STR.
Yeah.
So quite an interesting fight. Joker can change everything. Even if he connects a few shots on either one of these sides, that will be enough to swing the fight in one favor. But he goes down, and it is the final 3v2 that we get to witness now.
Yeah, Madara in the front lines trying to use his infinite Tsukuyomi to get that finish on a Team Mavericks. Certainly an advantage in terms of numbers as Team Strange. They have 3 players up and alive, but Ankush being very slow and steady has found a small little topographical advantage for himself. Vipul on the low grounds trying to cook up his nade, probably get that initial advantage, but how does Team Strange approach this fight? How do they isolate the players? In fact, they doubled down on Ankush. They knew his position and they isolated that fight as his players dropped down. Brian, it was brilliant in the end as Team Strange, Madara and Brian, they lead the charge to a wonderful winner chicken dinner. And this team just really showed both composure as well as brilliance in that fag end of the game, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that infinite Tsukiyomi, you call it the Sharingan, whatever eyes this man has, they get the job done. The nade did change everything and take the advantage away from the players of the other side. And Team Strange, I mean, as you mentioned, in that final few moments, it was important for them to isolate those two players and pick them off one after the other. They did a brilliant job of doing that. Although, I have to say, I'm impressed with the players of GLitchX as well. And of course, Joker from Hyderabad Hydras. Huge props to that, man. I thought that team was done like 10 minutes ago.
Exactly right, and the fact that he managed to secure a top 3 position, double-digit placement points, is a big victory for Hyderabad Hydras, because they haven't really been racking up those finish points. And to qualify a big name like Hyderabad Hydras, a lot of fan following behind this team as well, and people do expect this team to sort of qualify. I feel like Joker sort of single-handedly carried his team, at least on the map of Miramar, and set his team up in a situation where the map of Sanhok can be a game changer for them. Again, similar to what God's Rain did, or probably like what a Chemin Esports did, right? One good game and maybe just bank up on it. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to have a look at the highlights and see all the action unfold yet again. And once again, it did start very early. Team Strange just going bang in against Team SE.
I mean, this was SE's massive blunder, though. I mean, because they over-aggressed and they made sure that, I think, the recovery moment that was given to the players of Team Strange, I think that was also could have been denied, could have actually changed everything for the players of SE. But hey, I mean, it's done, it dusted, might as well just focus on the next game. One thing I really liked about this particular match of Miramar was the zone. I love northern zones on Miramar. Not a lot of cover to work with, but a lot of hills that actually do put on display how important it is to secure the high ground advantage in this map.
Exactly right, and some teams actually did that. I feel like it was Team Glitch, if I'm not mistaken. It was Duke who actually had a crazy high ground on top, because of which Team Reckoning could not maneuver at all, right? That is how important high ground advantage is. You just stop any sort of rotation in those final moments, and there is so much potential for you. You certainly are susceptible to a lot of third parties because you are the center of attraction, but if you can handle it well, if you know how to isolate those angles, you can just dish out equal amount of damage.
Yeah, and that one fight we just witnessed in the highlights from the players of 4N. 4N is also looking like an extremely impressive along with the players of Strange Esports. I mean, both these teams, they are playing like they have an idea of what they need to do in certain situations. It's just what I think is where they are lacking is their ability to gather information safely, because even from the side of Strangers, we saw them in those final moments just controlling the edge quite nicely, but then when it came time to just like go for those off peaks, trying to make sure you're spotting out those players, that is where I think 4N in particular was struggling, and they lost this game because of that. Strangers, I think their patience, their game plan was set towards the end. They knew they had a good edge, they had the high ground, they had the slope working for them. All they had to do was just avoid the team to their right, save them till the very end, clear those individuals that are out in the open first, get the easy job done first, focus on the hard task later. And even towards the end, it wasn't too difficult for them to actually secure the win. It was a 3v4. The game would have gone their way.
Exactly. And again, from like a viewer's perspective, we don't really get to see the whole picture or how the moment is inside the game. But I kind of felt like Mavericks in the final stage, it was a 3v2 situation, right? It's not impossible, but the fact that they decide to split up one guy on top and one guy on below, that might have been a misjudgment on their part as well, right? When you know you're facing three players, why would you just split up? You know, just probably try and stick together, use a utility well, and just try and form a unit, a strong unit. And that is where I feel like they fell short. But nonetheless, I feel like a second position is still great. They got a handful of finishes for themselves as well. So all in all, this group sort of looks sorted, and I'm well set for what Sanhok has to offer. I mean, once again, another group is going to come to a closure. Another group with some heavy hitting names where there might be a big question mark. And one of those teams might just be Hyderabad Hydras.
I mean, for sure, we will have to look at the overall rankings to figure out where does this map of Miramar put these teams in with respect to their rankings. Because again, for the viewers, only the top 8 from each group will be moving forward to week number 3 from this first week. From week 2, they'll move on to week 4. But for now, at least, as you mentioned, I mean, yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, they've had their struggles in the first 2 games, but they might be looking to pull off a move similar to God's Reign, secure a good game in Sanhok, move on because of that one game, and then fix your mistakes for the next stage of the tournament. Although, again, another point that you made about that final 2v3, 100% agree with you. If you know it's a 2v3 situation, if it's a 4v3 situation, 1v2s, you can't really do anything about it. You will have to just wide swing and just pray to the gods that your shots connect, your bullets are heading towards the enemy's heads. In a 2v3, you can play with your numbers, just like try to swing the players together in tandem so that they also will take their time to readjust. One of you can find the trade in a scenario like that. Utility was definitely quite important, but I think one of the mistakes that was made, and I see this quite often, is just overcommitting utility when there's no need to do it, because of which by the time you reach endgame situations, you don't really have those smokes or molotovs or even nades to work with for that matter. And I think that is something that you will only see the top teams taking care of, replenishing utilities as they move forward, even during the intense moments, because majority of the teams, they miss out on this. These are those details that separate the best teams from the underdogs. I mean, at this point, even the top teams will make mistakes if things get too intense. But I guess it's time to look at the numbers from the previous game.
Certainly it is. And the MVP has to be Brian. I mean, 8 finishes. If one player from a team manages to get 8 finishes, I mean, it doesn't even feel like a competitive or an esports environment. It feels like those full rush gameplay streams at this point. 8 finishes, Johnny.
Unbelievable from him. And not just him, his teammates as well. Look at Void with 3, Madara with 3. I think Strangers, they might have just secured the top 8 in the overall with just this game itself. But we'll have to see what the rest of the competition is going to look like as well. I think might as well move on to the match standing, see what the points look like. All right, Hyderabad Hydras, they do get those, do get the top 5 for themselves, but they're the only big name in the top 5. Everyone else is one of the underdog teams.
It certainly is, right? And it's funny to see the Reckoning Esports, they are in the 7th position with 5 points. Right? I mean, they certainly have a chicken dinner on the first map, but this entire map of Miramar was rather funny for Reckoning Esports, at least for their rivals' perspective. Every single time these boys are on a vehicle trying to rotate, they just get peppered down with bullets and they just don't have anything to do about your vehicle, just explodes. And once again, you have to use those first aid kits, you have to use those resources, the smoke grenades and everything to try and revive that fallen comrade and then get back up and running once again. It was just rather funny. The second page, complete, it kind of looks like a binary code to me. It's zeros and ones, barring a few losers esports getting that 3 finish points for themselves. So the second page, probably again, just like God's Reign did, they need a very, very good map of Sanhok. But at least for now, Hyderabad Hydras have a platform for themselves to perform one game with probably 10 or 12 points. They should be secured. Reckoning Esports, they are more than fine. The underdog teams who were at the top 5, right, including Noob Esports, Glitch X, I feel like those teams also have really made their mark. Team Strange, I already consider them to be qualified. So it's mostly going to be a battle of who occupies the position from probably like 5th to 8th, right? That is where the entirety of the battle begins. And we've seen in Group A, the margin between the 8th position team and the 9th position team is very, very less. So in that map of Sanhok, you have to be that little extra aggressive to try and get that single point. You have to really work hard for that single point because qualification is at stake and you won't get a second opportunity.
True, extremely well said, extremely well put together what you said. I mean, the competition is definitely going to get tougher, and between the middle pack itself is where the positions are going to be decided. But apart from that, I mean, talking team specific, I think there are 3 names in particular that do need to step up if they want to make sure that the work that they've done so far in the first 2 matches does not go to complete waste after the 3rd game. Getting Strong is one of those teams because they had a very good game in game number 1, game number 2, not that much. I believe they ended with like 2-3 points. It is definitely not enough. VST is another one of those names. Top 3 in the first match, and again, a horrible performance in game number 2. So Sanhok needs to be better. And then, of course, Reckoning Esports. I mean, I wouldn't want a team to have secured a chicken dinner and then fail to qualify. I think the chances of that happening are quite low. But Reckoning Esports, I think they just need to make sure that they're finishing in the top 5 in this game of Sanhok and secure like 4 eliminations. And I think that should be enough to keep their total tally within the top 8 bracket. I think these 3 teams, it's going to be quite critical for them. But you know, when it's important games for big names, that is when you expect the underdogs to pull out that wild card from their bag and be like, hey, time for a drop clash. I don't know if that's going to happen in this game, but I hope it does.
It's certainly, I also do hope that it does. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's sort of time to watch the last and the final map of the day, and it is going to be the map of Sanhok, the map where a lot of things are at stake. And we saw the first map of Sanhok, how difficult it was, how incredibly competitive it was. Of course, speaking of competitive, I have a very competitive friend, Mr. Necro himself, who kind of tries to compete with me when it comes to fashion. I think he does edge past me by a little. Do you? I'm not really sure. I mean, we'll probably have to let the chat vote for either of us. But what was your views of the map of Miramar entirely? Tell me about it.
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie, Miramar, it just seemed like the way these teams are playing, in general, they're just having a lot of variety in the play style. One thing, and I was really surprised to see Joker alive till the end. I did not expect that man to be there. He was just behind the barrels, healing up over and over again. In the end, when he ran out of the heals, he had no other option than to step out of his cover and get taken out. But to be honest, the map of Miramar, I would say it had pretty balanced action and overall an entertaining game. But now, speaking about entertaining games, though, you know, Salty, Sanhok is on the horizon. That means a lot of these players are probably going to be ready with the med kits to go for a heal battle.
Yep, and we kind of saw a little bit of a glimpse of it. I feel like Joker, the way he pulled his team from the trenches to the 3rd position, it just goes to show how important a heal battle is, right? At the fag end of the game, does a lot of difference, because if you look at how the placement points are organized, if you finish top 3 or top 5, you get a hell lot of points. You finish after that, then you're probably looking at like a 1 point or 2. So it doesn't really make a lot of difference. Those medkits are really going to be up and running. In the first map of Sanhok, we saw Python really work their venom and really do justice to the map of Snakes. Who do you think is going to be this time around?
Ooh, it's really tough to say, but whatever it is, I want to see a team that's not doing that great for themselves. I want to see that team to come out on top. Look, that's all I'm going to say, because so many things that can be speculated at this point in time. There are definitely one of those teams that we expect them to do good. They are doing quite decent for themselves. Even in the previous game, not the outcome that we expected, but definitely strange. I would say they had quite a strange performance because it's the first time for me personally when I'm seeing them on the board. But with the way they played, the amount of elimination points they secured, they also got the chicken dinner in general. So Strange definitely had a really good and a solid performance. So you guys also had this conversation where Strange probably has secured themselves in the top 8. Now the positions that are going to be acquirable, that are probably going to be 5th from the 8th position. Whichever team wants to make it up to the first half of the board, the teams that are going to be on the other half of the board, they need to try hard as much as possible. Probably go aggressive. This is what we're probably going to be seeing on the map of Sanhok. But what do you think? Are we going to be seeing aggression or some passiveness?
I think, I mean, since we've always seen Sanhok being aggressive, right? And this is the last shot for a lot of teams, even for teams like God's Reign, right? They had the last shot at the map of Sanhok. They really made the mark because of the fact that they were aggressive, because of the fact that they were pushing into compounds where they did not have a lot of information, but they managed to get those finishes and they managed to get those very, very crucial 8 to 9 finish points. I feel like that is going to be the name of the game again in the map of Sanhok. It's going to be difficult. There are going to be teams who will try to gatekeep. We talked about it. Sanhok is like extremely unpredictable, especially where teams are going to be lying. You don't really have that much information. The 3-1 split, which we talk about, the scout that you send out, that scout is also susceptible to a lot of risk. But you know, all of these factors, we can just sideline them. We can only speculate, because what happens in the game only happens in the game, and we'll find out when the flight takes off. And I feel it's gonna take off right about now. Necro, do the honors.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last map of the day. Sanhok begins right in front of us. Plane fly pad starting all the way from Tampang towards Kao. And as you said, whatever happens in the game happens in the game. I find that statement pretty funny. But yeah, that is true if you think about it logically. But yes, we've got teams ejecting out of the plane. Hyderabad Hydras going all the way towards the Sami. As much as that statement does not make sense, it actually makes sense. Is that weird?
It certainly is weird, right? Sometimes you just realize that things come out of your mouth and you're like, wait, what did I try to mean right there? Right? You sort of have the idea, but then the kind of the choice of words and everything else, it just makes it so incredibly funny.
It happens.
But speaking of funny, again, a very skewed fight path. But again, on the map of Sanhok, you don't really have to worry about it. You are going to go to your desired locations, find your desired loot, and of course, we get to see, so far, no such early battles. Do you reckon there is going to be some?
No, I don't think so. It's tough to say. Maybe there is a chance where we'll see Mafia probably collide against one of the teams that's quite close to him. You can see Himanshu is quite close to another enemy team, but once again, it seems like they do not really want anything to do with him. It's Loser Esports is actually quite close to him, and they're going to take an exit from that. You talk about early collisions, and yeah, there is one. It's between 4Noobs and VST. VST is not a team you want to go up against, and 4Noobs, they've already lost out on one of their bots.
It is so sad, honestly. I mean, Team VST, they landed first. They got hold of the weapons initially, and they just have nothing. Their opposition just can't really do anything about it. It is just VST who has the guns, and the others just don't. Elsewhere, you have Team DMC, who also find a pick for themselves, and right off the get-go, your 4 players just dished out of the server.
Hey, it's not fair, alright? 4Noobs dropped down on the same compound. They got a Vector, and another guy did not even get anything, while the opponents got an AKM and an M416. That's straight up unfair. That's usually me when I play the game, but that's alright.
That's life. That's life, Necro.
Yeah, man. Unfair. Sometimes it gotta be unfair. But for now, as we've got, Haxer. Even he's making his way, and unfortunately for Ankush, is not going to be able to survive for that longer. Electro is barely surviving in the back lines, but he does not really have a lot of HP, so he needs to disengage from this fight.
And I think he certainly will, but elsewhere, Team Mavericks, they are being shut down. Team ACBC, Snow, finding that long-range knock with that UMP really surprising, but also gives them the opportunity, the opening for them to push forward. Elsewhere, Vipul and I feel they are quite far apart, and there is no way they are going to fall in. Comrade Mavericks, not the ideal start for them. How do they come back from this situation?
Something only they can answer. Man, it's not going to be able to do anything in that scenario, trying to make sure that he's getting inside the water, but TYB, this is going to be their end inside the game. Rage has got 2 free elimination points for his team, and he's probably going to be able to wrap that up. No one's going to stop this man from doing so. Electro, he needs to keep his head tucked down underneath the water, but soon enough, he's not going to be able to do that for long enough. Electro, he needs to get out of the water. He needs to peek his head out to get some air. And as soon as he does so, Rage will probably put the nail in the coffin. But so far, Electro is undetected, unspotted. And as long as he is, there's a chance that he can actually get his fallen player back up, and that's the pull. And yeah, that's what he's trying to do, but once again, spots out the head and puts the nail in the coffin.
Life is so unfair, isn't it, Negro? I mean, just nothing on Electro. Absolutely nothing. Not even a single pistol on that person. And what can you possibly do, right? I mean, this is why we talk of early collisions, being early into the compound, going in early, getting that early gun for yourself, finding that weapon to battle off that, to shrug off that initial contact is really, really important. But unfortunately, we bid adieu to the first team on the map of Sanhok so far, DMC. They still have all their players up and running, but Team GS in the vicinity might just tempt them to go in for a battle, because we discussed in the pre-game segment, you are not going to hold back in this map of Sanhok. You probably won't play for just the finish points.
Another fight might be brewing up in front of us. And DMC Viper is just tying out the player in the front. Once again, Flash just mowing down the lawns in the front. Was able to get one, but still looking to get the second one in the hands. Flash, He's able to spot the glimmer of his enemies, but no confirmation yet. They've got him in the deadlock. All they need to do is execute him.
Yeah. Flash just trying to close in the distance, maybe infiltrate the compound. In fact, they have complete control of the compounds themselves. The other team, Team GS, they have escaped the situation, decided to disengage and, survive that situation. Team number 9, Yeti and others. So far, they've got good utility to work with, but no teams in the vicinity, apart from Bot 4, the lone survivor of that onslaught.
Oh no. Poor Bot. Feel bad for him, man. What is he even supposed to do? I mean, 4 noobs, for them to qualify, it's impossible now. They cannot qualify anymore.
At least did justice to their name, but I don't really want to be very salty.
Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, your name is salty, so what do we expect? All right, well,
my
I'm going to move on from that. Pretend as if I did not hear that.
Yeah.
Well, we've got DMC though. So far, they're eyeing out. Oh, what is this off angle that this man created? Nicely done. GS, one of the player falls down. Sparky did not even expect in his entire lifetime that this is something that will happen. Falcon, with barely a sliver amount of HP, he still manages to take down the last player, and that's going to be it. It seems like the fairy tale for this team is not going to come true anymore.
It certainly won't. Certainly Team DMC. I believe it was Wait, was it Falcon or Starboy? Somebody from that team just got that off angle, right? That brilliant climb onto the terrace, and the way he got that knock, that first headshot with the AKM, just got that one tap onto his head. That's how his team managed to make that brilliant move happen, Team Spy. This team, again, has showed glimpses of brilliance in the first map of Erangel, but now they really need to come up strong because Miramar wasn't really that good for them. One more opportunity, they still need to survive. They've got good loot for themselves. They do have weaponry to make something happen. For that, they need to survive with Onslaught Void. Getting the first knock, no, absolutely. And one man from Team Spy has spiked the dust.
One thing's for sure, man. For Strange, it seems like the pressure's definitely starting to subside. They're gaining more confidence inside the game as the games keep on progressing on because they won the previous game. Now they've got nothing to lose. Anyways, they have qualified. So Strange, they can definitely go and they can definitely try and go on some aggressive page if they do want. The upcoming team's going to be in the name of Spy, but you can never underestimate this team. These are the Alligators, and they are looking to munch a few players away. Look at this. He's looking to get some executions off. The jump shot's done, but the TBS connection's not there on the mark just yet. And Void still trying his best to fight back, and eventually one of the player from Strange falls down.
It certainly is, right? He was just completely alone over there. No backup whatsoever. Team Spy just doubled down on him. And that is how you should do, right? That is how you should proceed. That is how you approach every single fight. Doing it well over there. I mean, did lose a man out initially because of the fact that he did not have any information presence. But finally, they have dealt with it. Team VST on the other side again. 3 men surviving. 3 finishes for this team to work with. And in the vicinity, they have Team Spy. They certainly have heard the gunshots and they know that there might have been casualties. But this probably isn't the right time for them to engage.
Speak about engaging. Yeah, it was Starboy. It was Starboy. He climbed on top of the roof, created an angle, knew exactly where the enemy is. And this is what I say. When you've got the intel on exactly where the enemy's position, the fights get 50% easier. So always try to get the intel. And then with some heroics and with some brilliant moves, you can always come out on top in those duels. But for now, we've got Rohan eyeing out the future lines, eyeing out the front lines, and not able to spot out anyone, but they know that there is a team in the far territory, and that's what they're looking out to scout. Considering they haven't really got the eye, so they do not just want to step outside of the cover, because they probably know as soon as they're going to step out, there's a massive load of bullets on their way.
Yeah. This is a compulsion as well, right? They are well inside the circle, and I feel like this is just the first circle. So, I mean, as long as they don't really have that compulsion to move, as long as they don't have that ulterior motivation to move from one place to the other, they can just hold their ground, especially when you are in such an open field. Team RGE, on the other hand, this team had a rather funny Miramar game. I'm not really sure if you had noticed every single time that they were rotating, their vehicles just got punctured, their vehicles got destroyed. And I just hope that this game, it's otherwise. Glitch again, signs of brilliance on the map of Erangel. Did show signs of fight in the map of Miramar, but not really satisfactory. This team really needs to step up if they want to qualify at this point.
If you want to have a better position, those two teams need to fight for supremacy. And so far, none of these teams are actually going to be forced to fight for the supremacy because the circle is still quite big. You can't try to get yourself positioned somewhere in the corner of the circle, barely on the edge as well, and you should be good to go. You don't need to go for, or you don't need to brute force your way in the center of the circle all the time. Joker, as always, sort of separated away from the rest of the pack, but it's okay. As long as he's going to be in the safer territories, you are going to be okay. Whenever I see a player this much out in the open, when he doesn't really have a lot of information on what's going on around him, I always get so anxious.
Yeah. I mean, it is certainly right. I mean, you going out in the open completely by yourself, you getting knocked out, you have nothing to do, right? It's kind of a safer option for you to stick together. But me and Johnny, we were having this discussion of how a 3-1 split actually works in your favor. But this isn't even a 3-1 split. All 4 players, even when we saw the landing of Team Hyderabad Hydras, we saw every single one of those players just completely split out. And the kind of position that they're holding on the edge of the map itself, on the edge of the island, you sort of expect not a lot of players to be there, and that is the reason why they're playing with such freedom. But again, every single move has its pros and cons, and I mean, there is always a chance that their rotation might just get cut off, or they might just get third-partied somewhere. Just always have to be cautious, always have to stick to your teammates. That's how life is, right? You stick to your friends and you probably hope to succeed. Like I'm sticking with you.
I mean,
Necro.
Yeah. But VST in front of us, as they did lost out on one of the players quite early off, Krish. Now it's just a 3-man squad, looking to find some good spot inside the circles, exploring some uncharted territories where they don't exactly know where to step foot and where to not. They are moving quite out in the open, but luckily for them, we know this, that there's no one really surrounding him. So that's good news for VST.
Yeah.
They are still in the safer grounds. Speaking about that, though, when you talk about teams like VST, I like the fact that these type of teams really do have a little touch of aggression in them. If the situation calls for it, this team is actually going to push on forward and take you down.
And that is one of the approaches which these younger teams and the underdog teams sort of hold true to.
Yeah.
They always, in any interview, if you ask them, they always say that, all right, we're not afraid to go in for those early fights. We're not afraid. If you come to our drop location, we are going to fight you, because they're just mechanically so good, right? They're mechanically so confident. But again, it's those mid-game rounds, it's situations like these, right? When it's completely quiet, when you don't know where your enemies are, is when the right decision making is the difference between you winning the game and you losing the game, right? Racking up a lot of points or probably getting eliminated early on. And it's such a stark contrast between Group A and Group B. Let's just look at it, right? Even Miramar, for that fact, it was just extremely quiet in the mid-game phase.
Yeah.
Even Sanhok, not a single shot being fired. There's just so much
Even
territory
Erangel.
for these teams to occupy. Exactly, right? And the fact that it's just the second circle and only 49 players were alive, you understand that there is not a lot of density of players. You have a lot of territory to cover. But this is when the right decision making, predicting the circle right, also kind of comes into the picture, getting those right compounds initially. Hoping for a hard shift, and yes, you have it.
Nice.
Yes, you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
This is where things get even more spicier. I like circles near the boot camp hill. That's where the actual hell breaks loose, and now we're probably going to be seeing so many third parties. Now look, this is the part of the game where you need to make it inside the circle as quick as possible. No late game rotations over here. If you're going to be the one to make it inside the circle late, that means you're going to be stepping inside an unknown territory where you don't exactly know where the players are positioned, and that means there's a chance you're going to get shot at from anywhere. And because considering circle is so small, you're not really going to be having a lot of compounds to take over. So you need to be quick. You need to be the first one to get a prime positioning in the hand. We've got Ellie in front of us though, Loser Esports, as one of the players only has gotten 2 elimination points so far, and they're not that far away from the circle. They're barely on the edge of quarry, but they still need to make it at least in the center. So in the future line, if there is a hard shift, it's not going to shift that far away from them. It shouldn't be that tough to get inside the circle. Oh.
Yeah. As I hear gunshots in the vicinity, is it Team DMC on Toxic 77? Have to find out. So far they disengaged, but they're still looking to find and scout where the opposition is placed. One interesting fact which I noticed from the map itself is the fact that Hyderabad Hydras, they are towards that southwestern side of the map itself, southwestern side of the circle, and it's very tempting for them to try and occupy Painan, right, which is on other island, which is the western island of the map. You don't really want to be over there. You want to be in the mainland, and crossing that bridge and probably making that transition, crossing that river, is going to be the deadliest part of their journey so far. I feel like the entirety of boot camp area, the entirety of the northern western part of the circle is completely blank. There is no presence at all. Try to habitat that location, try to make a settlement over there is what I feel these teams should do, because majority of the teams, they are on the eastern edge of the circle, and there is going to be a lot of brawl breaking out.
And now DMC from the top, as you saw, they were just raining down death and destruction. Look at TH. Oh, they're so out in the open. There's a chance the team right above them, they're probably gonna reign supreme over them. But so far, TH, at least they're undetected, so that's a good news. Ellie once again in the front lines, but this time it's Yeti just mowing down the vehicle in the front lines. And what is this? We're seeing some stunts being pulled off in the middle of a death field and the death trap. And yes, TRS, they're not going to let him go away just like that. Aruni catches a little bit of return fire onto himself, but it's a complete third party from Hyderabad Hydras.
Team SE, the only player surviving is going to be Excalibur, if I'm not mistaken. Reaper goes down, Yeti goes down. Ninja and Stoner on this end, just surviving on the basis of that smoke. Arun is going to succumb to his injuries. Phantom OP, just look at where he's positioned. Just look at his HP. There is no way that man is surviving. And once again, like I said, right, all hell is going to break loose at any moment. Joker Top G just finding that right spot for himself. Grasses, proper cover fire, and he can just lie down and spray using that M466. It's just wonderful, especially taking down opponents for a long range. So far, Hyderabad Hydras, they are doing that transition. They are crossing the river that we are talking of, and this probably is the most dangerous part of their game so far. If they manage to do it successfully and occupy the mainland, I feel like half their job is done.
Look, as I mentioned, if you're going to be the one to step inside the circle a little late, you're always going to have the problems. And so far, Hyderabad Hydras and even TRS were the one to make it in quite late. And now, they have to face the wrath of all the teams that are currently holding on to the edges. And this is why I said, be quick. And Hyderabad Hydras tune out, making quite risky moves because they realize not a lot of time's left over. There's still teams in the front that need to deal with. And nicely done. Joker's going to put the nail in the coffin. That DBS going to strike in stronger than ever before in that range. And now Hyderabad Hydras, they have managed to secure this part of the land, but they still need to make it inside the circle. They're right behind, or they're right in front of the wall of death and not a safe zone.
It certainly is, right? They have to do it quick. Maneuvers have to be quick. But elsewhere, VST already in snake mode so far. They've dropped their backpacks. They've dropped every single thing, and they are playing for placement points already. This is very, very exciting to me, because right now, if this is when we start to see snake so far, if you prone down and try and occupy positions, it can be deadly. 41 players still alive. And there can be third parties anywhere. You don't want to get caught out. You don't want to be, being caught out in a lack of utility, lack of smokes, lack of grenades. Once again, a rather slow and steady maneuver. Gabbar just wants to avoid the fight, but catches one off guard. Hero. There is no way that man is going to survive. Gabbar just finds a free finish for himself.
Hero's not a hero anymore. Dialed down to a 0.
A fallen hero.
But at least he got one elimination though, so you can say he did his part. But Hyderabad Hydras, Joker knocks himself out. Not a good news for Hyderabad Hydras indeed, and this is what happens. You're going to find a lot of casualties onto yourself when you're going to be the latecomers inside the circle. And now they also need to take down the teams at the front. It's going to be the sweeping squad of Hyderabad Hydras. They need to sweep all the teams that stand in their path, which sounds next to impossible. but you've got no other option left over. Ultron was knocked out. He's now getting back to safety, but DMC from the top is going to rain down death and destruction.
Oh my god, I think both the players have been knocked out. The only player who survives is going to be Joker OP, and he is in a completely different area. So Hyderabad Hydras, it's going to be very, very difficult for them, especially after that dismantle that we got to see in the first two maps. This was their last ray of hope. They've got a lot of finishes. I feel like a certain amount of finishes for themselves, 4 finishes to work with. But Humanoid, yeah, pardon me for that, Joker Top G was taken down. So Humanoid,
29 first aids. Med heal battles, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Sanhok's known for. This man is ready to heal for days. He's also got a med kit and 29 first aids. That means Hyderabad Hydras, intentions clear. This team's gonna play for the placement points and try to make it in the top 8 whatsoever. SC in the close quarters of Team LE. LE, they've got the entire firing squad in front, so Caliber needs to be as anonymous as possible, and that's what he's doing, proning it down like a snake in the front. But LE now, they're approaching another team in the front. That's going to be in the name of DMC. Viper, he's going to be burnt down to a crisp, knocked out, and the utilities aren't going to confirm the knock as well.
I think Team LE is going to be the real sweeping squad because they've done such a good job in isolating those teams so far. Shock Laga on the other side of a fight. Team SDR being wiped off once again. Is it the last surviving man for this team? No, wait. AACBC, they have a lot of players surviving. Shock Laga probably isn't going to be the one, but Snow and others, they're still making the run for it. And all of these guys, they have to run so much because we got to see another hardship from the circle itself. It's once again moving northward towards boot camp. So, like I said, boot camp was the only safe territory and nobody occupies it so far. Snow just being in the helm of things, just being gunned down by multiple teams from multiple angles. Elsewhere, Glitch just trying to survive. They have the edge of the circle for themselves. Nice little compounds to work around, and they can hold this for days. I feel like if the circle rotates
all the
them,
4.
if by any chance they have, they just have such a good location. Mafia Himanshu, he knows exactly where LA is coming from, taking in damage, but he can get those important finish points if he.
Rage knocked out. Nicely done. Good spray. Himanshu gets him taken down, but once again needs to also get the confirmation. Patches himself up. He does not have any more meds left, so Himanshu will need to make it inside the circle, but the circle seems next to impossible to make in. Wall of Death as well is now going to start to force every single team to make it in the circle as well, because now it's going to chip out so much damage that you cannot bear to stand outside of it unless you've got enough amount of meds to heal yourself over and over again. DMC Flash is the only player that is right in the smack center of the upcoming circle, but that also means if he reveals his position, he can't be the center of attraction.
There is no cover whatsoever. It's completely out in the open. Not really sure if Flash is going to survive for long, but look at Team TH. They are in a very good position. Just at the edge of the circle, got some compounds to work it. Can make their risk of making a delayed rotation. Elsewhere, Beard Baba is on the offense. A spray connects, but not really enough to knock him down. Chris OP and the entirety of the Glitch squad is out there for a resistance. Elsewhere, VST and Team H, they are on an offense. They are battling it out, probably for the edge of the circle real estate.
Reckoning Esports, even now they want a little bit of piece of this action, and also getting some confirmation. It's Glitch Reborn who are crumbling down in front of Reckoning Esports. Now even TH looking to make up in the front. They have managed to get a little piece of the circle for themselves. But the upcoming team they're going to face against is going to be in the name of Reckoning Esports. 3 players in the circle. And this is where TH are having a massive man disadvantage. Because we know Glitch Reborn, they've got 3 players up and alive. Hyderabad Hydras, all the 4 players up and alive. But I love the split that Hyderabad Hydras is showing. They've got a 2-2 split that's going on for themselves. That means 2 of the players are going to take care of the players of Glitch, and 2 of the players are going to take care of the players of TH. Oh, what a nade!
Reckoning Esports is back, being ripped into shreds. This legend is cooking another one. If this connects, I feel it's game over for Team Reckoning. You've OP once again in a flank angle. He just needs to land it in the right direction. Crod on the other side, just going on the offense. It's a battle of utility, ladies and gentlemen. Nades and Molotovs. Reckoning Esports, they have the man advantage. But before that, they need to take down Team Haze. The other side, Glitch, Raf, still surviving. Glitch is in the shadows, just trying to wait out this entire procedure. Last first hit on Humanoid, and that is all that he's gonna get. That is all the placement points that he's gonna manage. Bandage, and that is it.
It's done. You can't make
It's game
it.
over.
Now the damage tick rate is a little bit too much. TH still exchanging utilities against Reckoning Esports. The Flames are gonna push him back a little bit, so Crude backs off. But still, TH now, soon enough, they're probably going to get pounced on by the players of Reckoning. But even Reckoning are getting held back just because of Glitch Reborn. Because if Reckoning Esports, they expose themselves even a little bit, there's going to be a massive problem knocking on their doors. A really good nade from Glitch. Gonna find Crude. Crude knocked out. It's all down to Legend now. He needs to hold down the ground against the entirety of Reckoning Esports as Yua falls down. Now Reckoning Esports, it seems like for them to hold on to this ground is next to impossible.
Certainly, Legend just holding his ground for himself. Glitch, on the other hand, the game certainly turned on its tide because they were outside the circle, but then the circle shifts and suddenly Glitch have a fighting chance, especially with those 3 men up and alive. Reckoning Esports need to get UAOP up and running, just trying to heal themselves up. So it's a proper team battle. You don't really want to go into this alone. Just trying to wait for Glitch to make a mistake, just trying to wait for the other team, Team Haze, to make a mistake. 3 teams, 7 players surviving. And Legend just being a sneaky little bugger.
Nice.
Chris OP probably getting a little too impatient, but he connects his shot, gets a knock. The DBS does not connect as Rad goes taken down. In black, he was knocked out, but this is how he pays back. This man just ripped apart Team RGE, and now there's only one man who is still up and running. What is he gonna do? Just trying to go in for that heal battle, trying to secure those placement points, whereas the other player trying to go in for the finishes. Legend.
Oh, he only got one, and Duke is outside of the circle. It's next to impossible for Duke to secure this game, but at least he's secured the second spot for his team, and he gets eliminated by the zone in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got our winner of the final game, and that's going to be in the name of Reckoning Esports. They win the second game of the Group 2. Nicely done.
Nicely done. This was a fabulous display. The way they held their nerves, the way they worked it out, especially after Ace Black was knocked out with that grenade. I felt like Team RGE was completely caught out in the open. There was no way they could fight back, but players go back, 8 comes up, and then he fights back in style with the DBS, getting those 2 players from Team Glitch. I feel the game was done and dusted over there itself.
I'm a huge fan of the way Reckoning Esports positioned themselves, and then when we even saw the readjustments, their ability to think on the fly and their ability to adapt quickly, it's incredible. And that's why Reckoning Esports, they even won the game of Erangel, and now they even won the last game of the group too. So total wins Reckoning Esports, they secured 2, and that is indeed quite impressive. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the highlights of the previous game, because that's going to be definitely some eye-catchy moments.
Certainly eye-catching moments as well as iconic moments as well. Initially, all of these initial brawls that we got to see, right? Players caught out without any sort of weaponry, without any sort of form of resistance, and just being taken down. It's sort of so unfortunate when 2 teams land in the same location, but the other team just gets better weaponry, gets better utility to work with. There's just nothing that you can do. It's kind of luck, to be honest, but I hate to say luck when it comes to esports, because I feel like it's so much about skill and the team who did something right landing first, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I told you, right? The only reason Hyderabad Hydras lost that is because I told you, this circle is where you need to make it inside the safe zone as quick as possible. But Hyderabad Hydras took the odds, took the chances. They wanted to make it inside the circle as late as possible. But then later on, when they tried to do so, there were way too many teams just edge camping the circle. And for Hyderabad Hydras, there were no clear open moments, and that's where they crumbled apart. I mean, you can see GLitchX Reborn too. Even they were doing their best, even they were trying best, but when they needed to leave that compound, come out in open, get a better position out in the open, that's where things sort of crumbled down for them. Ellie as well, we saw them survive for such a late game scenario, but unfortunately Reckoning Esports, it seemed like slowly and steadily they were picking apart any single team that even stands in their sightlines, and easily they were able to eat them alive. in the end, as we saw, TH Legend was the only player who was in the close quarters or in the close proximities of Reckoning Esports. But Reckoning Esports, overall, I just love their ability to adapt quickly enough and think on the fly, and that's how they came out on top in that previous game. But for the future, I just want to see the best from Glitch and even Reckoning Esports, and I really just want to take a look at those overall rankings and find out if Glitch have made it or not.
To find out which are the teams who actually qualified to the next stage, because there were a lot of big names, a lot of names like Reckoning, of course, who managed to get 2 chicken dinners. There's no way they're not going to make it. Hyderabad Hydras, that is a place where it's a little sketchy. And then comes the underdogs, right? You need to have a look at which are the teams who really shined in the series of in the best of 3 series.
I mean, look, Hyderabad Hydras, for them, they clearly just went for the med strat. They clearly just went for the heal battle.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, Hyderabad Hydras knew, all right, we're going to be screwed up anyways, guys. So let's loot up as many meds as possible. And rest of the 3 players will try to push inside the circle, get some elimination points, while one of our player, who was humanoid, if I'm not wrong, yeah, it was humanoid, he's going to stay back with 29 humanoid first aids and 1 medikit. He stayed alive till I think the top 4, and then he crumbled down, but still, I mean, I would say that's a really solid position. As long as you're able to qualify and make it inside top 8, you're good to go.
I mean, it's a statement, right? Hyderabad Hydras, they did not really engage in a lot of fights, but they got top, I feel like a podium finish in 2 games on the basis of just meds. Joker, Top G, as well as Humanoid, they clearly had their priorities set. And I feel like it's kind of a reason why, because they saw the first group play out their games, right? They saw the average. It's probably about like 25 points. You rack up 25 points, you're in the safe zone. So they probably played for those 10 placement points every single game, and they knew if they could manage that, they're probably going to win. So it makes no sense for them to go and fight out and maybe fight for those chicken dinners. But Reckoning, they had other priorities.
I mean, once again, these type of decisions really make you wonder, is Hyderabad Hydra scared to take a fight? Because, as you mentioned, they went for heal battles in the last 2 games. So that's a really big question that's personally erupting, or that's personally just brewing up in my mind. But ladies and gentlemen, as we do take a look at the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be VST Beast with 4 finishes on his name. Indeed a beast performance. Let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players of the previous game.
Yep, of course, Beast on top with 4 finishes, Fox OP with 4 finishes, Flash 7 with 4 finishes, and then you've got Joker, Top G, as well as Ace Black. We did not see something as extraordinary as an 8 finish like we saw last game, but still very decent, especially considering Sanhok was a little passive, especially coming to the mid stages, and a lot of those finishes were distributed amongst a lot of teams. DMC, for that fact, in spite of just bagging 4 placement points, 10 finishes give them a very commendable 14 total points, which I feel like could be a difference for them for qualification and non-qualification.
I mean, these are just the point standings of the previous game, ladies and gentlemen. Still, we need to look at the overall standings. That's going to be a massive icebreaker. But as we do take a look at the second page of the previous game, we're going to find Loser Esports over there. Even though they managed to survive till the late game scenario, still not enough points to make themselves place in a good position in the previous games. The point standing and Maverick and growing strong. GS, these 2 teams all the way at the bottom. Definitely not the spot where I wanted to see these 2 teams, but man, overall standings, as long as these graphics are popping up on my screens, I'm getting even more curious to look at that.
Yeah. It's certainly very anxious, right? Because if you look at the gameplay, right, Spy, Team Spy, growing strong, and then Mavericks, they sort of really impressed us, especially the way they approach the fights, the way they approach the 4v4 battles. They are really well, they're a really well-knit unit, but then certain unfortunate incidents happen inside the game. Maybe your rotation gets cut off, maybe you're just caught off guard, or maybe you just landed without any weaponry. You just land with your clothes and stuff, and that is how you get eliminated. It's just really unfortunate, but again, like you said, I mean, to be honest, I'm also very anxious to find out which are the teams who are going to qualify. One name is for sure. I mean, Reckoning, there's no way anybody's snatching that top position for themselves. But I'm really looking forward to the teams who just make it, you know, in the lower end of the top 8, because that is where the difference between points is really, really low.
Hey, but you know what? I feel like the icebreaker is going to be in front of us soon enough. We're about to find out which are those teams from Group 2 who have made it to top 8, growing strong, barely making it on the 8th spot. We've got Maverick on the 7th. This is... We have also got Hyderabad Hydras barely on the 5th spot, dude.
I mean, this is insane, right? Of course, reckoning with 57 points. Their position... What? This certainly is interesting because we talked of 3 teams, Spy, Mavericks, and Growing Strong. Each of these 3 teams had probably like, what, 0 and 1 points in the final game, but still they managed to qualify. I just really want to see how much of a difference was there between 8th and 9th position. Okay, fine, 18 points for 4 noobs. It's just a little unfortunate for them. Team Haze also sort of showed signs of brilliance, but then they just could not really make it.
Oh man, I mean, at least Hyderabad Hydras made it. Even DMC, I'm not gonna lie, this team was looking quite promising. One thing that really impressed me about DMC was their positioning, with the way they were positioning themselves in every single fight. It just seemed like they were thinking it through pretty nicely. But unfortunately for DMC, it feels like the consistency wasn't good enough and they're not going to be able to make it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
You guys saw it, the top 8 in front of you guys, growing strong, barely qualified on the 8th spot. Even Mavericks, I did not expect Mavericks to overall qualify, but they did. So congratulations, man.
Absolutely. I mean, one interesting fact was also the fact that DMC got 14 out of the 17 points in the last game, so they barely managed to find 3 points in the first 2. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you do like the show, if you like what we are presenting, if you like what the underdog teams have to bring on the table, then do follow our socials, subscribe to this YouTube channel, Crafting India Esports. Of course, follow them on Instagram as well, because that is where you get all the latest updates in terms of scorecards, points table, and everything. The ones who are becoming MVPs and all. And also do manage to follow our socials as well. Mine is Salty, his is Necro. Necro, any final words?
No, that's going to be it from us, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to take a leave, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.